This video will make you laugh and cry at the same time. The great Immolator of Darkness finally defeated his sworn enemy, but he lost the people dearest to him. Behind him stood his friend, who opened the dungeon to him before his death. But what is he hiding? 10 minutes that will change your life. This information will break your heart. Support this video, my friend. Like and subscribe, and let's continue. A merciless battle is taking place on the cold winter battlefield. The sounds of clanking iron intertwine with the quiet echo of unfulfilled promises. However, the real beginning of this story is the hideous, shiny blade of the axe, which announces the defeat of one of the warriors. A sudden and powerful blow envelops the warrior in an instant, tearing his desire for victory to pieces. The energy of this blow is felt as an invisible wave that sweeps past him. The era of one of the warriors ends in an instant. His head is separated from the body, which has not yet fallen to the ground. Beside him, encased in iron chains, stands a victorious warrior whose cold determination secured his victory. A warrior wrapped in iron chains seems to be a master of his craft. He stands in front of a beaten enemy, covered in blood. Behind him sits an old man, breathing heavily and asking if he managed to kill his opponent. The warrior turns to the old man and with a slight irony in his voice asks if he sees the severed head, because it is already more than obvious. The old man replied that he had not seen anything for a long time because he was blind. He looks like a monk, and his face and clothes are also covered in blood, hinting at his participation in battle. The warrior regrets that the old man cannot see this sight. Slowly, step by step, the warrior approaches the old man, making his way through the snowy mountains in which they find themselves. He kneels before the old man and tells him that everything is over. The old man encourages him, saying that he has done a very good deed. The young man replies that the merits of the old man are no less, because it took the Seven Genomes clan several years to flood the Central Plains with blood. In the end, the Pecto and Higo clans had to unite to fight back against a common enemy, and today is the day when their common enemy is on his knees, beheaded. This moment emphasizes that it is time for the final battle in which the thief is defeated. Our hero's life is coming to an end. He closes his eyes, realizing that it went by extremely quickly. When the old man asks him if he is feeling well, the hero replies that he cannot be better. The old man, in turn, understands that, as expected, the boy in front of him is a great master of the dark path, and if it weren't for him, the Higo clan would have been destroyed about 10 years ago. Holding on to his wound, the great master can also talk about the old man sitting by the stone. If it weren't for the old man's merits, the Pecto clan might have been destroyed. Grateful, he thanks Bishop Murimov. Hearing this, Bishop Murimov could not but agree with him. Although it was difficult for him to laugh, he smiled at the hero's warm words, because before him stood the Emperor of Darkness. However, despite this warm conversation after the victory, the old man still had one more question for the warrior. This question sounded unexpected for our hero. After all, he is a descendant of the great Pecto clan. Why did he side with Higo and become their leader? The Emperor of Darkness listened to this with his ears wide open. It was a very difficult question, and it needed a correct answer. The Emperor thought for a moment, considering his answer. In the end, the warrior bowed his head and said that everything was just as it was. But for the old man, this answer seemed to be a manifestation of boredom. The Emperor of Darkness, in turn, asked how long the Lord would last, to which he replied that he would not live half a day. The Emperor took upon himself the responsibility of guiding him on his last journey, for which the old man expressed his boundless gratitude. But during their dialogue, a warrior approached the scene, his spear glittering with pink energy. He did not notice the old man, but he saw the Emperor of Darkness. Approaching, the warrior unexpectedly delivered a fatal blow to the chest of the Emperor of Darkness, which was so strong and unexpected that the hero, taken by surprise, could not believe what had happened. This blow was a big surprise for him, as it turned out to be fatal. He saw that the needle had pierced his heart. The enemy turned out to be the one he thought was dead. It was Tang Guan with the glow on his finger, emitting an aura similar to pink power, and his life force proved that he was not dead. This was all planned by an old man who admitted during the Dark Emperor's death that he orchestrated it to stop him because no one else could do it. He will repent for his actions in the afterlife. The old man goes first, who, after saying goodbye to "see you later," died. At this moment, our hero is bleeding, and the snow around him is no longer white. He asks himself the question, why did fate prepare such an end for him? Why, in any case, was he destined to die? Why was his life so disturbing and difficult? His memory recalls how his world was shattered 26 years ago when the Paeksanjan clan fell. His father died in battle, and his younger brother died early. He found himself alone in a great void, and there was no one around whom he could rely. In the end, he sided with Higdo and rose to the position of commander-in-chief, achieving his goals at any cost. All his life he fought desperately for a place under the sun, and now his life ends with death in battle. And he understands that not everything was in vain. The last moments of his life were filled with pain and betrayal, but his life was beautiful even though his eyes were closed forever. But after a while, after the darkness, his eyes began to open, and he saw the light. In front of him, he saw a man in the lotus position who said, "Learn to do your duty before childbirth, and you will achieve enlightenment." Looking around, he saw that this man was sitting on the top of the temple, and our hero was surrounded by people who were kneeling and worshipping him. Straightening his shoulders, he does not understand whether this is a dream or an illusion, or whether he is asleep. And suddenly, like thunder in the middle of a clear sky, some guy touches his clothes, calling him brother. Our hero angrily looks at the one who touched him, not understanding his intentions. The man who touched him gestures to him to continue worshipping, for the ceremony is not yet over, and to take his seat quickly, for his father is watching him. Horror appears on the boy's face when he recognizes the familiar features of the young man's face. He suddenly shouts, "Jeepin!" right during the ceremony, attracting the attention of everyone present. He rushes to his brother, begins to hug him, but his brother does not understand why he behaves so emotionally. His brother asks him, "What's the matter with you? What happened, brother?" But our hero was so happy to meet Jeepin that he forgot to think about why his brother, who died 20 years ago, appeared in this place. The warm voice he's missed for so long pierces his ears, calling him Hojun. He makes him freeze in place. After all, this is the voice of his own father, who also died in battle once upon a time. He turns to the man, realizing that it is indeed his father, because his voice cannot be mistaken for anyone else's. Turning around, he sees the silhouette of a strong, bearded man staring at him sternly. Waking up, the boy does not understand whether it is an illusion, or whether he really saw his father. But despite his doubts, he wants to hug his father, whom he missed for so long. He rushes to him to express his respect and love. However, for the father, it's a normal day with his children, and he grabs his son's hand, activating his power. He squeezes so hard that the boy falls to his knees, unable to resist the pain. The boy realizes that it is really his father who is protecting him from being embarrassed in front of a large number of people. His father looks at him sternly, and the anger in his eyes may be a warning that his behavior was disrespectful. The father asks, "You act as if you have lost your mind. Are you in your right mind to make so much noise during the ceremony?" Despite his son's behavior, the father waits for an answer, but before that sends him to the ancestral home for 3 days to apologize to the dead for his actions. After these words, the father looks at his son with slight shame. But our hero was not lost, and although he was glad to see his father, he could not resist his word and accepted his father's sentence, ready to serve the punishment. At this moment, he realizes that he is really alive. He looks at his body and notices that it looks surprisingly young. His skin is smooth, without the usual wounds, scars, and corns. Everything that reminded him of the battles disappeared forever. Looking back, he realizes that he has returned to the days of his Paeksanjan clan. This seems strange to him, because he thought he was dead. After a while, the guard leads him through the green gardens to his ancestral home. There, the door slams shut in his face. Standing under the door, the boy realizes that his father, as usual, is merciless, and has locked him in this room for 3 days. However, it was not so important for him, because he was more concerned with the question, why did he return? He couldn't even be happy because he couldn't find an explanation, which was becoming a big problem for him. Having strained his mind, he realizes that he is in a very difficult situation. Falling onto the carpet that covered the floor of this house, he still had no answers, and his thoughts did not bring any solutions. However, when he looked up at the ceiling, an idea came to him. Maybe this was all part of something bigger that he wasn't yet aware of. The boy thought for a moment and realized that he was so young that he didn't even know his real age. How old is he now? 18 or maybe 19, not quite clear. But apparently it is autumn now, and judging by Jipen's father's appearance, he has aged 26 years. This means that they have faced a horror that will take the lives of his family and clan forever. With horror, he realizes all the consequences that await him on this path. After all, there is not much time left before his Paeksanjan clan will be destroyed, And no matter what, he can't just sit back, because he can prevent it. He rushes to the door. Opening the door, he sees his younger brother, who has come to visit him. The boy stops for a moment when he sees his younger brother Jipin. In turn, his brother asks him, "Where are you going?" Our hero was embarrassed and did not find the words to answer because his brother caught him off guard. However, the brother continued to insist that the hero should not leave this place, because he had to spend 3 more days in the house of his ancestors. All this was true, and our hero agreed with it, but why he ended up here seemed a mystery. Then his brother began to dig into his pocket, intending to say that regardless of the consequences, he was worried about the spirit of his brother, who had to spend 3 days in the house, consuming only water. He brought his brother some goodies to cheer him up. In this way, I wanted to encourage him so that he would not be upset about what was happening. However, the Emperor of Darkness understood that in 6 months his brother would die, and this fate would befall all living things in this city. Jipin quickly handed him the treat, worried that his father might notice. But thoughts did not leave the Emperor, and he could not calm down, knowing that his father would soon be gone, who as the head of the family will perish by the sword along with his powerful clan. And the life of the young warrior will turn into a nightmare in which he will suffer forever. People who are supporters of his clan will die instantly without even having time to do anything, and this is no joke. The horror that was bequeathed in the soul of our hero remains forever, and he makes a promise to himself to be the one to strike first. Not only will he do this, but he will prepare the clan for defense by embracing his brother and taking full responsibility for what is happening. In a past life, he was the Emperor of Darkness, having become so because of a harsh life and a cruel fate. Now, with the memories and experience of the past, he will find everyone and destroy anyone who would think of harming his family. The boy suddenly opens the door of the temple and runs outside, driven by a strong desire to change the events that could become fatal for him and his clan. He walks confidently along the paths he used to run as a child, heading to the church where his father is buried. Entering the clan's central administrative chamber, the boy is met by servants who address him as a young master. Continuing his way, he tries not to waste his strength. The young master approaches the entrance to his father's office, which is guarded by 2 warriors with swords. Showing their respect, the warriors bow, greet the young master, and ask what brought him here. The boy confidently answers that he needs to meet his father for some reason, but the warriors explain that they are not allowed to enter without a special reason because the rules are very strict. If the head of the clan has not summoned him, then he cannot enter. One of the soldiers approaches the young master, and with all seriousness tells him directly to his face that in this case he cannot enter. The boy had his arguments against their refusal. He explained that he had a very urgent task. Since the soldiers were obliged to carry out the order, they could not let the boy pass, since visitors are not allowed until noon. Hearing the refusal, the young owner was upset, but he was offered to come later. Then he asked to convey the message to his father. "Tell my father," the young master asked, "that I will begin learning the true blue silk technique." The warriors were so impressed by his words that they could barely utter the technique, even stuttering. They turned pale and seemed deeply shocked by this message. Surprised, one of them asked if they understood correctly, that he wanted them to tell his father about learning the true blue silk technique. The guy confirmed their words and ordered to pass the message, after which he left. When he left the estate, he saw the scenery of his childhood. He swore to himself that he would master the true azure silk technique. This news caused quite a stir among the members of the Yen clan, because the true azure silk technique is considered one of the most important martial arts of the clan. No one could believe that the boy decided to take such a step. The fact is that it is almost impossible to master this technique without prior training. To reach this level, one must first master the soaring swallow technique, which requires immense strength and endurance, only available to the chosen ones, such as the second young master. As our hero leaves the estate, he is met by his brother, who warmly welcomes the young master. From the story, it becomes clear that in a past life, John, although he did not visit his brother Gippin, was familiar with him. His outstanding brother had great talent, and the clan head often mentioned Gippin while letting his first son, Hajian, out of his sight. Because of this, Hajian treated his younger brother as if he didn't exist, but one day everything would change. The brothers were walking along the autumn path, and Hojun was talking about Huda, a very severe punishment, wondering how he could survive 3 days on water alone. His brother always tried to be good in everything, and supported Hojun despite his father's punishment. He wanted to please brother Hojun and offered to buy him some food. Peng, in turn, said he had found a place he liked and called it Guoyanlu. After these words, the young master turned to his brother Ziping. seeking to break the circle of misunderstandings between them. His intentions were clear: to put an end to arbitrariness in their relationship. Jiping was nervous about his brother's unpredictable behavior and swallowed a tear. "I have treated you very badly, and I sincerely regret my conduct," said the young master. Jiping was deeply shocked by these words. They struck him like a thunderbolt in the middle of a clear sky. The young master continued, "I consider myself a scoundrel for not appreciating your success and supporting you. I behaved petty, like a big child who was led by unreasonable pride." He asked his brother's forgiveness with a deep sigh and promised that it would not happen again. When Jiping heard his brother's words, he was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. He tried to stop him, but Hajin continued, "I'm so sorry I caused you so much trouble. I don't want you to blame me if you can't forgive me." When Jiping thought about his brother's words, he realized that Hajin had changed and no longer hated him. After these words, Jiping could not bear it and burst into tears, and the young master gently wiped the tears from his face. This gave the young master the long-awaited sense of relief he had sought all his life after his bitter loss. He tried to comfort his brother, hoping that he would stop crying and everything in their lives would be restored. This scene was closely watched by the guards, who were once again shocked by what was happening. It was strange for them to see the young master in such an emotional state. We moved to Goyenglu, a place lit by autumn leaves, with a house standing on the shore. The young master and his brother decided to have dinner with delicious fish to finally reconcile. They started a dialogue, in which they were finally able to talk normally after a long separation. Jiping noticed that his brother's gait had changed significantly, and it was obvious that he was no longer his former self. It seemed that he had turned into a completely different person, unlike the one he was before. As Jiping ate the fish, he noticed that his brother Hajin's ki energy was moving through his body, which seemed incredible to him. The young master explained that he had spent the last 3 days in the ancestral house. There he practiced lotus meditation and circulated chi energy using the soaring swallow method. It was very risky for him because his body was not yet adapted and too young for such tests. The stress on blood vessels, bones and muscles during this technique could lead to a regression in his physical condition. But despite the pain and obstacles, he overcame them to release his inner ki energy. He activated all his knowledge and strength to break the wall of failure and move to a new level. This helped ignite his ki energy and gave him a chance to surpass himself. However, it was extremely difficult and his body could barely withstand the strain. He stubbornly walked forward, saving all his strength so as not to die from these practices. And blood flowed from his nose. And so his brother Jiping watches him and gives him 7 stars for his technique. While in a state of shock, Jiping begins to realize that Hajin may have mastered this complex technique. Hajin replies that yes, he has indeed mastered the method of the soaring swallow. Jinping even stood up from his seat at such wonderful news. He congratulates his brother, because mastering such a technique in a short time is a great achievement, and the change in gait due to the awakening of ki energy is another proof. It was amazing that his younger brother was able to notice the slight changes in his body just by looking at him. Hajin realized that he had really done something incredible. But suddenly, something unplanned happened in this wonderful bar which distracted Jianping. Our hero says that his friends have come. There are 3 of them. One of them is quite strong. The younger brother decides to greet them and goes to the door to open it. But suddenly he crashes into the figure of one of them, which causes an unexpected meeting. Looking up, he saw a girl looking at him with a displeased expression, as if he were something unpleasant. Not having time to apologize, they passed him and continued on their way. A man was walking past them and asked the girl if the view from this window in the bar wasn't great. She indifferently replied that she didn't like the look very much, and that her name was Nam Gun Sang Hua. Our hero watched the couple from the side, drank tea and dined, listening carefully to their conversations. Squinting his eyes and covering his face with a cup, he watched the couple with a serious expression. Nam Gun Sangwa's servant suggested that she try the fish at this restaurant to lighten her mood. But as he said this, he noticed Jiping and was surprised to see him. When Jinpon saw his friend, he invited him to meet his older brother, which made his friend suspicious. As soon as they looked at him, the young master introduced himself as Ho Jun and bowed in welcome to his brother's friends. The boy, returning the greeting, also greeted his new acquaintance. But suddenly, Namgun Sangwa's voice interrupted their silence as she was angry that he brought her here for the view. The guy found himself in a difficult situation, trying to satisfy both the hostess and communicate with friends. The only thing that occurred to him was to order something for the table. After a few minutes, the table was covered with dishes that looked appetizing, but when the hostess saw what was served to her, she got angry because she didn't think it was decent food, and took all her anger out on her friend Jeepin. The younger brother, who was sitting next to him, was a little saddened to see his friend in a difficult situation. He felt even worse because he invited his brother Hejin to the facility, where complete chaos ensued. He tried to apologize to his brother, but the young master reassured him. "My brother Peng, don't worry. Better treat my brother to a drink in honor of his success with the new technique." And he raised his glass. Hearing this, Peng smiled and replied with a spark on his face. "Order whatever you want. I'm ready to treat you to whatever you want in this place." The institution on the bank of the river was quite chic and attracted many people with its beauty. But who could have known that one of the hostesses would not like something, and she would explode in anger, shun her friend and servant, accusing them of ignorance, trying to calm her down, because everyone was looking at them so as not to end up in a shameful position. She treated others with disdain, not considering them as full-fledged people, but only comparing them to insects. The words of the hostess offended the patrons of the bar, and everyone began to pay attention to the rude woman. Pen felt anger towards her because she had offended others, including himself. The situation in the bar escalated, and ordinary visitors who witnessed what was happening began to run in different directions. When the lady realized that the representatives of the Paxin Yen Great Clan were looking at her, she just laughed and said that the Nam Gun clan had long recognized the Yen clan as one of the 7 great clans. She allowed herself insulting comments to those present, and our hero noted that her words spoiled the taste of alcohol in his glass, although he did not resort to aggression. Jinping, unable to bear the insults, got up from his chair. The young master watched him and was amazed at his brother's reaction. He even lowered his glass, sensing something unusual in his brother's behavior, and the aura of Kai energy that explosively enveloped him. And Jinping stood firm and did not want to sit down because he was angry and wanted to rebuke this rascal for her words, while brother Hajin tried to calm him down, but to no avail. Pen abruptly got up from the table and began to shout loudly at the hostess, accusing her of taking too many liberties in her behavior and going too far. These words made the young woman happy because finally someone made a remark to her, but Peng continued to insist that she had breached etiquette, adding that her actions were unacceptable. "Are you behaving with dignity as a member of the Namgong clan?" Peng asked, clearly indicating her clan affiliation. Hearing these words, the girl just smiled and dived. After a while, she began to laugh loudly, saliva flowing from her mouth, and she exclaimed, "Do you think you are special because you belong to a great clan?" The laughter was so loud that her stomach hurt, and she clutched at him, to which Peng responded by saying that the Nam Hood clan had nothing to do with it, and she probably wouldn't have gotten a proper education if it wasn't for her clan. These words of Pen made the girl very angry, and she began to look at him as a prey. To demonstrate her strength, she slammed the table, releasing energy, and smashed it into pieces with a powerful blow. Standing before him with her servant and a hostile expression on her face, she thought of how to punish Pan for his words. After a short hesitation, she told Pen to his face that she was ready to test him and test his authenticity. Hearing this, the young master, observing the behavior of his brother and this girl, decided to intervene, advising Pen that if he ever met such people again in his life, that he can simply save his time by ignoring them, and that they can only be fixed by a good searcher, said Hejin. Hearing these words, the girl asked if they really decided to correct her in this way, by beating her. She aggressively pointed her finger at Pan, showing the servant where to go. She ordered the servant to make them all kneel before her. Hearing this, the servant who had previously deeply respected her felt great fear, realizing that he would not be able to carry out her order. But she slapped him hard, showing who was the boss here. She also told him that if he wanted his family to be able to move freely on her property, he should quickly raise his buttocks and make them on his knees. This servant, holding his head, approached the boys and conveyed her words to them, asking them to obey the order and kneel. But Heijin, the reincarnated master, had no intention of tolerating such audacity. He grabbed the boy by the head. Holding her, he knocked him to the ground, his Kai energy radiating malevolent power. The master did not intend to kill him, but intended to punish him for his audacity. Grabbing his head firmly, he quickly tossed him aside, and in flight he hit him with all his might, so that he felt all his guilt. A strong blow pierced this servant, and he was not relieved by this blow. It would be difficult for him to recover. The princess noticed that it was not the boy who knelt down, but her servant, who fainted from this strong blow. She was outraged by such disrespect towards her, and she decided to punish this scoundrel Hejin herself. This made her very angry, and she rushed to our hero, who was calmly waiting for her with the words, "Parasite." The master did not need to prove anything, because he was sure that he was right. He assumed a fighting stance and waited for her to run up to him. The girl activated her clan's heavenly wind technique, wondering how the boy was going to stop her with his bare hands. She had hoped to break all his bones, but the situation suddenly changed when Heijin's hand shot forward as if driven by his own energy. She felt some kind of energy wrap around her arm, completely twisting it and blocking her movement. Suddenly Heijin appeared and was already holding her elbow, preparing to break it. The girl's sudden scream echoed throughout the restaurant where they were. After his attack, the girl held his hand, not understanding how her energy had been cut off so suddenly. But Heijin didn't stop and prepared to give her another lesson. He hit her on the support leg, and the bones began to break, flying into pieces, which was no joke to the girl. Now she was lying on the ground, not knowing what to do, as her arm was not working, and her leg was so damaged that she didn't even have time to feel how fast it happened. Her screams and tears echoed throughout the restaurant, and she couldn't control herself in her despair. The girl didn't look so sure anymore and started walking away on one leg, trying to escape from him. At this time, the young master remembered a precept from his past life that said the slightness of an injury did not matter until he himself was harmed. He charged, tearing his enemies to pieces. Hearing this, the girl stammered and begged him not to come closer and to stop. All the words he uttered were the command of the Emperor of Darkness that he was in his previous life. From pain and disappointment, the girl did not know what to say, except to accuse him, calling him a scoundrel, crying in despair. Our hero just watched her suffering, listening to what she would say next, but the girl was not going to stop. She warned him that his clan was in danger, and she said that she would not forget about the destruction of the entire Paeksangyong clan, which sounded quite cold. But the boy was not afraid of her words. He calmly approached her, sat down, took her hand and said, "What are you going to do?" Those words made her feel cold inside, and she didn't even know what to answer. But the boy continued, "I'm asking, how are you going to destroy my clan and me?" At this moment, Genpen realized that the situation had gone too far, but he could not stop his brother. The girl warned him that if she told her clan what he had done to her, there would be consequences. Suddenly, Heijin kicked all the furniture around him. He picked up a piece of razor-sharp wood. Raising that sharp object over her head, he said, "I'll kill you and bury you, and your clan won't know, right?" Seeing this, the girl began to choke on tears and scream, begging for help. But Heijin, feeling excited by his actions, responded coldly, showing that a lesson had been taught to this princess. The next day after the incident, the boys moved to their father's office, waiting for the consequences of their act. In the office, the father demands an explanation of how it all happened, and what exactly happened. He brews tea not only for himself, but also for his naughty children, who provoked a serious matter with great consequences. Heijin sits at the table, and the aroma of tea fills the room. He tells his father about the argument that led to the fight. The father replies that this answer is only an explanation of what happened, and he did not ask for such an explanation. Heijin sits down across from his father, and between them sits his younger brother Yopin, who doesn't know what to say in this situation. Yopin listens to their dialogue confused and has nothing to add. He is only nervous about the development of events. The father puts a cup of tea on the table and begins to summarize the information he received from the recent skirmish. The son of the Kanali clan has a broken face, and the daughter of the Namgun clan has a broken limb. Rumors are circulating in the city that the girl has serious internal injuries and skin damage, and her recovery will take about 6 months. Heijin excuses himself by saying that the girl wanted them to apologize to her, to which the father replies that it's not an argument. They could just leave. He asks Heijin to stop acting like a fool because he knew such actions could lead to bloodshed between the clans. Our hero, not taking his father's words as final, asks if our clan is really so big that his father should panic. Confused by such a question, the father asks what exactly he is talking about. The boy explains that the girl does not consider their family to be a significant clan, and these words deeply affect the father, as they become a sufficient argument for resentment. Leaving the room, the boy closes the door, not sure if his dialogue with his father was successful, or if everything will end tragically. Although the situation has gone too far, he believes that they are not to blame for what happened, even though such cruelty is not inherent in Paekto teachings. The brutality that took place is a far cry from Paekto's principles, which are the way of the clan and the will of his father. In his previous life, the boy was deeply accustomed to the customs of the clan and lived for 30 years as the Emperor of Darkness. Despite all these little things, he still wonders what to do with the true Azure Silk technique. If he asked his father about it now, he would most likely be angry. The scene shifts to the Namgung In clan, where a girl from a recent fight is in the hospital. Doctors carefully bandage the injured parts of the girl's body, trying to change the bandages in time. She lies motionless, having suffered significant physical and internal injuries. In this difficult situation, only her father, the head of the Namgun In clan, sympathizes with her. He asks the doctor about her condition and well-being. The doctor replies that the situation is not as bad as it may seem at first glance. But the biggest problem is her mental state, as she is going through severe psychological trauma. The doctor believes that she was somehow shocked, because although the physical injuries will heal in 6 months, it will be more difficult to heal the psyche. The head of the clan looks at her thoughtfully, pitying his daughter in this misunderstanding. At this time, the girl is lying in the hospital ward, and it is clear that she is haunted by delusions and hallucinations. Suddenly, the son enters, and the doctor bows to him, expressing respect. The son calls out to him, "Hello, Dad," and the father is happy to see his second son, named Hung. Hyung asks his father what he thinks about the situation. The father replied that serious injuries burdened her so much that it hurts him to look at his daughter, and he so wants her to study and learn about the world. Heng does not hesitate to tell his father that this incident has given everyone a chance to learn from him. However, in his opinion, the bandits cannot be forgiven, despite the lessons they could teach. Hyun points out that him helping her realize the value of life isn't the moral of the story. The father carefully says that the culprit is from the Yen clan, who dared to humiliate his daughter. Hyun points out that the Yen clan is only 50 years old, and they have already started attacking the Namgun clan. Hyung asks a question that makes everyone in the room think and be wary. Will the father leave these thugs alone? Without hesitation, the father answers that, of course, he will not leave. He wants payback. The fact that his child was injured does not mean that he will refuse to challenge this power and the clan. Heng reacted to this with a smile as he approved of his father's words, because given his position as the head of the clan, he could not act rashly in this situation. After these words, the father asks Heng about the bandit, to which Heng replies that he will definitely take care of him, since the culprit has already been established and there is no need to rush. Another question that worried Heng was when the meeting of the successors would take place. The date and time. Here we go to the Ye Night clan. The father tells his youngest son about the meeting of the successors, and he reacts with surprise. After all, the meetings of the heirs, at which only the heirs of the 7 main clans are present, are meant to bring the clans together. He takes out a scroll from his pocket, hands it to his son, and says that he must go to Hefei in Anhui province on the 15th of this month. He will present this permit at the entrance, and a squad of hawks will accompany him. The Hawk Squad is an elite organization of the Ye clan, and the boy was very surprised that he had to participate in such a gathering and in such an environment. Although he was not happy about his father's permission, he suggested that his older brother go instead. The father reacted silently and turned his back on him. He wanted to tell the boy that his brother was very dangerous, but John Penn did not immediately understand why he was dangerous, since he was considered a rather good person. The father noticed that his son had changed a lot, and it seems that he was no longer the person he was before. The feeling that arose in the father was so strong that he began to think that he was in front of a completely different person. Illuminated by the night glow under the starry sky, the young master trains hard using his new abilities. Despite all the obstacles, he realizes that he must bear the great burden that he is destined to bear in the future. Training becomes an integral part of his life, which will bear great fruit. The former Dark Emperor, reincarnated in a new body, tries to make up for what he lost, using the knowledge he has. However, his body resists more and does not allow him to show all his powers. The stick in his hands falls to the ground, and he realizes that he has overdone it. He's pushed himself to the limit in his training, his hands covered in calluses and burns from the energy. In his past life, he possessed a great axe, which he can now forget, for he cannot handle even an iron bar. He looks down at his bloody hands and asks himself how long it will take to learn the new techniques, but he is not going to give up. Autumn leaves fall from the trees right at him, and he hears a rustling sound as if someone is approaching. He straightens up, puts the stick on his shoulder, and waits for the guest. A stranger walks up to me and asks if I've been working out because the place looks like I've been working out. The boy asks his father why he came, and the father replies that he has noticed how he trains diligently even at night, which is unusual for him. The boy wipes the blood from his hands and tells his father that he wants to learn to wield a staff and a spear. But the father sees only a wooden stick in the boy's hands, so he asks what kind of spear and staff they are talking about. When asked if he practices with a sword, the boy says no. This worries his father, because the great techniques of their clan are related to sword arts, and he, as the eldest son of the Yen clan, must master these techniques. However, despite this, the guy has an opinion. He believes that even if he masters the clan's techniques, what good are they if they don't fit his body? When the father heard his son's words, he didn't know what to say, wondering how his youngest offspring could understand what was right for his body. To this, the boy replies that martial arts are what you feel with your body, and if he has found a path that suits his body, he should follow it, feeling the energy of qi in his hand with the stick. There is a moment of silence as they both realize that this is partially true. But the father is confused by his son's enthusiasm. The father said nothing more, turned around and was about to leave. But, pausing for a second, he said that the Guardians of Sanguine had given him the information. The information said that his son Heijin wanted to learn the Azure Silk technique, and it turned out to be true. They all understand that the Azure Silk technique is one of the 5 great divine arts of the clan. Since no one in the clan can learn any of the 5 great divine arts without his permission, he wants to ask his son a question. Our hero listens carefully to his father, and is not going to contradict him. But the father adds that his son's answer to his question will determine his decision about the technique. Thus, his son's future and his ability to master the Azure Silk will depend on how he answers his father's question. At that moment, when everything was burning, corpses were lying on the ground, houses were collapsing, and the Yen clan was experiencing the last moments of its existence, that decisive incident happened. The enemy warriors relentlessly closed in on the clan leader, while their own warriors sacrificed their lives in an attempt to protect their commander. But all efforts were in vain. One weary knight, worn out by battle, collapsed in his master's room, his condition reflecting all the horrors of war. The warriors of the clan could not resist the onslaught of the enemies, and the head was sitting in the room with his children. At that critical moment, he decided to transfer the 5 great divine arts to them. Heijin and his brother Jo Pan were shocked by the information they received from their father, realizing that only in a critical situation could he take such a step. Unable to bear the severity of the situation, John Pen told his father that he would also fight for the victory of the clan. Information with a guide to the 5 great divine arts was given to our hero in the hope that he would retain this important information. After his father handed him these precious books, he headed for the exit. He went to fight in the name of his kind and family. The last sentence before leaving was a shouted command to the children to run, after which the father activated his Qi energy, preparing for the final battle. This moment became decisive for the fate of the Yin clan, and the head of the clan fought until the last breath of his life. He had been preparing for this moment all his life. His last command was the Iron Wall Squad to drive out the thieves and protect the Yin clan. His children agreed with his plan and believed to the last that everything would happen as he said. The book passed to his older brother, who mastered these rare skills. In his new life, standing in the forest, the father decided to ask his son, "How do you know the true Azure Silk technique?" The clan leader asked him such a question. The father knew that his son had told the guardians that he had started training and had mastered one of the forms, and wanted to know more. But the boy interrupted him, saying that it was not just about the true blue silk technique. At this point, my father became seriously tense. The boy told him that he knew all the forms of the 5 great divine arts. The father looked at the youngest son and wondered how he could know all this information. But the boy looked him straight in the eyes, realizing that it was he who taught him all these techniques. At that moment, he wanted to tell everything verbatim, how everything happened, and that he was the Emperor of Darkness, about how he was betrayed and killed, and how he woke up in a new body, and also about the impending danger they are about to face. However, he restrained himself and decided that it was not yet time to tell his father everything. To give his father a decent answer, he said that he was often taken to the martial arts library as a child, and he had some memories from those days. Hearing such an answer, the father wondered whether his son was lying or telling the truth. But when he looked straight into his son's eyes, he saw that the boy was speaking sincerely and actually knew a lot. However, the father was still concerned as to why his son was in such a hurry to learn martial arts. And perhaps he had some reason that the father didn't know about, that made him think his son was hiding something. Regardless, he listened to his son and told him to come to his office tomorrow morning, where he would help him develop the Kai energy. That was the key to true Azure Silk. The next morning, in the master's office, they began to work on him. Sitting in the room and concentrating his Kai energy, the father helped his son gain this power in a short time. The father thought that a half moon should be enough to develop his son's Kai energy. However, at a certain point during the session, He felt that something was wrong. The energy began to hurt him. He noticed this anomaly and could not understand what was happening. And at the same moment that he was circulating his energy with that of his son, there was a huge explosion that scattered everything in its path. Hedin was filled with a dark energy that seemed to burst out of the demon, and he couldn't control it. And at that moment, his eyes shone with a snow-white light, symbolizing the appearance of Kai energy in him. The whole room shone with a completely different gray light of a beautiful sunny day. As the smoke and wind cleared, dust began to settle on the floor. My father covered his face with his hands, and in the thick fog, he saw it. This struck him to the core and raised many more questions. Although it seemed impossible, his son sat unharmed, circulating his koi energy completely unharmed. Not much time has passed since the start of classes, and they have already achieved results that usually take months. After that, he came out of meditation with a deep sigh. Thus ended their first day of training. As soon as the moon rose in the evening sky, the boy informed his father that he had graduated. His father could not but praise him, because the speed with which he mastered the art was simply incredible. Hearing this, Heijin was amazed that his father praised him. Heijin in turn was happy to train with his father, because during this time he was able to feel his father's energy. Despite everything, the father was proud of his son and looked at him not as a weakling, but as a strong warrior. Although the father did not fully understand his son's thoughts and what he was striving for, he could not refrain from praising him for a very good job. He was filled with pride, and he told his son that a meeting of receivers would be held soon. Yesterday, he wanted Jeepin to go to the meeting, not you. The boy reacted to this calmly, telling his father that he understood everything and had no questions. But the father was shocked that his son did not show interest in this and did not insist on participating in the event. The boy explained that he did not want to participate in this meeting. After all, who needs a bunch of empty-headed children with excessive pride? And this thought drove the boy to despair. After hearing all this, his father did not persuade him, but out of anger sent him away with his brother. The next day the horses ran playfully, carrying their owners. Heijin was driving a cart with grass in his mouth, and his brother was glad that the road was so beautiful. On the opposite side, they saw a small cart, which attracted John Pan's attention because it moved faster than the great band, and the boys set off. After a month of long journeys, they reached Anhui province, traveling at the head of their delegation. Driving through the densely populated streets, they noticed that there were delicious places to eat on the sides. Heijin looked around and realized that he shouldn't be here and wondered why his father had sent him here. However, perhaps it was for the best, because here he could learn the true nature of his enemies. After all, he did not fully understand whether their enemy at that time was a follower of the old teachings or a member of one of the 7 great clans. At the time of the attack on their clan, Heijin knew for sure that their ki energy technique was the same as the Pecto technique. In addition to their clan, representatives of 6 other families were present at this meeting. The thieves who attacked his village did not include members of the Namgung, Mayan, and Tang clans, so he had to keep a close eye on the other 3 clans. He smiled slyly as he realized that among those who remained were the Peng clan, the Meng clan, and of course the Zhenggal clan. At this point, our story moves to the forest in Anhui province. In the forest of Anhui province, a boy stands behind a tree and is surrounded by fire. It seems that someone is attacking him. Suddenly, an unfamiliar object flies in his direction, and he tries to dodge it. He manages to dodge and sees that it is an explosive object that blows up the tree he just crashed into. He is being chased by a villain who is trying to blow him up. The explosive blast is so powerful that it can blow up trees around. The thief chasing the boy realizes that he is very fast, and he is even faster than the thief first thought, which becomes a serious problem for him, because the boy can counterattack at any moment. Suddenly, a girl appears and tells the thief that there are many old trees here, and you are using deer equipment. The thief stands in the background of the fire for which he is responsible. The girl came closer and closer to him, it seemed, ready for a confrontation. She realizes that he has used up all his supplies and asks for the last bag to be given to her. The scoundrel wants to stop her and does not understand what she is up to, but she is filled with ki energy, her body filled with the power of the acquired talent, and the thief begs her to stop. But she goes ahead and punches him right in the pelvis, which incapacitates the scoundrel and gives him a serious blow. From her powerful blow, the boy flies with such speed that he breaks through several trees and stops near the last one. The fire that remained on the battlefield after the escape of the villain did not go out, and the boy, who had just escaped the thief's blow, approached the girl's company. He's holding a bag, and it looks like it's what caused the mess. The girl decides to check what's inside, and the guy gets angry because he's always used his bait. At this point, she ties up her messy hair and asks him if he wants his older sister to be safe. If so, he should have been born earlier if he thought it was unfair. After that, they did everything they wanted, and the only thing left to do was put out all the fire that was left on the battlefield, because they had to do it quickly, because they might be late for the meeting. Their names were Jengal Jong and Jengal Aken, and the meeting they were rushing to was the recipient meeting. We moved to a wonderful place called Chohongslu, a famous street where many people have lunch. This public place was like a restaurant, and there was not a single seat available as all the tables were taken, and hungry diners were asking for refills. Ah-hin and Jun also came to this hangout, eagerly waiting for their favorite ramen. The boy was enthusiastically eating his ramen when he suddenly heard a scream. The sound didn't even catch his attention because he didn't care. However, his sister, upon hearing the sound, was unable to ignore it, unlike her brother Jong. She got up from the table and told him they had to go. With great speed, she rose up, and with the force of her movement, she threw Jong's ramen straight into his face. The hot ramen ended up on his head. His clothes soaked up the smell of the spices, and he didn't fully understand why his sister had moved forward so quickly. Since Jong didn't hear anything, maybe her running so fast was just her imagination. At the other end of the city, a boy is standing and holding his hand, which hurts a lot after being hit. We see our hero, Haijin, training with this guy and remarking to him that his consistent and acquired form is pretty good, but has some nuances. Haijin holds the stick above him and throws it towards the boy as his weapon. Haijin's voice reminds him to act as if this is a real battle, but the boy realizes that he has spent all his energy as he catches the stick. Sweat from the eyelids of this boy, who is at the limit of his strength after intense training, drips directly to the ground. Aken ran to see because she heard the sounds of this training battle from all over the city and wanted to know what was going on. The boy asks Haijin to give him another chance. He tries to strike, but Haijin is a true master of the unrecognized front, and Jung and Ehyun sit next to him in the bushes and watch this spectacle. Although the boy asked for a second chance, Haijin's blows were very strong. At some points, Haijin activated his QI energy, which prevented the boy from parrying his swift blows. Although he dodged Haijin's stick swings, he wasn't ready to defeat him yet. As soon as the young master caught his leg with the stick and he managed to dodge, the stick still caught up with him and hit him on the body, creating a truly painful scene. Sitting in the bushes, Aken heard these cries and decided to run away. Haijin stood and looked at his opponent, who was screaming in pain from his blow. He was happy that he was able to do it. His body was finally much lighter and the training was paying off. His true azure silk provided stability in the use of his techniques. He looks at his powerful hands and realizes that he will soon be able to master the martial arts of the four gods, and it will be incredible for him. But his thoughts were interrupted by a man who approached them. This man looked quite old, but he represented a strong figure, as he was the commander of the Hawk Squad, and his name was Sinamo. Haijin told his commander that he would go wash up after the battle and leave the guests who were sitting in the bushes watching him to this commander. Sinamo followed the young master's order, realizing that he was being watched by two spies. He just stood there and didn't make any sudden movements, but after a while he said he could wait all day, so they had better go amicably. The rustle of leaves did not make itself wait long. Aken came out of the bushes. She stood up because she realized that they had been noticed, and her brother, who was nearby, was amazed by her maneuver. The girl introduced herself to the commander of the Hawks and asked for forgiveness, and the reason for her coming was that she heard screams and, seeing the battle, could not take her eyes off the battle. After a while, she also picked up her clumsy brother, who didn't even know how to react. The Hawk commander said that it was good that they confessed, but it was rather impolite to spy. Haijin turned to see the guests and noticed that they were his old acquaintances, and he could not feel their ki energy well. Aken, to justify her actions, said that her brother came first, and in the future she would take care of him as usual, making him a decoy. Of course, he got mad at her for talking to him again and ran after her out of anger. The commander did not react to this in any way, because they were just children. Haijin understood that their human nature and ki energy were different from the thief he had met. But he couldn't jump to conclusions without seeing them in battle, because in the world even a monk could become a killer. Passing by, the girl noticed that the boy was standing still. Although he stood without turning to face them, she realized that this guy is watching them and they need to be careful with him. Soon the evening came, and something incredible happened over the tavern, where people were having dinner. A flame broke out nearby and rose several meters up. People stood up from their tables in shock as a nearby explosion shattered the furniture and dishes on their tables, startling them. Pushing each other, they started running out of the tavern to escape the unknown threat. Smoke rose from a nearby window from the recent explosion they feared. Someone's foot stepped on the floor, which was all covered in fire, as if someone was controlling it. A rather unpleasant man wrapped in bags of explosives emerged from the blast circle and began to explain who had abused his subordinates. The man poured out some liquid from the bag, saying that the culprit of the previous incident had better get out in a good way, otherwise he was ready to burn everything here. Aken and Jun watched this scene from the roof, realizing that the events of the evening were continuing. When the boy heard his sister's words, he did not understand what she was talking about, but she quickly explained to him that this was the boss of the guy she beat up earlier. She quickly ran forward, ignoring her brother's words, who suggested that she turn to the Yen clan for help. When he saw that Aken had once again ignored him and decided to act on her own, he realized that this was very similar to her behavior. As she began to land her boot on one of the roofs, he was directly above the site of the explosion, and the elusive force of the air kept him in the air. She shouted to the thief that the man who had offended his servant was already here and told him to stop playing with fire. The man's men noticed that the girl who had caused all this mess had arrived, and they all began to shout that she was there on the roof. Some of them were glad to see her because they were going to take her prisoner. His battered servant with a broken arm noticed the girl and urged his master to seize her quickly. But the master dealt a strong blow to the subordinate without showing him any sympathy. This was due to the fact that he could not properly see the girl through his subordinate. Knocked down, the maid fell to the ground, and now nothing prevented the boss from getting a good look at her. The unworthy boss shouted to the girl to come downstairs and they would discuss everything because they had to meet face to face. From the height of the roof, she noticed that the villain was using the shadow arm, a technique that, when energy enters another person's body, causes severe pain. Therefore, one had to be careful with this scoundrel. She thought for a long time whether to go down, but decided to stay on the roof. Meanwhile, the guys below decided to teach her a lesson and started throwing large amounts of explosives right in her direction. The boss was not alone, and he used gestures to indicate where to throw explosives, giving the impression that he was the conductor of an orchestra. The boss understood that explosive packages flying at the girl were very dangerous, and after this salvo, something bad could happen to her. Bags of explosives flew straight at the girl, and she did not react immediately, and perhaps would not have had time if not for her brother, who intervened and came to the aid of her sister. By activating the little star technique, he was able to stop the bombs that were flying, protecting his sister, and even took them into his own hands, stopping their action. After that, with hands full of goodness, he descended to earth. But he realized that his technique required a huge amount of energy. Soon he noticed that daggers were stuck in his leg, and his sister was already rushing to help. They were devil daggers that had plunged straight into his body, and the wounds from them were bleeding as if they were charged with some kind of energy. Jun, feeling nauseous, began to spit blood on the ground. As soon as the blood hit the ground, a terrible smell arose, and the girl, approaching her brother, realized that it was the smell of poison. The master, returning the daggers with fresh blood to his hands, assured the girl not to worry, because he has an antidote, and it doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman, they have to be alive to be sold. And all this testified that he adhered to this philosophy and considered himself a great master of fire. Against this background, everything was burning, and the name of this criminal was Banga. When she saw this criminal's horrific attack on her brother, she was filled with rage. She gathered her key energy and prepared to forcibly take this antidote from him. Poisonous chaos enveloped the place where people had recently dined, and debris was visible below. Heijin came out of his hotel and saw what was happening. His brother soon ran out of the bedroom, saw the aftermath, and said he would not tell the Hawks about the fire. In turn, the other clan asked for help, to which Heijin assured them that they should not worry as the wind was blowing the other way, and the fire would not spread. In response, his brother told him to help the Jeghal clan and make sure that help came as soon as possible. But John Pan looked at his brother and noticed that he did not respond to any of his words. Heijin watched the events closely. His eyes were filled with an unknown power. He'd seen Aken lash out in rage at the host who decided to attack the tavern, and he wanted her to continue in the same vein. He wanted her to show him more, show him the martial arts of his clan that he so wanted to see. While the girl was attacking the rogue boss, he easily dodged her attack. Our hero looked at the burning flames of battle, and realized that if these people from the Jeghal clan had put an end to his home clan in his previous life, only he can feel the power of this energy and understand its origin. The Emperor of Darkness will turn the entire province of Hebei into a sea of fire filled with blood. The battle continues, and Akin's botched attempt on the boss causes chaos in the city. Smoke fills the streets, and the roar echoes in the buildings. She activates her clan's mysterious technique, suddenly revealing all the cards on the table. The light of her aura illuminates the surrounding shadows. Her opponent, a rogue fighter, takes a defensive stance, giving the illusion that he is in control of the battle. He laughs at her efforts, mocking her failures. Knowing the secret of the Jiggle clan, he defiantly raises his daggers, condemning the girl for using the Divine First Black Birch technique. Meanwhile, the girl concentrates the energy of the Divine technique, realizing that, despite all the obstacles, she must hurry, because her brother is on the verge of death. The villain mockingly calls her a heartless sister, pointing out that she only decided to use the secret technique after her brother passed out. His words deeply hurt the girl, but she does not let it distract her from her goal. The bandit, in turn, puts his hand on his head, thinking that the girl is actually sorry, and prepares to end her short life. Akin throws a kick, looking to inflict pain on his opponent. However, the boss does not rule his organization for nothing, because his strength makes it easy to parry his blows, confirming his dominance in battle. In a moment, he throws a volley of his sharp daggers, liberally coated with poison, at her. Daggers fly towards the girl, but do not touch her thanks to incredible dexterity. Accumulating the energy of the divine technique, Akin rushes forward, her aura shining, forming a powerful strike. This punch is designed to meet the ugly face of the cunning scoundrel. She activates Little Star's palm, and her blow pierces the boss's body. He recoiled from the blow, his legs buckled, and he stopped. Although she hit him hard, the boss seemed completely unconcerned about the injury. She is confident that she executed the shot flawlessly, feeling that she had achieved her goal. However, the villain did not fall, so she decides to attack again. There was no time to think. It was necessary to act quickly. Resolutely rising, she again heads towards her enemy. Suddenly, a sharp dagger appears out of nowhere and flies straight at her. She sees the dagger glowing with red chi energy. With the speed of light, she turns away, avoiding the impact, and thus continues her life for a while. Although she does not understand how it happened, she can understand how after her powerful blow, this old bastard is still on his feet and seems to magically throw a dagger at her. She decides to move to a safe distance to reassess the situation because everything happened too suddenly. With his burning, bleeding boss in the background, he tells her that her punch wasn't bad and that he even seemed to be in pain. The Fire Lord's rage overflows and he is desperate to tear the girl to pieces, attacking her with his treacherous daggers. Dodging them with all her might, she tries not to fall on his hook. She even has to dodge daggers because there are so many of them. But her technique is also powerful, and she can smash daggers into pieces with her divine ki energy. But with each demonic technique lowered, this Fire Lord added his melee attack, increasing the pressure on the girl. In a fierce fight, they collide, and he hits the girl on the arm with his burning foot. The blow was brutal and searing, and the girl felt how it penetrated her body with full force. But she wasn't going to give up. She grabbed his leg with one hand and decided to hit him with the other. Her fist flew straight into his face, and she hoped the blow would be fatal for him. After his fist collided with the scoundrel's face, he suffered enough injuries to make him a better man. But despite this, he stayed on his feet, defending and counterattacking effectively. The scoundrel moved to a comfortable distance and saw that the girl was already tired and was beginning to fall. He hoped she wouldn't be able to last long using her technique. After all, her martial art was very powerful and difficult for her, which made her easy prey for the enemy. And as she held onto her body and her energy was already fading, she realized that the situation was getting worse. Suddenly, the boss reminds his subordinates not to waste time and start attacking the girl with the aim of capturing her. A crowd of barbarians begins to surround her. Her strength begins to leave her, and she realizes that she cannot cope with them alone. What hurts her the most is the realization that all this happened because of her and her brother may never wake up. This moonlit night is bathed in fiery light, creating a menacing atmosphere. Our hero stands aside, watching the technique used by the girl, but does not rush to help her. But suddenly her brother, John Penn, cannot stand such lawlessness and intervenes in the fight. He decides to help her despite the danger. Hee-jin looks at him and realizes that he has to support his brother. He exhales, catching himself thinking he feels something strange. This unusual feeling haunts him, and perhaps it can reveal something mysterious to him. But he had no time to think. He raised his wooden staff, preparing for action. He raises his staff above him like a spear, aiming at the enemy. His task is to throw and hit the villain to intervene in the battle. Activating his energy, He hurls his staff into the crowd of scoundrels. At this moment, a bunch of barbarians are frantically crushing everything in their path. One of the blows hits Akin in the body right on the spot. Falling to the ground, she falls to her knees and realizes that her strength is leaving her. At this moment, she thinks that her life could have ended in such an unpleasant place. The thugs have surrounded her and are laughing, remembering how she once moved nimbly. But now it seems that everything is over for her. One of the bandits, seeing the helpless girl, thought to use the situation to his advantage and asked permission from his commander. But at the same time, a staff flies with great force and cuts off his head, stopping his terrible thoughts. The girl, who saw this incredible sight, did not understand who took her side, and the face of the murdered villain was covered in blood. When the bandit fell, everyone held their breath, trying to understand what had happened. Our hero emerges from the thick smoke that enveloped the chaos. The thugs were distracted by the brutal beheading of their fellow man, and it's clear that they can't leave it unanswered. The boy, aware of the possible consequences of his intervention in the battle, silently moves forward. One of the bandits looks at him and asks who he is, who could do such a thing. The girl in turn looks at the young master of the Pek Senyen clan, noticing his strong figure. She understands that he was not afraid to intervene in the fight. But the main question that worries her is why he helps her, and why he looks at her so coldly. One of the soldiers, carrying a mace-like weapon on his shoulder, approached Hedin. He ran closer and closer to remind Hedin of something very important that he might not have known about. When the boss asks you a question, you have to answer quickly, and he wanted to make Gaijin answer. But a minute later, the warrior falls to the ground, burned to death. His weapon falls and rolls to the boy's feet, who bends down to pick it up. A crowd of thugs stands and stares in disbelief at what has just happened. But their comrade is lying on the ground, his weapon now in the boy's hands. Of course, they have no intention of leaving it at that and surround him, ready to attack, some with claws, some with swords, some with sabers, all bearing down on Hedin. But what had he done to kill their comrade without even touching him? Hedin takes a fighting stance and the asphalt breaks beneath him. The boss of these bandits shouts to his army to stop him at any cost. The calm guy instantly doubles in the eyes of the thugs, almost like an illusion. With incredible speed, mace in hand, he rushes in different directions to scatter these miserable scoundrels. He beats them mercilessly, smashing their ugly faces, thereby making the world a little better. Although he didn't really want to help this girl, he realizes that he won't learn anything if she just dies. Holding in his hands the weapon taken from the bandits, he scatters a pile of the bodies of these scoundrels in different directions, and no one can harm him. And the bones of the bandits crunch like crackers. With twisted hands, at best alive, they remain on the battlefield, all destroyed. And the Lord of Fire instantly turns pale and feels sick, because in front of him stands a boy with an unknown power. In 1 minute, he destroyed his entire army, and just as the last warrior fainted, Hyejin stands there, concentrating his ki energy, which scares the boss to his core. Even the fire that was burning in that direction is silenced by this boy's power. The boss simply does not know how to react, because all his soldiers are dead, and he only hit the vulnerable spots. At this moment, he realizes that he cannot afford to relax, because he is not just a girl. He activates his devil fire daggers. He takes them in his hands and turns to the boy with a question on his lips. "Who the hell are you?" Meanwhile, Hyejin approaches the girl he saved. She is in a state of shock and cannot find the words to express her gratitude. Our hero takes her hand and squeezes it tightly. He stands nearby and his chakra seems to merge with her body, causing the girl pain that makes her scream. But the boy tells her to shut up, but thinks to himself that she should show him the real Kai energy. And as soon as she falls silent for a few seconds, his power begins to penetrate her body. The guy feels that something is wrong with her, because he understands that her energy is actually hostile. He wonders if the girl is really his enemy, like her entire clan. Having felt everything he wanted, he even gets a little angry. He casually pushes her hand aside and prepares to say something. I wanted her to take care of her little brother while he was the boss. The girl wants to tell him that he probably does not know who he is dealing with, because the main weapon of the boss is poison daggers, and one scratch can lead to death. Hyejin stands in front of her and reminds her that he is not going to put up with her for long, and asks if she heard what he said. With an incredibly cold and angry energy, he turns to her and rudely tells her to get out of the way because she is only getting in his way. When she saw how she was answered and felt a chill on her skin, she was at a loss for words. She can only shut up, take her brother, and take him to a safe place. The gang boss is watching all of this closely, and decides to step in to see if the guy is done with his family feuds. The bandit noticed that the boy was only pretending to be strong in front of the girl, and that in reality, he was not a threat. To which the boy replied that his silent red tribe art was quite insignificant. The bandit was impressed by his knowledge, because no one knew about his clan and its technique. This infuriated the bandit, because how could this unfortunate boy know about his technique? But our hero took the mace, twirled it in front of him, standing in a stance, and told the bandit that he was going to ask him a question to which he would have to answer. What technique does he use? We cut to a girl carrying her unconscious brother under a moonlit sky. She thinks he's getting worse and worse, but she can't get the thought out of her head about how the clansman treated her and drove her crazy. She promises that next time she will make him her debtor, because this arrogant eldest son of the clan humiliated her. There was also a squad of hawks in the courtyard, and the commander told Brother Jipeng that they had put out the fire near the southwest gate. He wanted to ask him if he should help Master Hojin in this situation. Brother Jipeng hesitantly surveyed the situation, wondering if their help was really needed in this conflict, or if Hojin could handle the fallout on his own. Jipeng couldn't answer even a word, because he had nothing to say in this situation. The commander of the Hawks was looking at him at this moment, trying to reach him. He looked around, seeing the corpses of these scoundrels lying on the ground. Hejin's boss fight was so powerful that support seemed unnecessary. His brother, Joe Penn, said he didn't think Hejin needed help while the fight was going on in the background. It was a fight from which only one would come out alive, and the leader of the bandits already felt his doom. At the same moment, Hejin pounced on him, and not just with cold hands. He was also sharp and had a mace that could knock the spirit out of him with one blow. And so it happened that the bandit missed one blow of our hero. It was so strong and accurate that the bandit's teeth flew into pieces. He regained consciousness for a few seconds, but the dagger remained in his hand. Although he was beaten almost to death, he still counterattacked, shooting from under our hero's feet. This dagger flew past Hejin without even touching him. He flies over the enemy, does a somersault, and in an incredible maneuver ends up behind the enemy. The boss, the Fire Lord, was taken aback by this maneuver and couldn't even react in time. But a second later, a heavy mace flew straight into his back. The impact seriously crushed his limbs, and he was even on the verge of giving up. But in this battle, someone had to die, and he decided to tell the boy that it was necessary to end this nonsense and send Hejin to the other world. In turn, our hero told him that he is the most boring fighter and he is not even interested in fighting him. And without saying a word, he did not use the art of the Silent Red Tribe or the Silent God of the Left, which he really wanted to see. After analyzing the situation, our hero realized that the bandit uses his technique only to strengthen his daggers, while the technique itself is the strongest in the world, and he should not waste it so thoughtlessly. The bandit tensed, but our hero continued to shame him, calling him a liar, because even though he calls himself a Fire Lord, his attacks do not contain a single drop of fire energy, and he does not deserve that title. The boy even doubted that the bandit had actually learned the Silent Left God technique, and these words, like a knife to the heart, deeply cut into the bandit, making him very angry. It was a special psychological attack on a stupid thug, who got so angry that he decided to demonstrate the art of the Silent Red Tribe in real life to this guy. The boy remembers how in his past life, in one of the cold caves, he learned about the technique of the four gods, which began with the divine energy of the north. He asks the old man why he had to start training with this particular energy, and the old man begins to poke a hole in the rock with his finger. After his energy wears off, he pulls his finger out, leaving a precise hole in the rock. The old man says that the energy of the water god is the strongest of the four gods, but at the same time the softest. She is capable of powering battering rams and artillery, and raising her hand. The old man wants to show him another trick. Touching the wall with his hand, a wave comes out of it, as if on water, the old man demonstrates. Then he begins to do incredible things with his own hand, draws as if with a laser on a stone rock. This technique allows you to improve already learned martial arts. His hands continue to draw something on the stone using energy. A minute later, he painted a picture of the Box of the North, the water god Kiahi. Hejin asks him if he wants to awaken the power of the four gods, what he needs to do. To which the old man replies that, to tell the truth, he is not yet at that stage of development. He says that you need to use the intent to kill and the morale of the enemy. We cut to the battlefield where Hejin uses the infernal flames of evil to fight the thugs, driving them insane, all on purpose to invoke God's energy in the battle. The bandit leader grits his teeth. Energy fills every corner of his body. In an instant, his muscles grow larger and his body engulfed in flames, all to show the boy his place. He discards the daggers he preferred, and rushes into the attack without them, because he no longer needs them. His strength is off the charts, and the boy stands calmly and waits for his attack. It is all very boring for him, and there is no emotion of sadness or fear on his face. He sees his boss in front of him, burning with the flames of the so-called unconditional red tribe technique. But this still does not affect our hero, as he easily dodges all attacks. Like a child playing with a ball, he plays with this scoundrel. The blows are strong, but at the same time weak for the Emperor of Darkness. He mocks the warrior and tells him that even an anthill cannot be stopped with such fire. And this scoundrel makes him laugh. "What? You can't do anything else?" he mocks. The leader of the bandits cannot find a place for himself, because he has never heard such an insult before. He promises to burn everything around, both inside Gaijin and around him. The power is out of control and his inner demon is unleashed, filling the situation with even more rage and even more fire. The relationship with the boy heats up to the limit. The blow flies past Gaijin with tremendous speed and force, destroying trees and walls. But after a strong blow broke against the tree, leaving a mark there, the strength began to fade. The gangster did all this to see the reaction of the boy, who was smiling. Not only does he use all his powers, but he is laughed at in other situations as well. A tornado of fire descends on the boy, who skillfully continues to dodge it. He seems to ignore this fight, not allowing the boss to catch up with him and hit him. This infuriates the boss and makes him attack harder and harder. But all he wants is to exhaust the enemy's forces and find his vulnerable spots. He even releases the mace from his hands to continue the intrigue and dodge attacks. At this point, the boss thinks he's found his weak spot and catches him, trying to catch the guy with his huge fire hand to kill him. And he in turn catches him with his bare hand, and they cross their arms. Although the boss thought he was going to kill him and caught what he thought was a dumb bastard. Holding his hand, the boss was already planning how he would kill him, starting with breaking all his bones. He was already laughing, imagining the boy's corpse in front of him. But suddenly he smelled the energy of water that appeared in the air. His fiery hand begins to die down and steam begins to rise from his hand. The shocked boss does not understand where this pair came from and how it is possible. But after a second, he realizes that his legs are up to his knees in water. He looks at the rising water. The water rises and extinguishes all the fire of his technique and strength. Not understanding what happened and how it happened, he starts to get nervous. And then we see the guy holding his hand, and everything around them is enveloped in what looks like energy, and it's like they're in water, even though they're not. And suddenly the technique of the great god disappeared. This made the boss realize that things had not gone according to plan, and his face changed dramatically. But how exactly was the boy able to awaken the god of water, the Lord of the North? The energy was so powerful that it started to rain from the sky. In front of the Lord of Fire stood a huge god of water, a mythical creature in the form of a turtle with a snake, symbolizing the god who protects the north and one of the 4 directions of the world, Henma. The boss understands that all his techniques are useless. The fire in his demonic hands no longer ignites. It seemed that in an unimaginable way, his technique had been completely absorbed. This overload causes his nostrils and mouth to bleed. He does not give up and, shouting at the boy, "Son of a bitch," tries at least somehow. He asks the boy what he did with his energy and at the same time tries to hit him. Although the fire above the inn was not yet extinguished, it was only gaining strength. The body of the culprit of this party was thrown to the ground by strong blows. The guy approaches the body of his boss, who is lying exhausted on the ground, and thanks him. His gratitude is that thanks to his boss, he was able to awaken God Henma. The robber, in turn, begs for mercy, lying on the ground and promising the boy mountains of gold for his mercy. But our hero, looking straight into the eyes of this scoundrel, tells him that he can play with his favorite fire. Coming closer, he directs his hands, accumulating all the energy near the humiliated body of the scoundrel. Ammo flies straight into the face of this nasty boss. The blow hits right in the middle of the fire, over which he can no longer exercise control. And at that moment, his body begins to burn like never before, and the Lord of Fire is defeated. The last thing he sees before his death is the boy's silhouette, and his scream fills the streets of the city, destroying everything in its path and taking the villain with it. The boy observes everything with extreme curiosity, cold and sophisticated. Suddenly, his brother Jin Peng approaches him, unable to utter a word as he looks at his brother in shock and does not recognize him. The next day after the battle, the air in the tavern was filled with the smell of burning, but there was no more fire. People gathered to rebuild what was destroyed. The builders worked tirelessly to restore the destroyed building, and surprisingly, the walls were not that badly damaged. One builder tells another that a master of the Yen clan personally caught the Palia. When the builder was driving a nail, a smelly guy came up to him and asked him to tell about the incident, to which the builder replied that he not only caught the pile, but also burned it to the ground. Sensing the boy's stench, the builder waved his hand at him, but the boy did not believe him, because he could not imagine that a young gentleman from a respectable clan was capable of such a thing. Suddenly the boss ran up to them. He opened his arms and wanted to hug the boy who was flying above him with the stench, greeting him and saying that he had heard about his journey here. Approaching him, he took his hand and said that if they had not contacted him beforehand, he would have been killed. They would free up all their time and schedules for him, said the respectable man who belonged to a well-known noble family. But this scruffy guy says that since they are only beggars, maybe they can try to take the time of the master of Thorny Melody Pavilion. He asks how the repairs are progressing and is told that the work is progressing well and quickly, thanks to the efforts of the Poor People's Sect. This scruffy man then says that if they have any problems, they can call him any time, and leaves the construction site. Builders are surprised by the man's status because he looks like a complete Bejatchenko. The official explains that this is the person who hired them to help build the Thorn Melody Pavilion. Builders look at his figure and cannot believe that this man can afford something so impressive, although he has enough money. It turns out that it was the successor to the organization of the White Islands faction. When he walked away from the construction site and learned of the rumors, he was amazed at how easily the boy had defeated Bang, one of the 13 strongest in the Black Islands faction. He became curious and wanted to see for himself who this young gentleman from the Yin clan was, and full of enthusiasm, spreading his wings, he rushes to the city of the assembly of his successors, where he is going to do his begging. The sounds of training can be heard in the dense forest. As usual, Henjin is training, practicing his techniques. He hits the tree, making a hole, using the Xuan Guardian technique, which specializes in protection. Proper use of the power of direction can turn this martial art into a powerful offensive tool. This Xuan Guardian art is also effective for clearing cloudy qi. It has been said since ancient times that if Swan the Guardian is strong, your body will not have a lot of cloudy qi. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a team of hawks. They inform the young master that they have finished training. At this point, Hyunjin wonders what is going on with Jiping. The hawk commander said that Jeepin wanted to fight a little on his own. The boy couldn't believe his ears, because it didn't look like a jeep. But suddenly he strained his vision and noticed one of the men. There was an inexplicable atmosphere in this circle of swordsmen. A girl came out from the side, and it was her again. Heijin said, "If you are well, then return to the clan." But she tried to stop him by grabbing his clothes. She had a few questions for him and wanted to ask them. At that time his brother was sitting on a tree. It was difficult for him to understand all this. He breathed slowly, trying to calm himself down. From the height of his position, he wondered if he really knew his brother well. But at the last moment, something happened to his brother, so that he could not even recognize him. The image of his brother kept coming back to him, and he wondered if he had made a mistake. But unexpectedly, his solitude was disturbed by He-jin and A-hin. He didn't expect to see them, but they were walking by, discussing something, and didn't notice John Pan. Looking at them, he wondered if he was doing the right thing by listening to their conversations. The dark side tells him that he would do the same if he were him, but the white side holds him back, saying that it's not right. However, he jumps from the tree, apologizing to the good side. For him, not honor is important, but curiosity. Heijin and the girl stop in the middle of the forest, convinced that no one will hear them. The guy asks what she wants from him. The girl takes his hand and begins to materialize the energy, which takes the form of a ball. This is the technique of the divine first black birch. It is important for her that her blow is filled with energy that penetrates the belly of Bang, the Fire Lord. However, her technique does him no harm, and even he feels no pain from her. Although he had defeated him so easily with his wood qi energy, our hero hadn't fully realized it yet. He filled his lungs with the fresh air of the magical forest, noting that the light and soft refreshing aroma of her qi smells like birch. But on the other hand, everything turned out to be far from so friendly. The martial art of that irresponsible type is a path of silent union that harnesses fiery qi that burns everything in its path. And he asked the girl a question. What, in her opinion, will happen if you throw fire into a tree? Will it catch fire? For him, this opponent is not the best choice for this girl, and when she realized this, her heart sank in disappointment. She realized that she couldn't even imagine that it could be related to different qi energies. Although she got the answer to her question, her curiosity persisted and she wanted to ask one more. However, the guy who was standing there in silence didn't seem to realize how difficult it was. The girl explained that she meant that irresponsible boy whom he burned, because that irresponsible boy called himself the Lord of Fire and Lightning, and the boy mockingly burned him in his own fire. When asked why it was so cruel, the girl replied that a normal person probably would not have been able to do such a thing, and everyone who saw this scene must have been shocked. And immediately after those words, the boy understood why his brother, Jin Pan, wanted to be alone with him, and why his brigade had been so tense in his presence before. Since this was the territory of the white faction of the islands, and his actions were similar to those of the Dark Emperor, it was unacceptable in terms of the norms he followed. But despite this, he smiled and decided to forgive himself. After telling the girl that he could kill you and your brother, and that he was a real criminal, he first started the fire. And in the face of danger to the lives of so many people, why should he feel sorry for someone like him? The girl could not disagree, because death is really fair. Regardless of whether you are a good person or a bad person, death will still meet you. But should the method of killing differ between good and bad people? According to our hero, thieves should die in agony. This is what he considers fair, honest, and righteous. And at that moment, the girl simply could not say anything more. She looked at the boy, wondering how old he was. And it seems that he looked her age, but thought like her father. There was one important detail that Aachen noticed. His aura was similar to that of the older man. But despite this, the boy explains to her that he is only 18. Then the girl asks why he always looks so gloomy, as if he has already lived at least 2 lives. With these words, the guy reluctantly understands the essence of her joke. He is silent, but the thought flashed through his mind that one day his brother would understand everything. Despite all this, he continues to receive help from this man. And the thought that he is standing over her brother, who is smoldering from the poison that the scoundrel poured into him, remains in his memory. The girl who wants to leave him says that she hates him with all her might, but the boy insists that she do something to get her brother back and make amends. But she slyly sends him a nafig, noting that she is a year older than him, and calls to treat her like an older sister, to which the hero simply remains silent. 2 days later, at the meeting of the heirs in the city of Ainshan, everything was ready for the ceremony. And the brothers, accompanied by Hawks, arrived on time and in full force. The commander of the Hawks emphasized that they were already here and that they would dismount. Lizzie was the first to dismount and go to the door. He started knocking and said, "If anyone is here, please open the door." After a minute of waiting, the door opened, and it became clear that people were waiting there. A fat man sat in the center, and around him stood his men. He asked if it was the Green Mountain clan. He was interested in that question. The Hawk commander replied that everything was correct, and that he was Shinmo, in charge of the escort. The fat man introduced himself as Hanmon of the Jinchuan clan, saying that he was honored to meet the warriors of the Yen clan. Since Seunjan is the steel-poison dragon of the Ha-Homan clan, the boy looks at this man and realizes that the person standing behind him is very familiar to him. He realizes that he has seen this person's face before. For obvious reasons, he didn't like his expressionless face, and he wasn't sure that this person was really from the Tang clan. According to our hero, this person looks like someone he's met before, but he can't remember exactly where or when it was. Just by looking at this guy's face, Heijin immediately knew that it was the same guy from his past life who had used a special technique to defeat him at the most unexpected moment. Its energy pierced through Heijin's heart, taking his life and forcing him to be reborn when he was still young. Our hero grabbed his heart, and memories haunt him. He must take revenge on Quan for the betrayal that happened at one of the most important moments of his life. Heijin looks around the crowd and recognizes the fat man's son, the same scoundrel who left him for dead in the past. As the delegation approaches, the Hawk squad commander introduces the young clan master Yen Hojin and his brother Chong Ping as the outstanding warriors of their guild. At this time, the head of the Dragon clan remarks that he has heard a lot about them. The clan head waves his hand, asking which of them is the second young master, as he has heard that the second is an impressive and talented left-hander. His outspoken statement causes tension among all members of the delegation, especially when the Hawk commander mentions John Penn. The outraged commander asks them to observe etiquette because they are the leaders of Shin's squad. However, the young master is not going to respond to provocations. He goes ahead of everyone and invites everyone to eat and satisfy his hunger, because he is hungry. The dinner invitation turns out to be a much better offer than the conflict resolution, and the Yen clan, despite Chief Shin, moves forward without looking back. Clan leader Shin watches the people passing by and realizes that he is being treated just as rudely. He stands by his son, watching as they are completely ignored. Hyejin was rude, but his son notes that despite his appearance, he has enough courage. A young man named Yang Sang from the Sichuan Tang clan looks at Hyejin's with worry, realizing that he has allowed himself too much in relation to the Tang clan. He watched the departing Yen clan delegation with interest, analyzing how the upcoming meeting between the heirs would develop. On that note, we fast forward 2 days to the heirs' banquet hall. In one of the courtyards, 2 burly men greet their old acquaintance, who, in their opinion, has become incredibly beautiful. They wonder how much time has passed since they last met. Hyejin looks ahead and sees representatives of the Peng clan, who had recently conquered Hefei. They are dressed in red and white and look quite confident. The girl who talks to them notices that they have become thinner because, as they explain, they eat a lot. Our hero, watching them in the banquet hall, remembers that he saw them a few days ago. The moment he greeted them, they shook his hand tightly. Smiling, they introduced themselves as Daeho and shook Hyejin's hand for a long time, saying that they were very pleased to meet you. During this time, our hero managed to study their internal chi energy, which was different from the energy of the criminals he was looking for. And the girl who was talking to them was Lan Moen's daughter, and she felt insecure in front of such strong men. Thinking back to his past life, Hyejin remembers the Moen clan and the old man who was its leader, and ambushed him in the Commonwealth. It was while he was resting by the stone that this old man stabbed him in the heart. But it was in his past life, and now there is no such threat. Hyejin should not be distracted by such trifles, especially at a time like this. Despite the past, there's only one clan he hasn't tested yet. This is the Mien clan. Will Hyejin feel their power? During the banquet, he carefully analyzes all the representatives, but there is no one from the Moen clan among them. He is watched from afar by a girl with lush hair who is actively looking for Hyejin. Suddenly, she notices him in the crowd and realizes with surprise that she has finally found the one she was looking for. This pretty girl causes astonishment among those around her when they see her selflessly searching for Hyejin. Meanwhile, a boy named Hyung from the Nam Gang clan enjoys alcohol and flirts with girls, inviting them to spend time together. Just as Hyung was about to say something to the girls, he noticed a pretty girl. Right after he saw her, he couldn't look away because he hadn't seen her in so many years. He left the beautiful ladies in his entourage and went to her. As he got closer, he noticed that she started greeting and flirting with someone else. At that moment, the girl approached Hyejin, who recognized her and said, "Is that you again?" The girl answered, "I haven't been there for 2 days." Hyung felt embarrassed as he watched the girl happily greet Hyejin, and when Hyejin asked her to stop following him because he was busy, Hyung was extremely disappointed. Hyung wondered why such a pretty girl from a famous clan was hanging out with this bastard Hyejin. 10 minutes later, the girl invited Hyejin to have a snack. They found a great place and started talking. She was impressed by the power of the Yen clan's martial arts. Hyejin replied that it was nothing to brag about, and that even though he had perfect technique, he needed to get stronger. The girl praised his modesty. She understood that he was already strong, but Hyejin wanted to become the strongest in the world. His words struck the girl. "It's better to strive for perfection than to settle for mediocrity," he said, as Heng watched them from the side. Hearing this phrase, Heng realized that their Nam Gang clan was the closest to becoming the strongest in the world. Hyejin and the girl continued their dialogue. Hyejin said that no one in the world can be invincible, and everyone has the ability to constantly improve. The girl agreed with him, but noted that there is one person in the world who can really be called the strongest in the whole world. She remembered the Emperor of the 4 battlefields, who could do incredible things and stood in her imagination on a mountain of corpses of his enemies. "This is a legendary warrior who led the blood religion 300 years ago," she says. Hyejin laughed at these words, because his name sounded a little childish. According to legend, the Emperor of the 4 martial arts wanted to be called the strongest in the world, because he possessed the 4 main martial arts that allowed him to attack, defend, and dodge as efficiently as possible. He is so strong that he even defeated the Golden Dragon and was named the Golden Dragon Emperor, she added. The girl folded her hands and said that she still thought it was an overly enthusiastic way of looking at things. But Hyejin understood that attack, defense, and evasion, as well as the 4 martial arts styles, were all descriptions of the techniques of the 4 guardian gods. Moreover, the Golden Dragon Shi is the highest form of the techniques of the 4 dragon gods. He stood up, realizing that perhaps the Emperor of the 4 martial directions had inherited the technique of the 4 guardian gods. As soon as he stood up, the Dragon Clan guy we saw earlier walked up to them. He wondered how they were having such a great time. He quickly looked around and saw an empty chair nearby. He brazenly walked up to them and sat down next to the beautiful girl, trying to join their company. However, their circle of communication was not ready to accept this boy. They did not want to talk to him, but his confidence and arrogance made their communication uncomfortable. The girl, sitting straight, did not know what to say to him. However, recognizing him, she allowed him to stay. And now the three of them are sitting at the same table, but somehow the dialogue between them does not form. The girl decided to diffuse the situation and introduce the boy sitting across from her. But the representative of the Dragon Clan already knew who he was. He continues his appeal, stating that he's not here to meet people, and actively tries to ignore Hejin. The girl looks at this guy and feels that she has stepped on something unpleasant. The guy puts his cup on the table and demands that the girl pour him tea. She accepts his request with the appearance of agreement, but in reality she has no intention of pouring anything on him. Then, he unexpectedly throws his glass into her with a slight click. The glass flies towards her, but she deftly sends it back in his direction. Still smiling, she says, "Pour yourself some tea." But the guy insists that she pour anyway. The girl continues to refuse and defends her position, rejecting his request. He points his finger at Hejin and says that she just poured tea for this guy, but the girl realizes that Hejin is her friend. Kwon tries to stop his cheeky jokes. He tells the girl that he can be her friend too, but she notices that he is too rude and rejects his attempts. At that moment, they understood each other, but no one dared to be rude. Kunan noticed how the girl was glowing, and it made him burn with envy. Akin just smiled at him and hoped that Kunan would leave soon, realizing that no one appreciated him here. Kwon raised his glass above his head and addressed the girl. "You are very cute, which makes you different from other girls who are submissive and boring." Heng didn't understand what he was getting at, but his words made her suspicious. At that moment, her friend Heng, who was observing the situation, approached Kunan from behind and told him to stop. "It's a bad idea to interfere in people's relationships. Just get up and leave," Heng said. Kunan saw Heng standing behind him and warned him not to stand behind him because he was from the powerful Tang clan and his own safety was important to him. But Heng represented the Namgal clan. Suddenly, a member of the Dragon Clan rose from his chair. He stood up and looked straight into Heng's eyes, telling him that the Sword King was no match for the Sky King. But Heng, in turn, had no idea who he was talking about. Hejin watches these two rival boys and thinks that they are like little kids competing to see who is the coolest. Each of them is trying to prove that he is the strongest in the world by making a fuss out of nothing. Suddenly, a third man intervenes in their argument with a mocking remark that idiots think they are the strongest. He declares that they are all nothing in the presence of the Mean clan. The people around who were watching this scene were surprised by the appearance of this new person. Hejin feels his hand shake as he realizes who the man is. A third young master of the Mean clan named Horim appears out of nowhere and declares that they are not worthy to be called a stronger clan in the presence of the real clans. This guy appears out of nowhere. No one has ever seen him before. He descends the stairs, an aura of strength and chi energy blowing behind him. People present at the ceremony cannot take their eyes off his movements, so impressed are they by his appearance. Horim looked so powerful that his appearance at the very moment when the boys were arguing made a strong impression. When Hyun noticed Horim, he fell silent, and Horim remarked that they could be stronger if they were from the Nimgal or Moen clan. Standing by the table, he looked at the two boys with contempt, as if they were no better than trash. He said that he could recognize all these clans as strong, but the Tang clan was just a joke to him. The representative of the Dragon Clan, hearing these words, exploded in anger, outraged by such disrespectful treatment. A sharp tension arose between them, and no one could predict what would happen next. The boy waited for Horim to apologize and questioned him to clarify if he really said that. Horim only smiled and replied that one should not talk so lightly about who is the strongest in the world. Kun-an, unable to control his anger, was visibly angry, which was visible to everyone present. Horim, in turn, told him that he was showing his weakness by allowing himself to get angry so easily, and advised him to calm down. But it was too late. Chi energy began to fill every cell of the boy's body, and his entire aura glowed with chakra. Without thinking, he proudly looks at the Tang clan and rushes to attack Horim. The girl, seeing that a real carnage is about to take place, wants to protect her friend Hejin, who happens to be between two fighters. But suddenly, the cup flew through the air with a bullet and hit someone. The glass hit Harima in the hand, doused him with water, and shattered into pieces. Horim picks up the fragments and looks at them in surprise, not understanding how the cup could have gotten into his hand so quickly. Kunin is indignant at the thought of someone who has unseemly interfered in their dialogue. Meanwhile, Hejin, who was sitting calmly at the table, distracted the two men who were arguing from their conversation. Taking his hand, he lifted it up and apologized, saying it was his mistake. Horim smiled when he heard the word mistake from Heijin. Horim couldn't believe it was a mistake as he held the shards of glass in his hands. He was sure it was a deliberate attack. When Heijin looks into Horim's eyes, he realizes that he is trying to provoke him. Their eyes met, and Heijin carried himself with dignity, not showing his weakness. Horim suddenly started laughing, saying that Heijin was such a funny young man. He curiously asks which clan Heijin belongs to, but our hero refuses to answer his question. Heijin advises Horim to focus on the person he's dealing with, and everyone turns their attention to Kunan. Kunan, burning with hatred, radiates chakra coming from him. He shouts at Heijin, "Hey, you scumbag of the Yen clan, if you interfere so easily in our fights, then I'll kill you first." And with great hatred and display of energy, Kunan runs at our hero. And Heijin just sits there and doesn't bother anyone, and no one understands why everyone is trying so hard to get him. Getting closer, Kunan asks Heijin if he's ready to die. At this point, he threatens Heijin, saying that he won't even have a wet spot left, and how he'll be torn to shreds. But Heijin doesn't seem to care. And suddenly, a second after Kunan shouted insults at the Yen clan, a glass hits him on the head, humiliating him. He loses consciousness from the impact of the glass. His head becomes dizzy, and this saves him from further violence. Heijin decides to approach the representative of the Moen clan. He stands up, straightens his shoulders, and approaches the scoundrel. Hyun, who was standing next to him, tries to calm Heijin down, telling him not to complicate the situation. Hyun also remarks that they can undermine the trust of all clans by doing such silly things. When Horim and Heijin faced each other, both looked quite strong and confident. But our hero only got up to see if this scoundrel looked like a criminal from his past life, which he wasn't sure about. Heijin decided to sense Horim's energy, and started asking him questions to determine his intentions, since his energy was a bit different. Meanwhile, Horim began to emit powerful chi energy from his Miwen clan. Our hero was also not against competing with him, and activated his secret technique. This technique filled the entire space and was ready to destroy the villain at any moment. But Heijin needed to test it carefully. Horim, sensing his energy, realized that Heijin was reading his Qi. Standing still, Horim wanted to try to influence Heijin with his chakra, then activated a defensive technique. Heijin reacted sharply to this, as he considered such actions quite ugly. Jinpin tried to stop his brother, but he knew it was better not to interfere. While the girl stopped Jin and told him that he better stay away from his brothers, her brother insisted that if he didn't intervene now, the consequences could be dire. She understood him, but she couldn't understand what was happening between Heijin and Horim now. She was aware of one thing. There was no stopping a person with such a cold look as Horim's. Kunan's father walks over to him and starts waking him up to make sure he's awake. All this time, Kunan was unconscious, and his relatives are trying to bring him back to consciousness, checking if everything is okay with him. He clutched his head and, faced with the question of what had happened, felt anger wash over him again. Gradually realizing that no one has physically touched him, he realizes that his pain knows no bounds. Feeling his status as a legitimate member of the Tang clan and the shame of being defeated by an ordinary cup that hit him on the head, he is once again filled with anger. His anger is growing and it seems unstoppable. He sees Heijin in front of him, who humiliated him, and activates 3 Yang. Activating his power, he approaches the 2 boys. But his main target is Heijin, whom he wants to kill. His brother tries to stop Kunan and shouts, warning Heijin to be careful. Kunan, purring under his breath, sneakily tries to attack Heijin from the side. After getting close enough, Kunan raises his hand with the intention of killing Heijin, and the thought of killing does not leave him. He is full of rage and tries with all his might to hit our hero in the back. Gathering all his strength, the member of the Dragon clan attacks Heijin, who deftly dodges the blow. Not only does he dodge, but he also manages to grab the attacker's hand and twist it with such force that you can hear the creaking of rust. The pain that engulfed Kunan at that moment was indescribable. He screamed and could not calm down, realizing that his arm can be torn off. He realizes that it is the same villain who is doing it. He tries to counterattack and gathers chakra in his left hand, which is still intact. As soon as he hits the back of Heijin's head, a bone in one of them cracks. More precisely, not just a bone, but Kunan's shoulder breaks and cracks almost instantly. His eyes express incredible surprise because he could lose his shoulder in a second. Our hero, Heijin, enveloped in the mystical energy of the 20 northern heaven walls that filled the space, activates just as Kunan is about to strike. Kunan falls to his knees in front of Heijin, sobbing, his tears and snot flying everywhere. Heijin holds his hand, looking at him like an idiot. waiting for an answer. Squinting, Hyejin sees that Kunan seems to be uncontrollably scared, to the point of losing control. Hyejin feels uncomfortable watching this. Hyojin wants to kill Kunan, but something in his inner world stops him. The Emperor of Darkness, as he was in his past life, approaches him from behind and addresses him. The Emperor shines the light of a once mighty time on Hyejin, saying that now is not the time for revenge. He reminds Hyejin that despite the current situation, he must remember that this is not the time for revenge. After making sense of the Emperor's words, Hyejin realizes that now he must focus on the right things. His goal remains to find the criminal who destroyed his village and killed his entire family. Hyejin lets go of the frightened bully's hand and looks into the eyes of Arin, who is watching him intently. Arin sees the third young master of the Mean clan giving in to his emotions uncontrollably in front of everyone. Our hero stands in a confident and strong pose, demonstrating inner calm. He remains calm, controlling his anger and the power he could use. Hyejin reaches out to Arin and asks if he wants to play with the third host. This phrase surprised everyone present, but Arin was not at all embarrassed. He thought it was funny that Hyejin had decided to address him in this way. As a descendant of the Green Horizon clan, he politely asked if he understood the proposal. Pointing with his hand, he said that as the oldest person present, he would like to express his gratitude. He points a finger at a guy who has lost control, calling him a mad dog who is ruining the atmosphere, at which point several people lift him off his knees. However, Arim emphasizes that it is time to put an end to this conflict. Arim points out that they are not alone, that there are many people here who could play with Hyejin, but suggests that they do it later, and suggests having a drink together first. But Hyejin cuts him off, saying he's talking too much. Arim is indignant, not understanding how Hyejin dared to kill him. In response, our hero declares that if Arim does not make the first move, then he will. Using the incredible power of the static singularity, Hyejin moves as if he were walking on water, creating a spectacular effect. He leaves behind him not only a water trail, but also an undefined mystery of his actions. The guy standing opposite does not understand what it is, because he has never seen anything like it. Seeing Hyejin slowly moving towards him, his anxiety grows. All his nerves are on edge, and he feels dissonance, trying to understand what can come of this. Hyejin stands in front of Arin, looking him straight in the face, catching his gaze at the crucial moment. He moves not only slowly and leisurely, but also quickly, fixing Arena with the look of a winner. Although the battle had not yet taken place, a clash was inevitable. Unable to withstand the tension, Arin is the first to strike at Hyejin, who deftly evades his maneuvers. Literally in a second, he activates the steel chain strikes that rain down on Hyejin, but Gaijin deftly parries every blow, blocking it and fixing it. Spectators watching this spectacle realize that the steel chain attack sequence is also exhaustive, as it was intended to be. Everyone is wondering what kind of martial art Yan Clan's Hyejin uses if he can block these blows so skillfully. In the climax, Hyejin uses the Yen Clan's 30 Fists, a basic but very effective clan martial art, and as soon as Arim's punch touches his arm, Hyejin deftly parries it, pushing Arim back. The battle comes under the control of our hero Hyejin, who stubbornly holds his ground. Regardless, he lands a cross-leg kick that hits Arim hard in the elbow. Although Arim blocks the blow, the force knocks him aside. Dust rose from the clash of two strong opponents. Feeling the effects of the blocked shot, Arim realizes that something is wrong with his arm. He looks at his hand and suspects that he might have broken it, thinking about his carelessness. The boy looks at Hyejin, who is exploding with the incredible energy of the Yen clan, and realizes that he is facing a real monster. Meanwhile, Hyejin notices that Arim is not ready to play all his cards, caught up in the excitement of the battle. Hyejin asks Arim how long he's going to keep playing. Gathering his strength, Hyejin turns to Arim, emphasizing that things will not be so simple, materializing in front of him the energy fragments that make up the puzzle. In order to activate his true essence, he will have to compete, declaring that he is going to kill him, and only then will he display his full abilities. Arim looks at him and realizes that his arrogance is over the top and he will pay like a fool, he says. Suddenly a group of healthy guys shouts, "Stop!" Thus, the boys find themselves surrounded by swordsmen, who begin to surround them from all sides. They deliberately surrounded them to make a laughingstock of this festive gathering. Their behavior in this situation is inappropriate, and they need to stop without hesitation, because a bunch of warriors will not allow them to do anything. And at this moment, a wave of rivalry rises over them. They look at each other like prey. How it all ends, we will find out later. And now I thank you for watching this manga. And please subscribe to the channel so that we can make the titles even more interesting and make you happy. Thank you. When the boys were surrounded by armed warriors, they demanded silence during a sacred holiday in which fighting between clans was forbidden. But the cursed misunderstanding did not allow the boys to calm down. One of the boys, the oldest, decided to intervene. He wanted to teach the ruffian good manners, but he realized that his actions had gone beyond what was allowed. He stopped to warn the older man. This gesture made the master think, although his indifferent look did not express any doubts about the correctness of his actions. The boy continued to address the hedgehog, calling him a criminal who had started an unprecedentedly violent fight at this historic gathering, where no one had ever crossed such a line of insolence. In his opinion, the hedgehog acted extremely audaciously, attacking someone who could fight back fiercely. The enraged youth couldn't calm down at all, seeing how the nobleman ignored his claims, despite the fact that his clan, the Gaul, controlled the situation, preventing a real fight from escalating. He wondered how much longer they would underestimate his clan. Suddenly, his loud screams were interrupted by a woman's voice urging him to stop so as not to blame everyone around him. When he looked around to see who had come against him so boldly, there was a magical girl standing in front of him who came very close to prevent the worst. Behind her was a hedgehog, for whom she faithfully interceded. Hyun stared into his eyes, resentful that he had called her a child, since they were in an official meeting where it was important to watch your words. At this moment, Hyung suddenly fainted from shame, because his attempts to fix the situation only made the situation worse. The girl decided to clarify the situation from her side, explaining what was really happening. She pointed to Mr. Tanyan's son, who unexpectedly interrupted the calmness of the event, adding to the nervousness of everyone present. While Tanyan Song lay nearby, exhausted from hearing the accusations, the Namgal clan representative asked the girl why she wanted to accuse young Master Yen when it was clear that he had not instigated the conflict. Instead of stopping Mr. Tang from attacking Min, she claimed it was all nonsense. The girl expressed her displeasure that they did not pay attention to Mr. Hedge's explanation. Gejin, raising his hands, seemed to realize his mistake and was ready to admit it. Our hero had to stop and apologize to Min because, according to the girl, she was on the side of the truth, and she was not ashamed to show it to everyone present. Mian shrugged his shoulders and could not understand the girl's logic, which seemed too complicated to him. Finding herself at the center of this pointless conflict, the girl explained to everyone that, as far as she knew, the Green Mountain clan that Yen belonged to did not use any secret weapon-throwing techniques. He only tried to ask Mr. Tan, but missed. She turned to Heijin, a member of the Yen clan, noting that he was partly responsible for the war. She asked him to explain what happened between them, turning her piercing gaze on him. Jin met her gaze with a fierce expression on his face, as he had no intention of explaining anything to anyone. His motives were personal. The girl hoped that her words would help defuse the tense atmosphere and smooth out the conflict. However, this did not happen. Although Jin's act was evil, his anger was only quelled by his brother pinching his arm. Jin looked around to see who had done it and saw the face of his own brother, whom he loved very much. From his point of view, he understood that he had to stop because the situation had gone too far. He sighed with a heavy heart, letting go of past resentments and anger that had arisen between them not so long ago. Our hero turned away to consider his actions and how he had rushed into decisions. Watching the crowd around him, he realized that when he found a reason to act, he couldn't control himself, and his intentions seemed too aggressive. He had no choice but to accept it and apologize to the Min clan, admitting that the rumors of their strength were not without foundation. He admitted that he wanted to learn something from this boy, and that was what pushed him into the conflict. He decided to apologize from the bottom of his heart and asked for forgiveness. Ming looked at him as an out-of-control warrior, but at the same time understood that he had won and took it with understanding. All the while, Hyojin tried to ease the tension by saying that the atmosphere had worsened and reminding everyone of his father's words that always told him to think before he acted, but he forgot it again. The boy scratched the back of his head, realizing that he would face severe punishment and a 3-day hunger strike if his father found out about today's events. Everyone around took his words as a joke. Akin laughed at his joke and flirted sweetly with him, attracting his attention. This did not please one boy from the Namgal clan, who was staring at a girl he liked while she was showing attention to another, in his opinion, scoundrel. Hyejin continued to make amends and offered everyone a drink at their own expense at tomorrow's banquet to apologize for the trouble he caused today. He would have been happy if the crowd of representatives had forgiven him for his rudeness, when suddenly a large man came out of the crowd and said that it was reckless. He walked right up to Hejin, put his hands on his sides, and turned to him, looking him straight in the eye. "What do you want, Mr. Deho?" Mr. Deho replied that 1 cup of liquor was not enough for a judge of his stature, and he invited everyone at tomorrow's banquet to drink until they drop, saying that if the host would hold out until the end, then he would think about forgiving him. Hejin accepted the offer with a smile on his face because he had no other choice. Everyone eagerly prepared for the banquet, appreciating the brave act of the master of the Yen clan, while the representative of the Nimgal clan was left alone, motionless in surprise and confusion. He heard people discussing this rascal and the situation that had made him a laughingstock. For Gennady, it is not clear how it happened that the whole situation got out of control, and he ended up in the role of extreme. Observing Hejin and Mang, he considered them to be his main opponents, but he still had time to act. In the Poison Dragon clan's courtyard, a big healthy boy asked him who he was. Right there, in the yard, the 2 clan leaders began to get to know each other. While the culprit of all the events was lying on the ground, knocked out and helpless, the next day in a restaurant at a local gathering, people gathered around tables to eat and spend time together. Hye-jin was also present at this meeting and was having a good time like the others until a man approached him. The man introduced himself as Chuseon, a security captain, and looked rather stern. Chuseong appealed to Hye-jin, insisting on frankness and saying that he must leave the city just before the banquet began. John Pan, hearing that the guard had treated his brother rudely, angrily threw the spoon on the table. "You are being too rough with my brother," he told the guard. "If you're so brave, do it again." However, Chuseon did not back down, and keeping his eyes on the brothers, once again emphasized that they must leave the place before the festivities begin at noon. A member of the Nimgal clan, who had been watching this scene closely, could not hide his delight that they would leave the feast and drink a glass of liquor each to celebrate. The guard did not leave them alone, deciding to launch a powerful psychological attack. Hye-jin put down the chopsticks he was eating with as he felt the increasing pressure from the guards. Trying to stay calm, he asked the guard again if he really wanted him to leave. The guard replied confidently that it was exactly what he wanted, but Hye-jin insisted on knowing why. A security official explained that due to numerous events in his past, Hye-jin had too much of a past dragging him down. Since he is in charge of order, the guard believed that Hye-jin had no right to attend the meeting. But John Penn couldn't hold back his anger, since they had already settled the matter yesterday, and he couldn't let this scoundrel dictate what they should do. Hye-jin said he plans to apologize at a banquet tonight in an effort to resolve the conflict amicably. However, the security guard pointed the finger at Hye-jin, saying that his behavior was already suspicious, and that an apology from him would not be enough due to his inappropriate behavior yesterday. Then he calmly walked out and continued to eat. Hye-jin, trying to remain calm, showed that the guard may be having doubts about his actions yesterday, and not fully realizing the consequences of his behavior. Having said this, the guard decided to leave, but not without a warning. If they did not leave the party, he would force them out. Even Pan, shocked by such insolence, decided to stop this scoundrel, claiming that he had no right to expel his brother. "You are only one of the guards of one clan," he said, drawing attention to the abuse of power. "You have no right to limit the rights of other clans at this banquet," John Pan continued, standing up for justice. The guard just smiled mockingly and replied that John Penn was inexperienced and did not understand the situation. This whole meeting was called by the Namgal clan, and all the guests were personally invited by our clan. "It means," he explained, "that we have the right to refuse any unwanted element that may interfere with the meeting," added the guard, emphasizing his right to maintain order. "Our owner wanted to fix it yesterday out of kindness, but I'm not as simple as I seem. I will not ignore the source of the problem." The guard expressed his determination. Hench, who was sitting nearby, overheard the guard planning to expel those he didn't like, and he felt happy at the thought that they would soon be kicked out of the banquet. Hye-jin turned to his brother, thinking about what to do next, how they could protect their rights and save face in this difficult situation. Hye-jin picked up the rice sticks that kept reaching for the plate of food. He took a piece of the delicious dinner and carefully placed it in his brother's mouth, trying to calm him down. "Eat until everything cools down. You shouldn't miss a meal because of a dog's barking," said Hye-jin, trying to morally support his brother. When the guard heard that he was called a dirty, smelly dog, his face contorted with rage. Hye-jin continued to joke about the security guard, but his words made the atmosphere even more heated. The guard approached their table again and loudly stamped his foot on the floor, attracting the attention of the entire hall. "Repeat what you said," the guard demanded, but Hye-jin only said that he was embarrassed by this noise. "Perhaps this dog is so eager to go outside and bark because he's very hungry. He needs a master to tame him and take him aside," Hye-jin joked, emphasizing the offensive words. The protector of ceremonies had never heard such disrespect towards him in his entire history. Unable to contain his rage, he drew his sword from its sheath, preparing to attack. "You will leave here, Haijin, even if I have to use force," he threatened. Hang appeared behind them, grabbed the guard's arm in time to stop his sword, and quietly emphasized that it was not appropriate for the squad leader to make so much noise. "You shouldn't be angry no matter what. We are all here for a holiday," he said calmly, holding the guard's sword in his hand. Seeing Han, Haijin exclaimed happily, "And here comes the owner of the hungry, smelly dog," and looked at the guard with a smile. A man sat at a table nearby, listened to everything that was happening, and ate his food greedily, devouring it in large chunks. He chewed so loudly that crumbs flew out of his mouth, and he looked somewhat unkempt and homeless. This man watched the commotion and realized that the meeting was turning into big trouble. He didn't like it, because he wanted to draw attention to himself during the ceremony. But because of these people, no one paid attention to him. Squinting his eyes, he focused on the young master who had caught his interest. He had heard about his victory over Mabang, and was curious to see how the boy would handle the situation now. Hyun walked over to the table and told Haejin that he had just humiliated the guard captain of the Namgal clan. Our hero, in turn, did not see the guard as the main problem, but felt no less humiliated by their verbal altercation. Haejin believed that Hyun was using his subordinate as a dog, because he was afraid to enter into a direct confrontation with him. Hyun was enraged by these accusations, because he was not afraid of Haejin at all. Sensing that Hyun was hiding his anger because of the story with his older sister, he decided that as a true warrior, Hyun should challenge him to a duel instead of using his subordinates. This statement deeply shocked Gennady, because the cruelty and surprise of such words were openly reflected in his own eyes. Hearing this, the people around realized that the accusations were true, and tension spread in the room. Hearing this, Hyun felt the resentment towards his sister Namgal Sunghwa, who was currently at the banquet, take over his mind, making him even more aggressive. Infuriated, he yelled at Hyejin to stop spreading rumors, as he would never give such an order, and for Hyejin to discuss it in front of everyone is a humiliation for his clan. Hyejin replied with a smile, "So you're saying you didn't give the order? Then I hope you won't mind while I teach your bodyguard who disrespected another clan." At that moment, Hyun realized that Haejin had caught him at his word and outwitted him at his own game. Sitting at the table with a smile, Haejin offered an alternative. "Perhaps I will train your guard myself, since I'm also a young master, and have the right to protect my clan." This misunderstanding had gone too far, and Hyung realized how difficult it would be for him to get out of this situation with honor. The commander of the security service intervened in the dialogue, saying that he was ready to take full responsibility for the actions of his subordinates. "I will solve this issue myself," he said, intending to expel Haejin if he did not stop provoking him. Haejin, in turn, offered to organize a duel to settle the conflict on equal terms once and for all. "I will teach this guard a painful lesson, and it will not affect our interclan training in any way. The fight can create a pleasant atmosphere and even help us become friends," said Haejin. The commander of the guard, albeit reluctantly, agreed to a duel, since he had no choice, and it was impossible to refuse his words. The guests at the table understood that this match might not end well. He also planned to use this opportunity to impress his former adversary Mian. The girls, who were sitting apart, watched the events, realizing that Shushon, although he looked like an ordinary warrior, had something more to him. This situation created a tense atmosphere, but it also gave Haejin and Hyun an opportunity to take their relationship to a new level and test their strength in a fair match. He was one of the most powerful warriors, rumored to have subdued a third of all the bandits in Hefei, the city where they were based. The girl approached Han and urged Yongpyo to stop them before it was too late. John Penn, feeling desperate, knew it was almost impossible to stop them, especially with the stakes so high. "Now that the battle has come, we cannot retreat without defending our brother's honor, for if he loses, the honor of our house will go with the ruins," he said. Aiken suddenly stood up from the table, saying that she had to stop Haejin and that they had to hurry. Her brother, however, interrupted her by suggesting that she rush to the field to watch the match instead of stopping it. He had already prepared an outfit for her, anticipating the possibility of a duel. She suddenly slipped into it and remarked, "We'll all meet there," referring to the battlefield. John Penn, putting his hand on the boy's shoulder, admitted that it was difficult for him to have such a sister, to which the boy replied that it was not easier for him with his brother. A few minutes later, they all gathered at the training ground where they were all amazed at what was happening, feeling genuine excitement from the growing intrigue. The commander of the security service confidently thought that he could easily defeat Haejin. perceiving his audacity as youthful maximalism. Heijin, full of determination, pulled out his huge staff and began swinging it, showing his readiness for battle. He stood in a combat stance and called the commander of the guard so that he, without wasting a second, began the battle. But the guard commander, instead of attacking immediately, held out his hand and showed 3 fingers, symbolizing to Heijin that he was giving him the opportunity to strike 3 times. Heijin didn't understand the sign at first, but assumed it was a suggestion of 3 attack attempts. The guard commander confirmed this, explaining that as the acting head of the Namgal Great Clan Swordsman Division, he would naturally give his opponent 3 strikes as a sign of respect for his rank and skill. For Heijin, this proposal sounded quite absurd, because in his past life he had defeated much more serious opponents. And now such an opportunity caused him only an ironic smile. Heijin and his opponent stood in a fighting stance. The first blow fell on Heijin, so he had to think quickly and decide on tactics. Frowning his eyebrows, our hero looked around, comparing the circumstances with his plan of action, which he had already developed in his head. Heijin began the attack with a menacing air, but his intuition told him to take his time. Deciding to change tactics, he went on the defensive, easily lowering his sharp, long sword to his shoulder, preparing for a possible counterattack. This maneuver surprised the enemy captain, as he realized that Heijin was not going to attack first. "I changed my mind," Heijin said succinctly, intensifying the intrigue of the match. The next moment, Heijin swung and his long dagger began to split, emitting streams of dark energy. "Are you ready to pay for your words?" Heijin asked sharply. The commander relented and made it clear that if he lowered his sword before Heijin's 3rd strike, his head will fly off his shoulders, painting everything around him red. After Heijin's speech and his impressive maneuvers, the audience held their breath, stunned by the shock of the sudden turn of events. However, the representatives of the higher clans were most impressed by Heijin's stance, which reflected not only physical training, but also a deep understanding of martial arts. Some of the spectators held their breath, seeing for the first time such skill and uniqueness of the coin-minting technique. Heng, realizing that his protector and brother was in great danger, shouted, trying to attract his attention with a loud cry. But clan leader Chu Song, surprised by Heijin's technique, could not look away, standing with his mouth open in astonishment. Suddenly, everything in his eyes turned red, and a huge axe appeared in front of him, which seemed to materialize from the air. Heijin pushed off the ground violently, causing it to collapse beneath him, the start of his first strike. He was not going to spare his opponent, and a powerful strike like lightning fell on the enemy, illuminating the battlefield with a bright light. Trying to repel the attack, the commander placed a block, hoping to stop the next attack. As soon as Heijin's spear hit the captain's block, he clenched his teeth in pain and tried his best to hold back the blow. It was not easy to hold back such a powerful blow, and a second question appeared on the lips of the audience. Where does such a young fighter have such incredible strength? However, Heijin had no intention of stopping the fight. He was preparing to strike again. This blow was filled with even greater fury and indignation at the captain for his audacity. The captain deftly dodged the blow, because the force of this blow could split even a stone. The speed of the attack was unprecedented, far surpassing any previous attacks the commander had ever seen. Although the captain avoided a direct hit, the force of the explosion still damaged his clothes. This seriously angered the captain, as he felt that such force from the young fighter was excessive. The third blow was the most unexpected. Dozens of sharp tips filled with dark energy fell on the captain. Terrified by the fatal blow, the commander realized that he might die. However, gathering his will into a fist, he drew his sword and began to parry the attacks, fighting for his life. Meanwhile, our hero watched the result of his blows, waiting for an opportunity to finish the fight. After repelling 3 powerful blows from the Heijin, the commander felt very tired and regretted that he had allowed the battle to gain such momentum. At this critical moment, it was extremely dangerous for the commander, because he almost lost his vigilance. Although he was blocking the blows, the image of his body being riddled with holes from the sharp attacks flashed through his mind. Heijin's words that the commander had already died brought him back to his senses. Holding a spear on his shoulder, Heijin had already warned him, emphasizing the inevitability of defeat. If the commander does not withstand the third blow, Heijin promises to kill him. Heijin intended to make the commander pay for his inappropriate words. The battle continues, and Heijin attacks with renewed vigor, sharply raising his spear. At this time, the audience was intently watching the events of this exciting match. The 2 strong men with serious faces watched intently, realizing that the battle turned out to be much more difficult than they first thought. Looking back at each other, they already knew who would win this battle. Like crazy, Heijin was punching harder and harder. The commander of the department was already exhausted by these merciless attacks, which gradually destroyed his reputation. The boy, like a swallow, quickly flew up and swung his weapon. He struck a blow, which the commander met with his sword, but the force of the blow caused the sword to fly out and hit the commander directly in the face, causing him to bleed from the mouth. The general, stunned by the blow, clutched his head, and it seemed that he would instantly lose consciousness. As soon as he lost his vigilance, a dark spear flew straight into his head. The commander made every effort to repel this unexpected attack. However, all the brave commander could do was block the blows, and Haejin took off again, determined to erase the last doubts in the captain's mind. The commander instantly activates the lazy donkey technique, gracefully avoiding the fatal blow, as if dancing with death itself. He almost laughs in the face of danger, feeling the rush of adrenaline from the joy of a life saved. His gaze suddenly becomes serious, realizing that every next move could decide the fate of the match. There is no feeling of relief anywhere. Instead, every muscle is tense, ready for the inevitable confrontation. The commander convincingly looks at his body, reminding himself of his invincibility and greatness. His sword flares with new power, chi energy filling his blade, ready to unleash his fury. He gets into a fighting stance, declaring his intention to resume the fight and prove his superiority. Pride and duty prompt him to fight to the end, setting an example of courage to all his subordinates. "Now we'll see who the real warrior is," declares the commander with a loud roar, ready to accept any challenge. Suddenly, as he prepares for his next attack, an unexpected blow hits him in the chest, sending him back with the speed of thought. The pain from the blow was so strong that the commander could not contain himself and burst out with an angry scream, calling his opponent the worst names. Filled with hatred and rage, he raises his sword high above his head, ready to display his true power in a decisive attack. At this critical moment, the boy unexpectedly throws a stone at the commander. The stone hits the commander with great force, effectively interrupting his attack and forcing him to stop. Then the boy activates the three swords in pursuit of life technique, a brutal method that leaves no chance to those who stand in his way. Haejin found himself surrounded by three powerful blows from different directions, each of which he had to meet with strength and skill, because his survival depended on it. Although the boy deftly deflected each blow, one of the attacks flew so close to him that it almost hit him. His brother, John Pan, thought for a moment that Haejin had suffered a serious blow, for all the indications were that it might have happened. Haejin deftly dodged the fatal blow, feeling death whispering in his ear. He knows that at any moment the fight can end. As always, the boy kept his composure, calmly accepting each new challenge. He concentrated all his energy, activating the static singularity technique, which allowed him to stop time. This technique focused on his leg, giving him unusual abilities and advantages in maneuvering. His opponent, the commander, was baffled by this magic, for he had never seen anything like it in his long life. The warlord tries to strike with his sword, hoping to catch Haejin. However, the invisible armor protecting Haejin's prevented the powerful blow from reaching its target. The reaction was instantaneous. The blow he delivered immediately hit the commander's right side. Haejin not only used the technique of a great warrior, but mastered all its nuances. He possessed the 12 heavenly walls in the North technique, which protected him like an impenetrable shield. The commander's blow severely damaged his arm, causing a piercing response of pain. When the commander retreated, he realized that the boy was a real villain, hiding his true power under the mask of a young man. Behind him is not only youth, but also a huge inner strength, which turns him from an ordinary opponent into a dangerous killer. This power makes him a deadly warrior capable of many things despite his age. The commander howled in pain, feeling humiliated and angry at the boy. Although his hand was almost unresponsive, he had no intention of giving up. He mustered all his strength to fight to the last and kill the scoundrel who stood in his way. Haejin held his spear ready to fight back, trying to end the fight with his victory. It was no longer just a sword, but a massive melee weapon filled with chi energy that sparkled in his hands. The commander bounced off the ground, activating the gear, which sliced through the air with its powerful energy. Our hero charged forward, his weapon bifurcating, creating the illusion of 1,000 spears rushing towards the commander. Two powerful warriors, each with unique techniques, are ready to face off in a final showdown from which only one can come out alive. But suddenly the commander saw that Haejin's hands were not ordinary swords. They were the real art of a wild beast, with huge sharp teeth that cruelly cut his body from all sides. Each tooth desperately dug into the skin, causing the warlord to feel sharp pain. In this fight, Haejin clearly won, flying over the commander, who fell powerlessly to the ground like a corpse. His sword slipped from his hands, and his body lost coordination. At the same time, Hyejin remained steadfast as if nothing had happened. Mutilated by the battle, the commander fell to the ground. But something inside him did not allow him to die immediately. In front of the crowd, he falls to his knees, spitting blood. Everyone understood that the great lord of the N-clan had been defeated. The boy decided to end the battle with the death of the captain. He lunged at the enemy with a spear, and everyone realized it was a mistake and shouted at him to stop. At the same second, Hyejin rushed with his spear like the wind with incredible speed. And the commander was on his knees, no longer hoping to see the light. And as soon as he saw the blade in front of his head with one eye, the commander realized that death was approaching. But suddenly someone intervened, stopping Hyejin's fatal blow. It was a nondescript, scantily clad man who looked like a homeless man who blocked Hyejin's powerful blow, saving the commander from a decisive blow. The boy recognized him and was surprised by his presence. As it turned out, this man was not a simple homeless man. He was the leader of the Dragon Union, a great man in every sense. This man was amazed that Hyejin recognized him, even though he was holding a spear in both hands at the time. The veins on his arms were tense, and it was obvious that he was struggling. He told our hero that he was still only a receiver, and his master was still doing well. Holding Hyejin's punch, he praised him for his strength, but advised him to stop and talk. The boy released the tension and moved the spear aside, showing his readiness for dialogue. At that moment, Hyejin rushed with a spear at the commander, who was already on his knees, realizing that he could no longer fight. Hyejin asked the leader of the poor man's sect why he stopped the blow. Because if he did something wrong, his hand would fly off, to which the leader replied that it would only help him in his future begging. Stopping the boy, the poor man was surprised that Hyejin knew him, but he had never been to the N-clan's territory and had never met him or his father. Hyejin explained that he had heard various rumors that he was the future head of the poor man's sect. The poor man only scratched the back of his head, because it seemed strange to him that there were such rumors about such an unremarkable boy. Hyejin remembered how he often drank vodka with Gaduk-san in his past life, and he had not changed at all. But Hyejin only met Gaduk-san when he became the Dark Emperor in his previous life, which was much later than the present. Although Gaduk-san joked that losing one arm was a small price to pay for saving someone's life, the bottom line was that he shouldn't have been in this place in the past. And so our hero realized that the present is changing because of his actions. At the same time, he could not even imagine that if he had not come to the pavilion with tennis tunes, the brother and sister would have already died at the hands of Mabang, and the reality would be completely different. The poor man interrupted him, pointed his finger in the direction Hyejin was supposed to go, and said that they were waiting for him there. Hyejin turned in the indicated direction. He saw a huge crowd of onlookers who were shocked by the boy's cruelty. After all, he almost killed the commander, which was completely inhumane. People were horrified to realize that Hyejin was a thief who had organized more than just a practice match. Meanwhile, the commander lay in a completely broken state, with no hope of getting up after the battle. Our hero realized that his actions had confused everyone present, and although he initially planned to kill the captain, it did not give people an understanding of his motives. It was not acceptable for the ceremony, and many were shocked by his words. Someone in the crowd raised a hand, and all attention was focused on that person. It was a big man from the Dragon Clan who asked Hyejin a question. "Don't you think you've gone too far?" he added. "Everyone here thought it was just a clash of opinions and you fought him to the death. Was it really necessary?" We moved to the room where the representative of the clan that gathered everyone was far from the battlefield, where his warrior commander was defeated. He watched the events from a considerable distance away, feeling the tension build. Heng, full of rage, mercilessly smashed the walls around him. Fragments of broken bricks fell to the floor, indicating his anger. He did not know how to calm down after such a defeat of his soldier. It also pained him to know that this boy had humiliated him in front of a girl he liked, whose name was Yahello. His desperation knew no bounds, and as he watched himself, he felt his rage overflowing. He was so angry that he couldn't stop himself and continued to vent his anger on an innocent brick wall. When Heng and his servant arrived at the battlefield, he saw a terrible scene. He turned to his servant with a request. At this critical moment, Heng ordered his servant to immediately find out which hospital his soldier was in and report it to him. The servant struck his chest as a sign of agreement and hurried to carry out the order. The boy gritted his teeth when he thought of the rascal Gaijin and swore he would kill him. It was a beautiful sunny day, and Gaijin turns to the great man, Peng Deho. He was surprised by his request, because after the incident with the captain, he was terribly afraid to take insurance. Hyejin threw the stick into his brother's hands. He did not understand why he was entrusted with this staff. He asked the big man if he could teach his brother. Strovan initially did not want to agree, but Heijin persuaded him, as he considered him a strong opponent for his talented brother, who had not yet met worthy opponents. Since the duel of honor was over, it was time to strengthen the friendship, which was the purpose of this meeting. Heijin looked at his brother with a smile, who was amazed at this boy's unpredictable actions. Taking the stick, he dispelled all negative thoughts. But John Pina was not going to waste time. He asked Brother Peng to become his mentor, and he gladly accepted the offer. Everyone picked up the idea and began to popularize this idea. Someone in the crowd even expressed their desire to compete with the Zhug clan master. The hostess, in turn, looking at the big man, also expressed a desire to check his changes in martial arts. A young man approached the poor man and asked to learn from the master. This made the master laugh, because the conflict was exhausted and the atmosphere was diffused. The master supported the boy who approached him, promising to have a good time. Heijin walked up to the boy and told him that their previous duel was quickly interrupted and that if he offered to fight now, there would be no problem. It was the second attempt, and the young master tried to involve another fool in the fight. Everyone began training on the court, learning from each other and gaining skills. But the brutal sound of battle was heard again. Everyone held their breath. Is this again? Yes, this is Heijin, again fighting with another representative of a strong nobility, an influential clan. People wondered where the boy got his strength, because he had recently fought a warlord. But Heijin didn't care. He pounced on the guy with the stick. The boy blocks his blow, but hears the crack of the stick. Looking closely, he sees that Heijin's punch has even begun to cut through the stick, deflecting the blow to the side. And after displaying a few tricks, the boy pushed Heijin to a distance that gave him time to think. How did it happen that his opponent hit so hard? But our hero was not going to give up or stand still. The guy was even scared of the opponent's quick attack, and because of that, he couldn't even block his shot. But at the last moment, he managed to repulse the attack. Activating his ki energy, he fought off one attack after another, attacking Heijin and not letting him rest, pouring ki energy into each strike. Heijin was just testing this scoundrel to see who was who. During one of the attacks, the boy's body caught fire with an aura. At this moment, our hero realized that it was very familiar to him. This was the moment his opponent was filling up with chakra and preparing to attack. Heijin didn't stay away and materialized the Dark God's axe. Two great forces clashed on the training ground. After the opponent's blow, the stick fell in half, breaking into pieces. The boy, gasping, defending himself from Gaijin but with a broken stick, offered to end the courageous fight on this. It was very important because a lot could depend on it. Our hero agreed to this offer, but something in his behavior changed. He moved away from his opponent and did not say a word to him. Suddenly his face showed a change of mood. As he walked, he realized that his ki energy was the same, and his techniques were identical to those that had once brought him great grief in the past. When he compared all the pros and cons, he already knew that the people who attacked his village, they killed his brother and took the lives of his people, ending their cult. Without a doubt, they were from the Ming clan. And standing with his back to this scoundrel, our hero realized that the hands of the Ming clan are stained with blood, and it was they, the scoundrels, who destroyed his dynasty. Day turned into night in an instant. The moon hung high, illuminating the city where our hero stayed. He watched in silence as the silver light fell on the houses. Heijin focused on accumulating chi energy, breathing in and out rhythmically. He felt every molecule of his body like never before. Sitting in a meditative pose in the middle of nature, Heijin glowed like a firefly, continuously increasing his power amidst the stillness and tranquility. With this technique, he was almost completely cleansed of the dark, cloudy ki energy, feeling a surge of pure power. Deciding to rest for a while, Heijin stopped his intense concentration. He lay down on the ground, closed his eyes, allowing nature to envelop him. As he rested, Heijin felt a growing weariness from all that he had experienced during this meditation. In the end, he learned that the Ming clan was responsible for his suffering in his past life, and this revelation stunned him. While fighting a clan member, Mi and Heijin noticed that their method of controlling internal qui energy was exactly the same as the martial art he had seen in his past life when attacking his clan. It turned out that the QI energy is different for each clan depending on the breathing technique. So the clan leaders strictly control the transmission of internal energy management techniques. The same blade technique that Heijin had seen in his past life looked a bit different now, just because of the weapon change, so he didn't recognize it at first. The weapons had changed, but the essence of the technique remained the same as it had been on that fateful day. And that was what baffled Heijin when he finally realized it. Lying on the ground, Heijin delved into his memories, reviewing moments from the past. He couldn't understand how this could happen. replaying in his mind the moment when he was tearing leaves from the bushes, trying to escape from reality. His memories took him back to the moment when his brother was on his knees and the big man raised his hand, ready to deliver the blow that would change Heijin's life forever. Even at that critical moment when his brother's life was coming to an end, and when the enemy's attacks became stronger and Gaijin's life was on the verge, his brother continued to plead with Gaijin to run for his life. And even when he was killed, he did not betray his brother, did not reveal his location. He didn't look back at Heijin because he knew that if he was exposed, he too would die. Hiding in the bamboo bushes, Heijin was so frightened by what he saw that he could not force his body to move. Fear paralyzed him, but the instinct of self-preservation took over, and he ran as fast as he could. Tears of pain mixed with blood dripped onto the ground as he ran, filling the night with his suffering. In the end, he was able to escape his inevitable death, but his family and friends could not. Grief and pain struck him straight to the heart, making Gaijin cry non-stop for 3 days and 3 nights. The pain did not subside, and the hatred for the enemies only grew. At that moment, Heijin made a promise to himself, a promise that changed his entire life. He would never regret anything again. As he lay on the ground, he remembered the pain, the painfully familiar moment when his heart filled with unwavering determination. Suddenly, someone came up from behind and said, "Phew, what a bitter." Startled by the sudden interruption, Heijin rose, ready to find out who had dared to disturb his peace in the middle of the night. Suddenly, a representative of the poor man's clan appeared, claiming that all the plants around him had withered due to his murderous energy and mood. Heijin was completely unprepared for the meeting and wiped away his tears, trying to find the words to answer. He asked the poor man what brought him here, noticing that he was holding something behind his back. "Nothing special, just this bag," the man replied. He showed the bag to Heijin and spilled its contents on the ground, explaining that he came because Heijin didn't show up to the party that night. The poor man brought alcohol and snacks with him, hoping that they would drink together. The idea seemed very attractive to Gaijin, and he smiled at the unexpected hospitality. They sat down on a stone near a tree, and the first glass of delicious alcohol was poured. Waiting for them to take it, clinking their glasses, they decided to drink. They poured strong alcohol and ate the meat that the poor man had brought with him, enjoying a relaxing evening after so much trouble. After drinking a glass, the poor man reassured Heijin, saying that he needn't worry about his brother, because he has a wonderful relationship with other people. "Your brother is a wonderful person," he continued. "If you could see him, you would understand his innocence and charisma that attracts others. Unlike you, who is always so sullen," added the poor man. Heijin didn't mind, admitting that they were indeed very different. The poor man did not stop and advised Heijin to smile more often, because he was pleased to see him happy. Heijin replied that he would not smile for no reason. The poor man replied, "If you are as strong as a rock, what prevents you from smiling? Smile more often, and then there will be things to smile about." Changing the subject, Heijin said that he would not be able to hold the bottle of alcohol for much longer, and that he needed to replace the glass immediately. Pouring alcohol into a glass, Heijin asked if he could ask the poor man for anything special. The poor man was surprised that a strong guy like Heijin would want to ask for something, assuming it was more like a task than a simple request. But the poor man was ready for the task, as his sect valued information, and he promised to do whatever was required of him while waiting for the details of the task from Heijin. Heijin got up from the table, because he had to speak quietly, and approached the poor man, whispering in his ear. Heijin's words shocked the poor guy, causing his pupils to dilate. A cold wind blew through the night forest, filling the atmosphere with tension. The poor man, stunned, did not know what to say to Heijin's serious words. After a few sips of alcohol, the poor man admitted that the first 2 requests were easy for him, but the third, to dig for the clan, was something completely different. Heijin replied that if it was too difficult, the poor fellow could give up. The poor fellow hit a rock, got up, and said he could do it. But he needed a reason why he should do it. The boy gestured to the number 3 and said that if the poor man fulfilled 3 requests for him and did his job well, Heijin would tell him all the reasons. The poor man stood up, shocked. He wondered why he should be involved in such a business. In a dark room, 2 friends discuss a plan. One of them, a member of the Tang clan, offers to attack a powerful villain who has offended him personally. His friend doesn't want to get his hands dirty, but for a member of the Tang clan, it's a matter of honor. The representative of the Tang clan agrees to act together, but emphasizes the need for careful preparation. He promises to contact his ally as soon as he leaves the meeting in a place called Heirs of the Broken Arm. Khan stands by the door so that no one can hear their conversation. One of them asks why he hates his victim so much. Han, in turn, justifies his hatred, but the Tang clansman laughs wryly, deeming his reasons not serious enough to even insult a dog. Han is irritated by the comments of a representative of the Tang clan, who says that before he indulges in such beliefs, Han should curb his lust for murder. In the end, it becomes clear that Han doesn't just hate his victim, he wants her dead. Han denies this, but tells his friend to take the opportunity while he can still keep his pride. If he does not take advantage of this opportunity, he will later regret it. Regardless, Khan decided to attack, even though his friend hadn't asked for it. Left with one hand, he smiles through the hatred burning in his heart, and promises the Khan that he will not return to this city until he has dipped his hands in the blood of the enemy. Thus begins the 20th chapter of this story, and we are transported to a place devoid of grass, covered with mud, where autumn leaves fly. Hyejin walks down a street where autumn leaves fall directly on his hair, painting a picture of an encounter with autumn. After being in this place for a long time, he feels that it is time to return to the end. The guy understands that he has a lot to do, and he needs to return home as soon as possible, as he learns of thieves who may threaten his clan. Hyejin must improve his martial arts skills and reorganize the clan's forces. He does not remember pleasant moments of communication with the poor woman, and hopes that he will be able to get the information he needs. During their conversation at the picnic under the moonlight, the poor man was preparing to leave and gave advice. It is better to forge the iron while it is hot. The poor man gathered up everything he had brought with him and told Hyejin that in order to fulfill his request, he needed to contact the poor people to find out what happened that evening, but that might not be enough. In response, Hyejin asked if he needed to pay the contact person from the poor sect in his clan. The poor man, hearing this, raised his hand and waved it, showing that there was no need to pay. He said he didn't need the money, and it would be better to prepare a nicer meal for him as payment. Hyejin was absolutely sure that he would succeed. His belief in himself was unshakable. As they stood with their brother, stout men came up to them and asked if they were going so fast, and congratulated them. Hyejin replied that if fate brings them together again, they will meet. He felt sad that they hadn't even had a drink together yet. The big man's second brother patted Zhang Peng on the back in support and laughed, knowing that Zhang Peng had worked hard yesterday helping deliver liquor for his brother and was now suffering from a hangover. It was a pleasant experience for each of them, because they were glad to make new acquaintances and have such connections with other fraternities. Hyejin was just about to leave for his carriage when someone else decided to come to say goodbye to him. It was Hyuna's girlfriend, who was upset that they didn't even have dinner together before leaving. Hyejin refused, explaining that they were in a hurry. Hyejin approached the girl's brother and said that if he comes, he will show him the city. Hearing this, the girl asked, "And what about me?" Hyejin looked at her seriously and said, "Well, you can do it too." But she was angry that he hadn't told her about it for so long. Akin pulled out a pouch from his pocket and held it out to Hyejin with his palm forward. Hyejin was surprised at the unexpected gift and did not understand what it was, to which the girl explained that it was a bright plate from the Yuja clan. Since they recently started producing weapons, the company is located near the famous mountain to which the map is attached. Hyejin should visit this place when he has time. Hyejin wondered why the girl had decided to give him this information, and all because, in the girl's opinion, a spear and a staff are not the best combat companions for a boy. And although she does not know what his main weapon is, but if he goes there when he has free time, he can choose a really good and high-quality weapons. Hyejin held the sign in his hands and was very interested in the offer. He sincerely thanked the girl for such a gift, despite their different backgrounds. The girl, in turn, noted that it does not cost her anything. She also explained that it was her way of thanking him for saving the first daughter of the Zhug clan, who could now live her luxurious life, and even her father would consider it a good deed for their clan. After this meeting, they became friends and exchanged pleasantries. Hyejin and his brother were leaving the city where the meeting of the heirs was taking place, and everyone happily said goodbye to them, but Hyejin did not even look back at them. The girl who was looking after him noticed that he didn't even turn around. As Hyejin was walking, her red-haired friend Yunwoo approached the girl and said admiringly, "He's amazing, isn't he?" Wangzhua knew Hyejin well, as she had constantly watched him on his journey to becoming one of the 7 great clans, which happened in a very short time. Both girls were amazed at his strength and confidence, and they couldn't believe that such a person really existed. Manhwa hoped to meet Hyejin again soon, and wondered if they would be on the same side of the conflict when they met again. It is not known whether they will become allies or enemies, but curiosity and anticipation of the next meeting remained. As Hyojin walked away, he was watched by another friend who hated him with all his heart and avoided any contact after the past events. This man stood aside, tapping on a wooden beam, his eyes filled with anger every time he looked at Hyojin. Hate filled him every time he saw Gaijin. He knocked loudly on the wooden window and decided that his servants should inform the Tang clan boy of his feelings and intentions. All this happened under the mysterious gaze of a friend who, although standing in the shadows, was already planning how to regain his influence and take revenge on Hyojin. With tension in his voice and hatred in his words, he ordered his servant to leave immediately. The servant hastily ran to fulfill his master's order. At the same time, an ancient scroll was found in the Green Mountain Yen clan, where his father was. The servant knocked on the door and addressed the clan leader as an elder, causing a tense atmosphere. The chief administrator entered the room with a scroll in his hand. He had important information for the clan head. Among other news, the news that the young master was returning to the clan was important. This news made his father happy. But at the same time, the Moyai clan handed over a letter that the clan head had to read in person. Unfolding the scroll, the head of the Yen clan felt that something was wrong, because the Moai clan did not have the custom of writing to them. What could have motivated them to do this? Unfolding the letter, he began to read in surprise. The information contained in the scroll was truly amazing. The letter contained a proposal to unite the forces of the two clans, which came as a surprise to everyone. And in the office of the elder of the Mo clan, there were also interesting events related to this proposal, which could change a lot in their relations with the Yen clan. The head of the Mo clan was concentrating on writing on a scroll that contained important records. At that moment, a sparrow of golden color flew into the room, which was curiously watching the man who was writing in an important script. The sparrow, not afraid of the human presence, boldly flew into the room and landed. It landed directly on the ink and began to run across the scroll, leaving trails behind. Seeing that the insolent bird had decided to interfere with his important documents, Clan Chief Moyen saw that this insolent bird had decided to interfere in his affairs. He waited for her to approach his hand and calm down. Holding his breath and keeping his eyes on the sparrow, he suddenly grabbed it. Clutching the bird in his hand and using his ki energy, he killed it. Meanwhile, the clan chief continued to write a document describing the priceless sword god weapon belonging to the Moen clan. Nothing could distract him from this work because the continuation of the family depended on it. In the intimate atmosphere of his chambers, the head of the Green Mountain clan carefully studies the scroll he received from the Mien clan. The ancient paper rustles under his fingers, and his mind travels back in time. Opening the document, he quickly realized that it was not just a letter, it was a business proposal. Suddenly, the Moi clan begins to try their hand at trade, which is mind-boggling in its boldness. After thinking about it, he remembers how 300 years ago, after a bloody rebellion, their clan was forced to relocate from Liaoning province to the central region of Huang province. History turns the pages of a bright memory. Then they settled on new lands, and it seemed that sea trade would no longer interest them. But times change, and circumstances change with them. Now, when the unexpected becomes a reality, the manager has to rethink old plans and adapt to the new challenges that fate throws at him. However, reflecting on the proposal, he understands that such cooperation may not be as profitable as it seemed at first glance. Solving this issue requires caution. He orders his servant to prepare paper, scythe, and ink, for the answer must be sent immediately. Every moment is worth its weight in gold. Pulling back the curtain on the window, he fills the room with sunlight, which looks like a symbol of new beginnings and opportunities. Looking outside, the manager wonders how long he hasn't left his office. Life seems distant and completely different when you are outside the usual framework. But today's weather is so pleasant that he can't help but go outside and enjoy the day. The cold but clean air fills his lungs with freshness and peace. But despite the peaceful day, his heart was pounding because his children hadn't come home yet. He prayed that all would be well with them, especially in such unpredictable weather. Our heroes, full of fatigue, returned home, their bodies exhausted from the heat, which prevented them from moving normally. The sun was burning mercilessly, and the air was so dry that it became harder to breathe with each step. Ivan Pan exhaustedly wiped the sweat from his forehead, which was pouring continuously, and he could barely stand on his feet from the unbearable heat. Seeing this, his brother began to worry about him, because John looked very bad. When he finally arrived, he saw the swordsman lying on the ground exhausted, and his brother, who had just gotten to his feet, sighed in despair, explaining his condition as a hangover. "We ran here from faraway Hefei, and it was so tiring that we can barely stand," John Pan explained as he stopped to rest. The commander of the swordsmen looked around and saw that their formation had completely disintegrated, and the soldiers were barely able to stay on their feet. He began to loudly scold the soldiers for their bad form, showering them with words of irritation and dissatisfaction. But Hijin noticed that the stamina of the swordsmen was not enough for such conditions, and told the commander, "At this rate, they will never last. At this rate, they will never become worthy members of the Blue Special Forces." Meanwhile, the Blue Operational Tactical Group is preparing for intensive training, which will continue until full recovery and return to the formation. Against all odds, Hijin tells the commander that he will go find food for the exhausted soldiers and orders them to stay put. The commander is confused because he thinks he should have taken care of it himself. On the horizon, our hero notices a building that stands out in the forest, and goes to it. The door of the building creaked, and a ray of sunlight entered the dark room, where only old glass stood. The inside of the place resembled a bar that Gaijin used to frequent, but now it seemed forgotten and abandoned. Our hero calls loudly, "Is there anyone here?" and hears the answer in the form of a creaking door and a distant voice. He goes to the small window, pulls back the curtain and asks if it's open. The man says yes, but Hijin immediately adds that he needs food and water for 30 people. As soon as the owner begins to make excuses, a stranger suddenly bursts into the bar. Hijin immediately recognizes this scoundrel. He begins the conversation with an ironic greeting. "Oh, look how much time has passed." It was a member of the Tani clan with a broken arm that he had earned by being a rather cruel person. "It was only 2 days ago that we saw each other for the last time," says a scion of the Tani clan as he bandages his broken arm, which was tied to a board. They meet in this bar, where a scion of the Tani clan sits by the window and starts a conversation. Our hero can't help but laugh when he sees his opponent in front of him. He realizes that this is an ambush, but the boy, insisting on his appearance, asks if he is surprised to see him. He sneers, "I thought you'd wet yourself when you saw me, or lose another arm so I could scare you." The heir of the Tani clan only laughs in response to his words, realizing that now he will not be able to yawn with the same confidence. Watching all this, our hero understands that his opponent is ready to attack. Tanya's heir states that he is already more desperate than death, and it would be unwise for him to attack. "You have to say your last words. The poison is already in the air. And if you've heard of the shadow dance technique, you know that it has no smell or color," he warns. However, the scion of the Tani clan is sure that his opponent knows nothing about this technique, and begins to laugh. "How would you know about it? She is invisible." Sensing that he is about to come to his senses, Heijin pushes off the ground with all his might, preparing to attack. At this moment, when his opponent defiantly declares that people like him have no right to live and cannot see his technique, Hijin prepares to strike. A powerful blow hits the opponent's stomach with such force that it seems as if the organs are about to fly out. The heir of the Tani clan even belched out of surprise and pain, and his belongings flew in all directions. In a moment, Hijin lands another blow, accurate and well-deserved. The heir of the Tani clan falls, scattering the furniture, and the glass that was on the table ends up on the floor. The force of the blow is so great that he falls to his knees, belching in pain and shock. A member of the Tani clan asks himself, did he really use the 3 poisonous energies? It seems obvious to him that 3 poisonous energies were enough to activate the shadow dance technique. Now he is on his knees, powerless and unable to do anything. At this critical moment, Hijin approaches him. Although he looks pensive, he is ready to act. With all his might, Hijin punches the still-healing Tanya clan scion's bandaged arm, causing a sharp pain. The offspring's father, Jin, sees Heijin's foot hitting his son's arm and freezes in shock. From the upper floor, he calls Gaijin to stop, emphasizing the inadmissibility of such behavior. Seeing their descendants' pain, Jin's squad begins an attack on Heijin with their squad. As a scion of the Thani clan is taken hostage by Heijin, his men immediately plead for an end to the attack, warning of dire consequences. At this point, Tan is on the floor with Heijin's sharp boot on his throat, pressing down mercilessly on him, making him suffer. Sensing his superiority, Hijin asks the others what they are going to do with their offspring. In a mixture of pain and anger, the head of the Jin clan exclaims how Heijin could dare to take the young heir hostage. Pointing to the crowd of people around him, Hijin says he has a few words for them. "If you take even one step forward, I'll be forced to attack unless you want this bastard's neck broken," he threatens, keeping the tension high. Hoping for sympathy for his son, the clan leader taps his foot on the floor, trying to get Heijin's attention. As Gaijin continues to press his foot on the scoundrel's neck, the fat father steps closer, trying to show calmness. The tension between the parties reaches a maximum, and it seems that there is no other way out. Suddenly, the head of the clan attacks Heijin with a metal weapon in his hands, which he clearly did not expect. A shocking blow, and immediately someone's head flies off his shoulders. Blood spills everywhere. The head of the clan feels victorious, convinced that his blow decided the outcome of the battle. However, Heijin's punch hits him in the face with such force that his jaw breaks and his teeth fly out. After receiving a powerful blow to the face, the clan leader holds his jaw while Heijin approaches him and tells him not to take the easy way out, because it's useless. Our hero demands that the enemy surrender their weapons, stressing that the sooner he does so, the better his chances of survival. The big man looks at the metal rod in his hand, not understanding why the young warrior insists on giving it back. Gathering all his strength, he exhales air from his lungs, preparing for action. Resolutely presses on the young warrior's leg with such force that it must have broken again. The insolent and stupid master lay on the ground, writhing in pain and cursing himself for his own stupidity. The Tang clan's main goal in this conflict is to preserve the heir, so they give Heijin a metal rod. Taking the weapon, Heijin feels the strength of steel in it. He immediately starts swinging this metal cross all over the bar, smashing the furniture and everything around. The warriors of the Tang clan understand the danger their master carries with such a weapon. They quickly take the old, fat boss away from the aggressive ninja. All they have to do is prepare for the attack, because Heijin looks very dangerous. But the fat clan leader reassures his warriors, telling them not to try to fight because they are not his level. Despite their chief's warning, the cocky warriors of the Tang clan decided to attack Heijin with swords. Seeing their arbitrariness, Heijin realizes that it is time to act. He uses the metal whip he is holding to strike one of the red warriors, literally ripping his flesh and ripping off part of his body. He hits the next warrior so hard that his arm flies off, and another warrior loses his head to a flying metal tip. These maneuvers of Heijin turn into a brutal meat grinder, in which he turns over half of their squad in a matter of seconds. Despite the clan leader's warning, it was already too late for his subordinates. The chains of the metal whip envelop the space, and the body parts of their comrades fly in different directions. All this causes horror among the survivors. Heijin, infusing his weapons with his energy, sows terror among the warriors of the Tang clan, who watch this scene of devastation in a state of confusion and fear. The blade of the iron sword stops, and the boy suddenly realizes that everything around him is covered in blood. He overused his powers. Traces of blood are scattered everywhere, and he realizes that he has gone too far with his supernatural powers. If I had shackles, I wouldn't have had to suffer so much with such a small axe, he thinks, looking back at his tool. Holding a weapon in his hands, the boy realizes that he needs to look for a new goal. At this moment, a colossus named Tang falls to his knees and begs for mercy. Chaos reigns all around, but the hedgehog resolutely throws away the iron whip he borrowed. The head of the Tang clan realizes that he has never met such a scoundrel like him, and is outraged by such disrespectful treatment of himself and his weapons. Despite the fact that death was only a minute away, the thirst for revenge did not leave him, and he decides to strike another blow at the hedge fund. The moment he shoots an arrow into the back of our hero, everything changes. Using a quick technique, the hedgehog grabs the son of his enemy. In response to the blow, he throws a gingerbread, and the palm of the clan leader, heated by the force of the blow, pierces his son. A moment, and he is already turning away from the horror of what happened, as the heir of the Tang clan screams in pain, and the last sparks of life are extinguished in his eyes. Joravin freezes in horror at what has happened. His jaw is open in shock, and he wants to scream in pain. He immediately rushed to the young master, whom he accidentally touched. He asks if everything is okay with him, but in response, he receives only the question, "Why did you hit me?" And at that moment, the young master dies in his arms, and the hedgehog stands nearby and watches with interest how the head of the Tang clan reacts, especially after they hired a big man to protect their son, and he dealt him a fatal blow himself. Fear and terror seized the big man, and he realized with horror that he would be punished for such an act. But the hedgehog offers him an alternative if he wants to survive, if he can answer his question in this condition. But standing on his knees and losing nothing, the big man understands that he must answer. Heijin asks, "Why are you silent?" Silence envelops the room where this terrible event took place. Our hero bows before the protector of the Tang clan, sitting down opposite him. He tells him that this place is far from the city of Hefei, and that they arrived here after 2 days of running. "Doesn't that seem strange to you?" asks the hedgehog, wondering if this man is from Sikkim. A chill runs through the big man's body, and he does not understand how the hedgehog knows that they will come here by this particular road. But despite this, the boy says that there is no need to complicate the situation for both of us. He looks the big guy straight in the eye and asks who told him they'd be here, and the big guy, having no choice, tells him everything. After some time, an alarm sounded in their camp, where his brother John Penn was with his army. The elite guard commander looks off into the distance. He sees a hedgehog that, despite all the vicissitudes, walks away unscathed. The hedgehog's clothes are stained with blood, and he carries a bag in his hands. He apologizes to the young master for making him wait. But the guard commander cannot understand what happened and why there is so much blood on his clothes. Seeing the bloodied master, the guards suspected that he was in trouble and miraculously survived. But he reassured them, saying that it was not his blood. He approaches his brother Ivan Pan, who is sleeping on the ground, not hearing that his brother has come, and puts a piece of food in his hand. He tells the security chief that he has taken care of everything, and there is no reason to worry. Before going to bed, he gives his brother Ivan a snack. The head of the guard curiously asks if he ordered the killing of these scoundrels. The hedgehog replies that he did not kill them, although he could have done worse to them. His cold words gave the team goosebumps. He adds in a low voice that he had to take some additional measures. Sometimes unsubstantiated rumors are stronger than the steel of a sword, he says, lifting the spirits of his team. After a while, a chariot belonging to one of the high clans rushes at high speed. She enters a large castle, continuing her way forward. A boy in snow-white boots gets out of the chariot. It was the young master Namgun Hyun who arrived at the place where his father worked. Walking through the streets, he tried to keep himself in his hands, and people around him recognized him. He could not understand the atmosphere in the city and why he was greeted so coldly. But when he entered his father's office, he did not expect to see what he saw. When he returned to his father in a calm environment, he saw that he was doing something unusual. His father was covered with scrolls on which he was painting orchids. This symbol always meant bad things because he used it when he needed to calm himself in moments of deep anger. With anxiety in his heart, he asked his father what had happened. "It's true, Hen," answered the father. But the boy did not understand what truth meant and asked his father to explain. "You killed a man with someone else's knife," his father said, and Hing felt his breath catch. The father continued. "There are rumors that you ordered the eldest son of the Tang clan to kill the young master of the Yen clan. Are these rumors true? Is that a lie?" The father's anger was boundless, and he seemed to believe that the rumors were true. The father was visibly angry but tried to control himself as he asked his son if he had used the blade to attack the man. He hoped that his son would make sure that his identity remained a secret. Perhaps the father was wrong in his accusations, and it was difficult for the boy to answer his words, because he did not know what to say. Bowing his head, the son begs his father's forgiveness, but the father replies, "Even when Sankhwa was wounded, you did not hesitate to commit such a gross mistake. Tell me, son, what is the reason for your act?" continues the father. Having made an assumption, he says, "The first option is that something has thrown you off balance. The second option, Yunhojin turned out to be more difficult than you imagined." Turning to the boy, he adds, "How about something else?" But both options were actually true, and the son realized that his father knew everything, and things were not going very well. "You loved your eldest daughter so much that you decided to commit a crime," his father tells him. Controlling himself, he is furious with his son because the only time a man weakens is when he falls in love. And as soon as you fall in love, you immediately lose control over everything, including your self-control. The father sagely says, "You have no excuse now," as he cuts down the tree and shocks the boy by telling him that he sent the hawk to the Chu clan. These words send Hung into a stupor. He is ashamed of his father's actions, but he, the son of the head of the great Namgud clan, must live up to the high standards set for the daughter of the Jigu clan. Stammering, Hyung tells his father that it is unnecessary and useless. But the father answered, "Don't deceive yourself, son. I told you that you should treat her not as a wife, but as a personal stone for your self-control." Trying to convey the depth of his words to his son, Hyung, pulling himself together, clenches his fist and decides to answer his father. He says that he lost to him once, but he will never let it happen again. To which the father recognizes his son in these words and gives him a break. However, his anger does not subside, and he continues to do his routine work so as not to take out his feelings on posterity. After thinking for a moment, the father realizes that he cannot continue like this, and decides to settle the matter with the family of the Yen clan. 20 days have passed and we are leaving for the Yen clan. Tired from the road, Yejin and his brother Jongpen return from a long trip. Father was amazed at their emaciated condition. He meets them with a strange look, looking at them like hungry children, lost and exhausted. Out of breath, the father says that he is very glad to have them back, congratulates Yanpen, sends him off to rest, and himself is relieved to finally be able to breathe. Heejin, in turn, sits down next to his father at the table where the general pours him tea. The cup was warm, and when the boy sniffed the drink, it was warm. He drank it down in one gulp. The general was amazed by this act, because there was real boiling water in the cup. After the general poured the tea and left, the father began to ask Heijin about his condition. Heijin confidently answers that he practiced a little on the road. "What kind of training?" asks the father. Heijin replies that nothing special, they were just running, and the task of training was to actively run for 7 to 8 minutes. Then the guys would do short runs just to get in shape, Heijin continues. At the beginning of the trip, he increased his running time by 8 minutes every day, which shocked his father, especially since Heejin did it with Zhongping when they returned. But not only them, but also the entire squad of swordsmen, including the leader Shin, participated in the training. My father was amazed when he learned that all these people ran every day for exactly 20 days. "Aren't you tired?" the father asks worriedly. Heejin replies, "That was just the beginning." "The beginning of what?" the father asks with interest. The boy replies that this is the beginning of reaching the peak of the martial art to which he has devoted his whole life and wants to be confident in his abilities. Looking at his son, the father understood everything. He remembered that his son had changed since that day. From a weak young man who had no big plans for life, he turned into a strong, brave, adult man. He couldn't help but be happy for him, but he had a few questions about the rumors of some skirmishes with the Namhood clan. The boy replied that the assassination attempt on him was planned from the very beginning, and they wanted to kill him immediately. So he told his father the whole truth, which turned out to be terrible. After this story, the boy looked at his father's face. It was the first time he had seen him with such a stern expression. "That's what happened," said the father. But the boy asked to tell the details of this very moment. The head of the Namgun clan personally apologized to Hua Namgun's son so that he would realize what he had done. This deeply affected our hero, and meant that Hyejin's father understood what was happening. He gave up his daughter so that his son would not lose face, explaining the attempt to kill her with personal enmity that had nothing to do with clan affairs. And the Namgung clan, which personifies the cunning of the snake, was not only intelligent but also as nimble as a snake. Their ability to find a way out of difficult situations was always impressive. If you notice this, then your intuition is awake. "Therefore, I think we should accept their apology," said the father. The boy replied that a martial artist's life would always be in danger, and he accepted that, and that it would be good for their reputations if they accepted the apology. His father reacted to his words with restraint, saying that he understood that he was tired and needed rest, so he would not detain him. The boy got up from his seat at the table and headed for the door, but his father suddenly stopped him. When the boy turned to him, his father was standing in front of him and was silent. Keeping the intrigue, the father said that the boy tried very hard, and that is very good. Hearing these words, the boy was shocked. He accepted his father's words with pride and closed his eyes to hold back the tears. He said proudly, "It was easy." The next morning, his training began in the village. In armor, chained with heavy weights on his hands, he decided to start training to increase his strength, become better, and improve his reputation. After realizing that his body was burdened with a lot of weight, he realized that the training would be very strong and difficult. He began to run with all his might, realizing that it would not be easy. Jogging had a huge effect as his stamina increased significantly. A month later, after such long training, he improved his physical condition significantly, and after 2 months he was already feeling very well. 4 months had passed, and he had reached the peak of his powers, and his energy had changed dramatically. While everyone was celebrating and going on vacation, he was training and didn't even notice how the new year had come. Silence reigned in the village, and the boy returned to training. After wearing the armor for a long time, he took it off to see the effects of the weights. His body transformed, taking on a new physical form, and he became like an athlete. He finally achieved what he wanted and was preparing to embody a new image. Despite such strenuous training, he had finally reached a physical condition that allowed him to meet the thief face to face. A few days later, he received a letter from his poor friend. A friend completed the investigation of all his requests, and everything turned out to be more complicated than expected. Although he was sure that Heejin knew about it, the poor man almost bankrupted himself by fulfilling the request mindlessly, almost spending all the money he had collected begging. So he needed at least some reward for his work. He plans to visit him in a month, so the boy needs to prepare a lot of delicious food. If he doesn't like the food, he might make a scene over not completing the task. When he read the message from his old friend, he smiled because he was pleased that his request had been granted. It is important to explain that the poor will come to him. If he is going to travel such a distance just to tell what can be conveyed in a letter, then there are only two options. The information is very important, and there could be problems if it gets leaked or he has a lot on his mind. Holding the letter in his hand, he realized that after receiving this information, this was his time for real action. He embodied self-confidence because he had been preparing for this for a very long time. His father watched him carefully, and from afar it was clear that he was hiding something from him. His eyes were fixed on his son, and he began to suspect something, wanting to address him. Heijin, noticing that his father was closely watching him, did not understand what was happening. The father came closer and asked if the boy had finished his studies today, to which Heijin replied that of course he had. Since he had no other tasks, he was free and said to his father, "Yes, follow me." This situation was a little unusual for his father, and the boy felt a little uncomfortable. He even thought that he might have done something wrong, when in fact, he had only been training all these days. They entered a thick bamboo forest where silence prevailed. At that moment, his father brought him to this place and wanted to show him something. The boy realized that this was the forest where the true natural energy of blue ki resided, and they went deep into the forest together. When he reached the weapon rack, his father suggested that he choose one of the swords. The choice was quite wide, and the guy could get confused. He carefully examined the variety of weapons and understood what the choice of weapons meant. Long-awaited training with father. A training battle with his father meant a serious battle where they could compete. This surprised him because it was a great honor. He asked his father if it was true, and his father replied that there was no doubt about the seriousness. "Why would I bring you here if it wasn't serious?" said the father. After a few minutes, the boy chose a large, long, sharp spear from among the variety of weapons. Filling it with chi energy, he swung it in his father's direction. The father, analyzing this information, immediately noticed that his son chose a spear, not a sword. This meant that the son was going to use a ranged weapon, while the father had the great sword of a great warrior. The father quickly dodged his son's blow, showing his fighting skills and experience. Father had another trump card up his sleeve. Holding the sword in his hands, he filled it with the energy of his fertile ki with such force that the ground beneath them began to crack. It was the technique of the dedicated sword of the 8 children of the king that deeply impressed Heijin. Mastering such a serious technique made the upcoming battle especially exciting. Looking directly into his father's eyes, Heijin began to analyze the situation when he heard his voice. Father said, "Before we begin, do you know why I wanted to see your fighting techniques today?" Heijin thought that his father wanted to see him grow as a warrior. Everything was absolutely right, but there was another important reason. "What is the reason?" asked Heijin. Taking the sword in his hands, the father replied that he would tell him only after the battle. Raising the sword to his face, he saw his son's reflection in the blade, and they understood each other without words. Father and son stand face to face in a field of bamboo forest, ready for battle and demonstrating their techniques to each other. Pushing off the ground, Heijin quickly picked up speed. Swinging his spear, in a second he struck his father, who was calmly standing still. Of course, these blows were child's play for his father, and he easily parried each of them with his sword. The excitement of the battle fueled Heijin, and he understood that the battle would not be easy, and therefore not easy. He needs to get stronger and attack with more powerful punches. Continuing to attack, Heijin threw his spear again and again, but all the attacks, controlled by my father, who deflected each blow with his sword. But it was obvious that he was tense. After a long defense, the father decided to go on the offensive. Swinging his sword, he missed with lightning, and the energy of the blow slipped past Heijin. Noticing the moment when his father relaxed a little, Heijin stretched his hand forward, concentrating all his energy in it, and decided to use one forbidden technique. This technique was called the Ice Swallow method, which corresponded to my father's Dragon Power technique. The explosion of energy from these two techniques captivated everyone present. The trees in the forest began to bend and crack from the force of the blows. The two great warriors stood facing each other, amazed at the technique and power they possessed. The father did not expect to see such impressive abilities in his son, and was very surprised. Since the son had reached such a high level, the father decided to try a completely different technique on him. Raising his sword aloft, he split it into several swords that hung in the air like ghosts, and asked his son what he thought. Seeing this, Heijin knew that he shouldn't waste time thinking about it because the stakes were very high. Father attacked, and the bamboo under his feet and near the sword cut like paper, leaving a trail of chaos in its wake. The clan chief's sword moved behind him, preparing to strike. At a critical moment, the boy almost lost his concentration, but noticed in time a powerful blow and managed to dodge. The force of the blow was so great that the bullet flew several kilometers ahead, and if it had hit the boy, the consequences would have been catastrophic. After moving to a safe distance, he thought it was just training. But then he saw again what his father prepares another powerful attack, and his father's face reflects the determination of the sword. This caused him to lose control of his energy, and he began to infuse every cell in his body with it. Filled with even more power, he launched a counterattack with even more power. This deeply impressed his father, and the boy, in turn, promised himself not to retreat under any circumstances and rushed at his father with great energy. Heijin rushes straight at his father with all his strength, and his mighty spear, filled with incredible energy, flies in his direction. And even though it was a training exercise, their melee weapons were aimed at each other. Soon they met in a counterattack and their swords crossed. Our hero looks at his father and realizes that he is a good man. Their fight was filled with a variety of techniques and strikes with which they skillfully attacked and defended. The father was surprised by his son's last attack, because when he rushed forward, the son unexpectedly reduced the power of his sword. Using constant pressure, defense, and more powerful attacks, they continued to compete. In other words, the tactics were designed for real combat, and it was very easy to understand. The fight continued and Heijin attacked. The father made a lot of efforts to repel his son's blows. To demonstrate who is in charge, the father delivers a powerful blow that knocks Heijin aside. Falling to the ground from the force of this chi energy, Heijin rushes back at high speed. After landing, he slides on the ground and cannot stop, so he is forced to drive into the ground. Heijin stopped and surveyed the situation, while the father looked at his son, realizing that Heijin had twisted his sword several times, closing even the possibilities that Heijin was trying to open. Father realized that his technique was as strong as a stone wall. Heijin realized that his father's style was approaching the perfection of martial arts, and, filled with chi energy, he decided to discard everything superfluous and seriously attack his father. He was going to attack his father in order to achieve better results in training. His excitement before this match was over the top, and he even lost his temper a little. Seeing this, the father was surprised, realizing that the battle was reaching a new level. But the great warrior, the head of the clan, cannot lose to his son. Filling his sword with Koi energy, he is ready to withstand his son's blow. And they met in the final showdown, where Heijin attacked and his father parried. Like a meteor, the boy rushes into battle with such speed that he leaves only a plume of smoke behind him. His father, anticipating his son's attack, is ready to shatter his naive hopes. Their weapons clashed on the battlefield, and swords clashed with a loud sound. A blow of incredible power, executed by two great ninja masters, captured the entire space around. The force of the impact was so great that the surrounding bamboo canes began to break. A huge mushroom of smoke rose above them, as if from an explosion, and everything around shuddered from the force of the impact. After the battle, the grassy ground turned into clay, and pebbles began to jump on the ground. Heijin looked at the destroyed bamboo forest and realized that everything had been torn down and uprooted. His hand was shaking, and he knew he wanted to continue this battle. Achieving White Tiger energy was extremely difficult unless it was a matter of life and death. But at the same time, it was impossible to compete with my father at such levels. Father put his sword back in the place where the bulk of the swords were stored. The father asked his son how he liked his gear. Heijin replied that he thought it was close to perfect. This was a valid point because my father's attack, defense, dodge, and counterattack in combat were flawless, without a single miss or flaw. The father said that his technique covered all these aspects at the same time. It was a true martial art, and watching Heijin, he realized that his son had identified his technique from the first time. After listening to the entire analysis from his son, the father felt proud of him. He put his hand on the bamboo weapon rack and wanted to tell his son that he really wants him to follow in his footsteps. He chose his words carefully because he was not usually sentimental. The boy stood and could not say anything, but the father continued. I am first of all the father of 2 sons, so I would like you both to follow in my footsteps. However, the father said that during the fight he realized that Gaijin had chosen a different path. I saw where you were really going, he said. The boy asked where his father thought he was going, to which he replied that Heijin had no desire to become the head of the family. The father spoke, convinced that Heijin's destiny was not in these mountains. His fate was turned to peace, and this was the main reason for their fights. He wanted to check whether his son had the desire to become at least a small head of the family. Heijin was surprised to hear about the concept of little head of the family because he did not fully understand it. A little upset, the father continued, Even parents cannot influence the future of their children. As he left, he said that the fight was good, and that maybe they will organize similar fights sometime. When his father was walking, Gaejin called him, stopping him. Father turned around, wondering why Haejin had stopped him. To which Haejin replied, "Even if I go the other way, my heart will always stay here. Even if I am called a demon, I will protect our family. And I am ready to turn my sword against this world if it threatens our village." These words made Gaejin's father a little worried. "What nonsense," said the father, clearly displeased. He was furious to hear from his son that someone could call him a demon. "My son cannot be called a demon," he said firmly. And he added that anyone who calls his son a demon will fall under the blade of his sword. Those words became a symbol of their unity that day, and all that was left for them to do was to rest after the battle. In the village, where his room was, Gaejin fell on the bed because it was already night. He had a lot to think about today, about the battle, and what his father had said about his potential to become a young clan chief. Haejin realized that his father probably wanted to make his brother Jongpeng, whom he had always had high hopes for, as the clan chief. And although Haejin wasn't trying to please his father, he was just trying to be himself. Haejin reflects on herself and her apology to her father. He has a job to do. If he doesn't destroy the thieves, the clan will have no future. The alliance seeking to take over Chuanya completely is a reminder of how Black Island was once covered in blood. From all these concepts, a small head, thieves, and an alliance, the boy's head explodes from the pressure. Across the road from his house, his father is watching from afar and drinking delicious tea from his room. He also reflects on his son's words and puts the cup on the table to analyze what he said once more. Remembering his son's words, he understands that Haejin said that his heart will stay here, and it will be difficult. As he sets the tea, the general comes in and asks why he didn't like the tea. General Tegan replies that the weather has gotten colder, and he needs to drink more tea, but he is holding a scroll with interesting information. Since he had received a reply from the Moya clan, it was really valuable information. Unfolding the scroll, the head of the Yen clan strained his eyes to read what was written there. Having shown perseverance in the face of new beginnings, they do not lose hope. He asked the general what he thought about it, but the general was surprised that his opinion was taken into account. The general replied that this clan should be dealt with because the Moya clan is very capable. If things go well and you make a profit, you will be able to meet the needs of those in need, he said, hearing his general's words. The clan leader thought, scratching the back of his head. He realized that meeting the needs of his people made some sense, even though it was not that easy. The general continued. If you think the Moyi clan is worth considering, then the general proposed to marry his son to a daughter of the Moya clan. At that moment, the head of the clan had a picture of the marriage of his son Haejin with a daughter from the Moya clan. Although it was quite a risky idea, it looked quite interesting. After this dialogue, the head of the Yen clan continued to discuss the girl from the Moi clan with his general. He imagined his son Haejin next to a girl from the Moi clan. The general said that she is much talked about because she is not only beautiful in appearance, but also has a wonderful personality, which makes her an excellent candidate for the role of the young heir's wife. After all, in the future he will become the head of the family, and in this case it is important to have a reliable wife by his side. Such a wife will help him in the household and in family matters. Father seriously considered this proposal, which seemed reasonable to him. Looking out the window and drinking another glass of tea, he realized that getting married is a really good idea. And after 10 days he trained with his brother Yeonpin. A guy came up to them and greeted them. "Hello!" It was their old friend Bomjik, who greeted them and said, "Long time no see." They greeted the uncle, who said that he had not eaten anything for 3 days, and had come to them in the hope of finding some food. Haejin jokingly replied that if he left even a small drawing on his plate, he wouldn't even be given the soup. They invited him to their home, where they laid a table for him with excellent food and various dishes. And in 10 minutes, he tried everything, and the whole table was eaten. Yeonpin watched as the poor man quickly ate everything and asked him if he was a monster. The poor guy replied that he was underestimated, and that when he was younger he could eat 12 pounds of pork, and it wasn't a problem for him, but now it's not so easy. After thinking about this, Haejin realized that 12 pounds of pork was not enough for 36 people. His hospitality knew no bounds, and he offered the poor man tea. The poor man was sitting at the table and said he would like wine instead of tea. But as it was already day, it made no difference to the poor man, for it made no difference to him. Haejin asked his brother to go get some wine, and he agreed. As the poor man had already eaten, they decided to proceed to the discussion of business. And the first thing they did was to ask the poor man to ask for something. The poor man began by wanting to understand what was happening in Marima. He noted that apart from the strange things that happened at the Sholen Temple, where small insects started crawling out, nothing was happening. He also asked if Hichin had heard of the emergence of any groups that could harm the local people, such as demonic groups. The poor man had not heard of such groups. He noted that it was very quiet, as if no one was there. Hedges thought to himself that the Sam Geach clan hadn't yet sprung into action. The second request concerned Moengun's younger brother. The poor man wanted to check whether he was correctly instructed to find out where he was and what he was doing. He took a scroll from his pocket that contained all the details of Moengun's life and handed it to Heijin. The poor man looked at Heijin with great sincerity and determination. When Heijin opened the scroll, he wondered why he was looking for information about his free brother. The scroll said that Moen was a seafood merchant in Chengjiang. The wretch confirmed that the Moen clan controlled the area and the trade was rumored to bring in about 1/10 of their income. And he also has excellent qualities and impressive talent. They say that his character is the complete opposite of his brother. This was a truth that Heijin already knew. For when he was the emperor, his brother who had escaped had even bowed at his feet, the leader of the Black Isles. The brother was a modest and deep person, and our hero understood this. This guy was needed in order to unite the White Islands in Murima with one force, as it was in the Black Islands. And the third request, which caused many problems, but the poor man dared to ask it. He tells Heijin how he knows, but Heijin, after drinking wine, asks, "What exactly?" The poor man again speaks of the strongest, giving a hint of reflection. Heijin almost gasped when he heard. How would he know that the Guzhongmeng clan was secretly raising the Sword of Death? And this was a revelation to our hero. Somewhere in the distant mountains, workers are digging steel stones, hitting them with a pickaxe. They mine these stones, which are found in large quantities in caves and tunnels. Someone sent them there and is monitoring their work because it was absolutely necessary. The boss came to check on his workers and asked the servant how things were going, to which he replied that they would be finished in 5 days. The boss was impressed with it because it was pretty good when it was over. He ordered all the workers who worked in the mine to be buried right here. And this man was the head of the Gujimen Monshong clan, a real criminal who was involved in forbidden things. The servant asked him if he had any reservations about the order, to which Gujimin replied that he was certainly concerned, because the martial arts of his ancestors should be in his hands. 300 years ago, he and the Emperor of the 4 martial realms defeated the blood religion and took over some martial arts from them, and he thought the rest had disappeared until he found them here. It was the Emperor's own technique that combined the 4 martial arts, and it gave him the strength to fight the 30 strongest factions. He also asked his servant if there was any news from the Moya clan, to which the servant replied that they didn't seem to be in a hurry to respond. The Emperor said that Mongan was too weak, and if they do not support his proposal, he will have to destroy them, because if gentleness does not work, only force remains. The servant, amazed at his words, asked if he would really do that. The enraged Emperor replied to the servant, asking if he really cared to know. When asked what exactly he was talking about, the Emperor explained that he was talking about the Gujiman clan's newly acquired military equipment. He raised his burning hand and said that it was necessary to see how long the Pexanian clan could hold out, realizing that a great war would soon begin. The cold forest, devoid of leaves and covered with winter frost, became the arena for Heijin's training. A mighty sharp dagger bursts out into nowhere. Hitting the tree, the dagger leaves a huge hole and continues its flight. Heijin, who threw the blade, was illuminated by its energy swirling in the vortex of his technique. He was angry and tried to vent his anger caused by the information he received. The moment he learned of the development of the Death Sword, energy filled the room. The poor man, who saw this, was amazed by the boy's boundless power, which, like fire, destroyed everything in its path. He was holding a mug that cracked and shattered from his energy. After that, a huge explosion rang out from Heijin, which filled the entire room, scattered all the furniture nearby, and hit the poor guy. He didn't know what to do against such a technique, and the poor guy covered his face with his hair to protect himself from the flying objects. Heijin was so enraged and filled with power that his energy flew into space. The poor man's heart pounded in his chest and he almost stopped. Under the influence of Heijin's energy, the poor man felt that his power was so great that it almost ripped out his heart. Heijin decided to calm down because he was giving off an aura that almost pierced his friend. Perhaps in a past life, he was an enemy of the Meng clan, the poor man thought, and during training he tried to vent his anger by smashing everything in his path. The hot energy inside him gave him no rest. Trying to control himself, he couldn't calm down. His anger knew no bounds, especially since they had dared to kill his father in a past life. And he understood that everything was leading to this. Trying to release his energy, Gaijin realized that these scoundrels wanted to bury his brother and destroy his family. In this life, he must take revenge by screaming and spewing his anger at the world around him. Around him, within a radius of 100 meters, the entire space was without a single leaf on the trees. Everything was destroyed by his powerful energy. Gaijin stopped when he heard someone approaching. His father came up behind him and commented that what was happening was more like an outburst of anger than learning. Seeing his father, Gaijin calmed down, but the anxiety remained, and his father asked him about it. The boy did not know how to explain his feelings, and said that he was probably just worried about his slow academic progress. But your abilities can already be compared with the head of the family. You shouldn't be in such a hurry, his father told him. He agreed with his father, and after a while his father gave him a book. It was a manuscript. His father had told him that his martial arts technique was meant to attack. So far, he had relied on his physical data, but the period of power consumption would be very long, and vulnerability might occur. The answer to his question is dragon power, the power of a counterattack. This manuscript will help him develop his fighting skills. Of course, if he has his own techniques and the desire to awaken the blue dragon, then there will be no problems with the counterattack. Holding this manuscript in his hands, the boy did not know how to thank his father. Gaijin compared his gratitude to how his father would react in a similar situation and decided to express it. He thanked his father from the bottom of his heart. His father watched his reaction, waiting for what he would say next. With his back to him, his father asked if Gaijin planned to leave the land, to which Gaijin replied, "Yes, I'm leaving tomorrow." He thought to himself that it would be difficult for him to avoid conflicts within the clan. He needed to assess the strength of the enemy, and his father accepted his answer with understanding. "Follow me," said the father, meaning he had another gift for his son. They walked down the street, outside the clan. They were walking through the night city, two big strong warriors heading to the same shop. It was a tavern where quality weapons were made, known for their craftsmanship. The guy immediately recognized her, because this tavern had been in his memory for a long time. Opening the door, they went inside. His father, coming in, turned to Old Pen and asked if he was here. At that moment, the old man put down his hammer. He wiped his hands, which were dirty with grease and iron dust. He replied, "Here is the head of the Yen clan." And it was Master Peng Ilgang. After inspecting the forge, Gaijin realized that they were in the forge, and the gunsmith said that the goods were ready. Having demonstrated his product, he assured that it would not be difficult to show it, and 2 weeks would be a sufficient time for its production. He approached the object and began to remove the sheet covering it. The boy carefully watched what was under the sheet and was very surprised by what he saw. When the sheet was removed, under it lay the thing that became his new love. It was a huge axe, pointed on all sides, with a sharp point and a massive handle, similar to the one he had in his previous life. Seeing her, the boy was delighted and wanted to take her in his arms immediately. His father asked him what he was waiting for and encouraged him to take the axe as soon as possible. Taking it in his hands, he felt the strength of the wood, the fasteners, as well as the weight and strength in his hands. His hands immediately felt the weight of the massive blade. As he swung this axe, he felt an incomparable power. Holding the axe in his hands, the father asked if he liked it. The boy replied that she was heavy, just what he needed. The father realized that this was exactly what his little son needed. They left the forge not empty-handed, but with this mighty axe. They left this province and went to the mountains to their clan, carrying with them a powerful new weapon. Gaijin walked with this huge axe on his shoulder, feeling its weight and strength. The father started the conversation with an unexpected question. "Have you ever thought about marriage?" It was such a delicate question that Hedges had not expected to hear. For now, he told his father that he hadn't thought about it, but asked if his father had any specific suggestions for him. To which the father said, "What do you think of the daughter of the Moin clan? She is said to possess various fighting skills." He asked why this particular clan, as there were many others. My father replied that the Moin clan had offered to trade together, and so he thought of the marriage as a way to strengthen the relationship between the clans. After hearing his reaction, his father said that, to be honest, he himself was against marriage without love. After hearing his father's words, Gaijin realized that the Moin clan was trying to improve relations with his family, but why now? Reflecting on the Moin clan, before he returned to lead his own clan, he remembered that after the death of the Yen clan, his home clan, the Moin were considered stronger. It was the Moin clan that wanted to destroy his family, not the Guziman clan, which is the enemy of all wickedness. And the Guziman clan gradually lost its strength. An important realization came to Hedzin. How can one explain the downfall of the clan and the fact that it is now called the Ming clan? Heijin thought about the connection between the Moyin clan's maritime trade, the enemy clan's invasions, and the attacks. He decided to ask his father a question, to which he was told that neither of his parents would marry their son without a good reason, but someone could suggest it. Father said that it was General Tengen, and these words shocked Heijin. General Tengen seemed simple-minded, always smiling, and handled the clan's financial operations. He was very inconspicuous. But my father warned me not to take the general's proposal in a hostile manner, because it was for the good of their family. A chill ran through Gaijin's soul. He had always suspected that there was a traitor in their clan, but it was difficult to identify him. At that moment, Heijin realized that the traitor could be a person very close to his father, and this realization filled him with mixed feelings, from hurt to anger, as he thought about the possibility of betrayal so close. Snowfall covered the mountaintops, and the general, trying to avoid the blizzard, hurried to his hut. The wind swirled the snowflakes, making them dance chaotically in the air. Opening the door, the general immediately felt a piercing cold that rushed out. He began to gently shake the snow from his military overcoat, each movement accompanied by the melody of crunching snow. Suddenly, in the midst of silence, an unexpected voice rang out. "Hello, boss?" The general shuddered, and his heart jumped at the greeting. Heijin, a young man who seemed to have been waiting for the general for a long time, sat in a chair with his legs gracefully crossed. His gaze was full of patience. The general was surprised to see the young man in his house, but the boy came with a special purpose, to discuss something important. The general was immediately impressed by the boy's desire to speak. He asked for some time to talk, looking extremely interested. They sat down at the table, and the general was attentive, ready to listen to the boy with all the attention he was capable of. Trying to show hospitality, the general prepared fragrant tea, which always helped to create a cozy atmosphere. The conversation began with the boy's unexpected words. "I heard you mention my upcoming wedding." There was a special interest in his voice. The general apologized, embarrassed, because he did not want to say anything superfluous. "If I offended you in any way, I sincerely apologize," he said, feeling a little uncomfortable with his rash words. Heijin sipped his tea and reassured the general. "I'm not offended at all," he said, feeling the pleasant warmth of the hot drink. "On the contrary, I really like this idea. What man wouldn't want to marry a beautiful woman?" Heijin commented with a smile, enjoying the aroma of tea. But there was a note of doubt in his voice, and Heijin took his time making a decision. "Your taste is a little disappointing," Heijin suddenly remarked, looking suspiciously at the general. The general, surprised, replied, "What do you mean?" His face expressed surprise and incomprehension. "My bride is really beautiful and grateful, but she's not always what I'm looking for," Heijin explained, revealing his doubts. "However, there is an alternative view on this issue," he added, preparing to express his point of view. "In my opinion, the ideal girl should not be a burden. I think I should take care of her more than she should take care of me," Heijin admitted. "I want you to understand," Heijin added seriously, sharing his thoughts with the general. After thinking about these words, Heijin suggested, "Please tell my father about this. He must know my true feelings." His voice sounded determined and confident. "I would like you to help me marry another daughter of your clan," Heijin said confidently, looking directly at the general. The general, impressed by the boy's courage, understood that Heijin was serious about marriage. "Yes, you will indeed have to marry. But why don't you choose for yourself?" he asked, encouraging Heijin to act. "This will bring me one step closer to the position of head of the family," Heijin replied, realizing that this was exactly what the general wanted to hear. "But what do you mean by future clan head?" asked the general cautiously, trying to understand the subtext of Gaijin's words. Heijin offered to speak frankly, but avoided looking directly at the general, which added tension to the conversation. Approaching, he whispered to the general, "Everyone knows that your father is already preparing the ground for this. Isn't that right?" His voice was full of intrigue. Before leaving, Heijin said that he would not forget the general's efforts and asked him to take an important role in the future of the clan. The general bowed his head to Heijin and replied, "What doubts can there be? I trust you, sir." "I believe you are the only one who can help me in this situation," Heijin said and left the room with a sense of duty. The next morning, the general visited the head of his clan, deciding to discuss the situation and Heijin's possible future wedding. The general placed a list of documents for inspection on the table in front of the clan head. After looking at the papers, the clan father admitted, "You did a good job." Instead of leaving, the general started pacing nervously around the clan head's table, unable to calm down. Beginning the dialogue, he said, "Listen, Chief, regarding the marriage of the young master." His father looked at him suspiciously, but still gave the general his word. "How about another bride? We have a new proposal," the general offered cautiously. Father folded his papers and listened intently, leaning forward. "But before I start arguing, I ask you to listen to my arguments," continued the general, coming closer. "I believe that the young gentleman does not deserve it because of his over-eminent abilities." Saying these words, the general was afraid of the possible reaction of the clan head. The general added, "It seems to me that the gentleman would be more suited to a girl with whom he would feel more at ease, rather than an extremely talented girl. In addition, there is a possibility that the military clan may not agree to the marriage." But these words worried my father because he did not expect that he would be able to refuse such an offer. The general spoke cautiously. "I heard that the clan chief respects his daughter Manhwa very much. If he gives his beloved daughter in marriage, it may affect our business. It is better to avoid possible troubles." After listening to all the reasoning of the general, the father of the clan thought about his words. "You really think business with my clan is that important? But I'm sure it is. In Cana, money is power," he answered the general. "If the wealth of my clan increases, so will our profits, and we will be able to raise the standard of living of our people," he continued. The clan head thought deeply about these considerations because he wanted to make these changes. Without any hesitation, he agreed with the general and accepted his offer. They decided to set a wedding date, although they have not yet decided who will become the wife of the young man. Leaving the clan chief's room, the general was amazed at his agreement. But then the head of the clan stopped him, turning to him. "You work very hard for the benefit of our clan," he said, acknowledging the general's efforts. The general bowed and replied, "I'm glad I could be of some help, clan chief." His next step was to write a letter to the Moyen clan, which he handed to the ambassador to send. The general looked at the son and sighed with relief, finally freed from the burden of responsibility. He started to smile and then burst out laughing as the pressure that had been keeping him tense for so long was finally gone. His goal remained elusive for 8 years, but now everything has changed. Now, under the guise of trade, the head of the clan gradually conquered all the territories of the Zelina Gora clan, and Ms. Manhwa also proved to be clever, using herself as a tool to mislead those who judged her. The soldiers approached the manager and congratulated him, rejoicing in his success. But he turned out to be an insidious villain who sought to destroy the Yeni clan. Realizing that the head of the family had become one step closer to the title of the strongest, which was very suitable for his plans. Sensing the success of his actions, the strongest of the Moyen clan was glad that everything was going according to his plan. However, that same evening, when he had many evening entertainments, Heijin came to him. Heijin came for tea, the aroma of which was incredibly beautiful. He expressed his delight at the tea, to which the general explained that he had to spend a small amount of money on such a rare tea. Telling about the success of his actions, the general admitted to Heijin that he had originally planned to bring tea to the clan chief. Heijin replied that he knew about his unusualness, expressing admiration. The general, shocked by his words, began to scratch the back of his head and was embarrassed. "You're overestimating me." But Heijin continued to praise him for managing the clan's affairs. The general replied that he would continue to do important work. Heijin, happy to be around such a person, asked, "So you've finally made up your mind?" The general expressed his hope of being helpful and looked forward to further cooperation, but suddenly Heijin began spilling the precious tea on the floor. After Heijin spilled the tea, there was tension between them, as Heijin brought up the importance of the Yen clan's future. After filling the room with chi energy, Heijin asked the general if he was ready to tell him everything frankly. Heijin, keeping his eyes on the general, asked, "Are you ready to tell me where rats like you are hiding?" His tone was mysterious and suspicious, as if he already knew the answer, but wanted to hear it from the general himself. Heijin had cornered that damn deputy, whom he thought was a rat. He wanted to expose him to find out where other rats like him were hiding. However, the deputy did not understand what kind of rats we were talking about. He turned to his companion, saying that he understood absolutely nothing, but our hero has already received his excuse. Holding the cup, he used it to shatter it on the river. To show his seriousness, he bluntly told the deputy that he saw him as a spy and was not going to mess with him. However, the deputy smiled and said that it was a mistake because he is a weak person. Weak people can't be spies, explaining that he is short and hasn't grown yet. But Heijin doesn't care because he knows the 3 basic conditions for a spy. This is an inconspicuous place or position that a spy has, and also an inconspicuous character. The deputy behaves in a completely different way. He is so self-confident that he serves as a manager and is always close to the head of the family. Heijin sees in him not just a spy, but a special rat who settled in the very heart of his settlement. Scratching the back of his head, the deputy tries to explain that he was misunderstood. But how can it be misunderstood if he is sure of it? A man suddenly appears from the darkness, and the deputy turns his attention to him. Seeing a familiar silhouette, the deputy finally realized who it was. The quiet voice of this mysterious man from the darkness drove fear. It was Mr. Tramp holding a scroll in his hand. He stated that he did not want to interfere in family quarrels until the last moment. Someone from a clan called Mai sent not just an answer, but an entire report written in signs. His wandering servant had to work hard to understand the meaning. Seeing this scroll, the deputy was scared to death. He just wanted to know how it got into Mr. Tramp's hands. Our hero, getting up from his desk, asked this rat to stop pretending. The protagonist bypassed him from the side, not giving him a chance to escape from the room. With excitement and purpose in his eyes, Heijin looked at the deputy like the last rat and asked him, "Are you going to go yourself, or do you want to be carried out?" The deputy could no longer resist. He realized that he had been declassified. The cold night covered the tunnels lit by candlelight, and on this soil of cold rocks and unfounded hopes, the foot stepped. The deputy is taken to his cell for his sins and is now under the watch of the guards. There was no longer a smile on his face. It was time to pay for his actions. The guards brought him to his new residence, where he would spend the rest of his life. When the cage closed, the guards were shocked that they had to put the deputy himself behind bars. They never thought he would turn out to be a rat. Zerba breaks their hearts. They cannot understand why he behaved like this and asked him to at least try to explain. After all, he worked for the legendary clan for so many years. How could he betray like that? How dare he look at them with such an insolent expression on his face? He is a traitor who will go down in history. After the guard attacked him, the second guard ordered him to calm down, but as they left, they couldn't believe what had happened. But the resentment overwhelmed them, and their anger against him only grew. If the manager was a spy, then he should prepare for what awaits him. They promised that his death would not be quick and easy. He would have to suffer. The warden could only look at the light coming through the ventilation into his prison cell. It was night outside, the moon shone brightly, and even a spark fell into his cage. He had nothing to say because things did not turn out the way he planned. Sitting on his knees in the cell, he just waited for a change. Soon the deputy spoke a phrase, and someone answered him. He also answered with a secret phrase, and they understood each other. The deputy sat nervously and waited for a saving gesture from this person. Soon the key fell from the window directly to the floor, and the deputy noticed it. He looks at the key and hopes he can use it to get out of here. Hope appears in his heart. He runs his hand along the stony surface of the wall, feeling its coldness. And he only hears the words from the window. Lower left point, third from the top. This was a clue to find a place to insert the secret key. The deputy found this point and inserted the key of hope. After that, a hatch opened in the very center of the dungeon. With pride in his eyes, he approached the dark hatch and saw that it was a possible way out of his death trap. Jumping into it, he continued his way to freedom. While going around the dungeon, he went around the whole settlement. The guards who watched over the dungeon could not even imagine what the deputy planned to avoid punishment. Soon, a man approaches one of the guards. When asked what he is doing here because this area is not his responsibility, he offered to exchange places, explaining his position by the fact that he had not eaten anything, and his stomach was already stuck to his back. He hoped for sympathy. But the second guard didn't think it was a problem. Let him take a better look at the situation around him. "And what kind of setting is this?" the guard asks his colleague. He replied that the manager had already been caught. But what could they do if he had already been detained? He hands a pretty handkerchief to one of the guards, making it clear that he is going to eat and rest a bit. As soon as he handed over his position to him, his colleague went ahead, leaving his post. But who is this impudent simpleton who moves forward so confidently, heading for some house? He decided to check. When he got closer, he saw that the door was open. And when he got inside, he was stunned by what he saw. There was no one in the lounge, although at least 4 out of 10 must have been asleep by now. Soon this guard heard someone slam the door. Behind stood our hero, holding an axe in his hands. He asked if the guard was hungry and offered to go together to a nearby restaurant called Guangru. If he does not want, he will not insist. Or maybe the bodyguard wants to try a cold memorial dinner, hinting that he will expose him. The security guard, seeing Kim on his way, takes a bowl of rice and swings at the boy. A portion of the tastiest rice in their lair flies straight to the young master's head. Of course, he was able to dodge the blunt impact of the rice, but as soon as he did, the guard started to run away through the hole in the wall. Jumping onto the roof, he looked around to see if there was a tail behind him. But he did not manage to escape far because a bunch of warriors of the Yen clan were waiting for him on the roof. Only the thought of how they found out flashed through his mind. Kim, standing on the ground, addressed him, calling him another spy. He added that his friend had already been killed in the stable. Speaking quietly, he wanted to convey the point that he didn't have much choice but to resist. "If you want to live, go down," he said. The head of the Mon clan sees his reflection in the sword and understands one thing. The time has come to fix all the troubles. Holding his huge sword, he feels an aura fill his body and sits at the table. As soon as he swings, he hits the table. A piece of the table breaks off and falls to the ground in front of the head of the Mon clan. Although he was tired of constant betrayals, but he understands that many things will fall into place this night. The warriors of the Moan clan surrounded the traitor, who was sitting right on the roof of one of the houses. Of course, he didn't like it, but there was nowhere to run. He went down to our protagonist, who was waiting for him with an axe in his hands. They only asked him who he was, to which our hero only smiled, realizing that the spy did not know his companion. But this warrior called Heijin a puppy that grew up in greenhouse conditions. He couldn't understand how Heijin could be so good at fighting techniques and have such knowledge about spies. Hearing these words, Heijin just scratched his head and told this scoundrel that if he knew about the greenhouse he grew up in, his words would be different. Suddenly he catches himself thinking, should he listen to the squealing of miserable, smelly rats? He orders the spy to kneel before him, holding his axe gravely. But the spy is not going to give up so easily. He activates his chakra and rushes at Heijin with the intent to kill, making pointless attacks that neither benefit nor harm our hero. Since he can't land a punch, all of his punches are blocked and fly past Heijin like lightning. Heijin only plays with him, deflecting his weak blows and not giving him a chance to do anything more serious. The warrior understands that all his blows are useless, and no matter how hard he tries, he can't do anything. He even realizes that Heijin has poison on his nails, and although the spy tried to touch him at least a little, so that Heijin's death would come quickly, he could not even touch him, despite thousands of blows. With a swing of his great axe, Heijin cuts off the spy's hands, which fly in different directions. The spy did not have time to blink an eye, as he lost his hands, deprived of any equipment. The spy falls to his knees, screaming in pain, his arms lying beside him. Heijin approaches him and quietly says that he did not even guess in advance how he would take his own life. Looking at him, Heijin realizes that this is a self-confident spy who has come to an end. Swinging his axe over the traitor, he delivers a powerful blow that ends his life forever. Leaving the scoundrel, Heijin leaves because there is nothing to do with him anymore. Walking along the moonlit road, the light falls on a corpse with an axe sticking out of it. Our hero approached his father and that night tells him that everything is over. In all the beautiful snow-covered forests, there was only one traitor to be found. The deputy is trying his best to escape from punishment. When running, he does not feel his legs under him, and the dark forest seems to him a reliable shelter. But after hearing the words, "Is that all you are capable of?" he stops abruptly, because a voice from behind the trees said that he had been deceived. It was the master of the Yen clan who had been waiting for him and had overtaken him, only wondering who he had made such a sacrifice for. On this moonlit night, he turns to his servant, Steward Tengen, asking why he has treated his clan this way. But the deputy only asks to let him go as a sign of old friendship. The clan head replies that he can call him friend or his master, but of course he won't. To this, the deputy said that if his true master found out about his death, he would immediately take action against the Yen clan. The deputy, being a spy, also tells the chief to think carefully if he does not want rivers of blood to flow from the Yen clan. But the head stands in front of him, realizing that this will not happen. His mouth speaks. The spies who infiltrated the ranks of the prison guard, as well as the one in the stable, have all been captured. None of them will be able to report your death to your master, since they are all dead. No one can speak anymore. The deputy, seeing his reflection in the master's sword, understands that things are not going well. But how is this possible? He asked at last. The owner decided to explain to him that his son tried, but he underestimated him. And in a trance, the deputy understands that this puppy destroyed all his efforts for 10 years. Despite everything, the owner wanted to hear the deputy's last words before his death. He sees that the spy only grimaces and smirks. The spy only managed to shout, "Son of a bitch!" But before he could finish, a lightning strike pierced him. His head suddenly flew off his shoulders. He didn't even have time to blink. The owner did the right thing. The rat, which had been around all this time, forever lost the gift of speech, lying dead on the ground, punished. According to the head of the Yen clan, these were the scoundrel's last words, though even so, the head listened to him and then just spat at him. And on this moonlit night, justice finally prevailed. 5 days later, another important event happened. The soldiers were on guard, as usual. They were guarding something that needed special attention and adequate protection. The traitor's head lay on the table, showing that this would happen to anyone who dared to betray. The father looked out the window, thinking about what had happened. He remembered the words of his son, who told him that this was the handiwork of the Mo clan. This meant that the Hmong clan was together with the Moye clan. But why did he think so? The son did not dare to say directly, but assured that he has information that confirms it. All this time, our hero trained with the axe of the god of war in the bamboo forest. Training had no breaks because there was never any delay. He concentrated his key energy to face the new grief that awaited him and his village. People were trying to take over their clan, and one treacherous clan named Men was perfecting sword techniques. Together with the Moen clan, they provided spies to monitor the Yen clan. They were preparing a devious plan to plunge their village into darkness and burn it to the ground. But Heijin understood that this would not happen. It was his turn to know the darkness. He mastered the power of his divine energy and was filled with it in all his thoughts. The axe flies and cuts through space with its chi energy. A gust of wind rises from his training because his strength has increased incredibly. Explosive energy sweeps through the bamboo forest, showing that he is ready. After training, Heijin headed to the gate to go on a mission. At the gate, he met his old friend, the homeless man who had been helping him all this time. They passed each other, neither of them daring to say a word. But Heijin doesn't need many words to understand what needs to be done. He agreed with the friend's idea. Soon, far in the darkness, the homeless man noticed some movements. The ninja, leaping from the roof like lightning, moved to attack Heijin. Pushing off the ground, he flew into the sky and flew over our hero, who was carelessly walking along a dark road. His friend, the head of the poor clan, only had time to shout that it was an attack, and the mysterious ninja quickly ran up to Heijin's head. This mysterious ninja was John Penn, who struck out of nowhere. Heijin, of course, fought him off, pushing his brother to a distance. The head of the poor man's clan did not understand what was happening and why these two brothers were fighting. He tried to stop John Penn, but he was looking at his target, ignoring the words. Heijin understood that this was just training, and his brother was just playing. Soon, John Penn rose from the ground again and began to move forward rapidly. He crossed his swords in hopes of breaking through his brother's defenses. But his brother masterfully parried everything. The man who was watching did not understand where the ninja came from and why he attacked, but decided not to interfere. Rapid attacks on Heijin, which he masterfully parried, created the impression of a real fight. Holding onto his sword, John Penn decided to break through his brother's defenses. After generating energy, he delivered a powerful blow with 2 hands, dealing serious damage. But Heijin dodged such a strong blow and only a few hairs were cut from his head. Like the wind, his defenses were destroyed, and Heijin decided to counterattack. The counterattack confused John Penn, and he realized that it was necessary to retreat. A rapid surge of chi energy pierced the ground and body, forcing him to flee. John Penn saw that all his attacks were repulsed and realized that it was impossible to continue the attack. He smiled, letting it be known that it was only a game. And although he didn't manage to beat his brother as he had hoped, Heijin told him that he had good swordsmanship skills. If he continues in the same spirit, he will soon overtake him in skill. Having hidden his sword, John Penn worries that if he doesn't train, he risks losing that person if he isn't agile. He saw that his brother was going somewhere, but no one knew exactly where. He asks his brother to say at least a word before leaving. But why does Heijin have so many words? He only said that he would be back soon. Heijin understands that he has a difficult road of trials ahead of him, and much depends on his decisions. Most of all, he wants to protect his brother from going through this difficult path. John Penn understood that there would be no long talks. He only wished his brother to be careful and bowed in respect. He realized that he could not ask much from his brother, because he had proven his competence with his strength. His eyes watched as the great hero marched forward no matter what. Looking at his brother, John Penn promises himself that he will follow in his footsteps, because he is an example for him to follow. Morning soon dawned over the mountainous terrain, from which all the remarkable landscapes opened. Nature was magical, and only the singing of birds helped the warriors to move forward. One small bird sat on the shoulder of one of the soldiers. That warrior was engaged in meditation and did not pay attention to it. It was the head of the Moan clan, named Gun. Someone dared to disturb his meditation on the edge of the cliff. It was Manhwa who came to him and told him that if he trained like this, he would risk exhausting himself. The chief looked and was glad to see her face. He smilingly replied that there had not been good days for a long time. But one must remember that the air is still cold. She did not come empty-handed, bringing a report from a spy from the Mung clan. It contained good news that important information had been found. The chief was reading a note saying that the equipment had been found, but for some reason, the spy had used a very dirty method, fighting hundreds of people at once. After reading the information, the head realized that he needed to act. He got up and put on his cape. He asked her if there had been any news from the Yen clan about a possible collaboration, but there had been no news yet. Clan Chief Yen seemed to take this matter very seriously. The head of the Moyen clan recognized that his opponent was not a simple person and could not be faint-hearted. Perhaps because of this, there had been no news from the spy for 5 days, and the head of the Moyen clan began to suspect that something was wrong. His faithful servant hinted at the worst that could happen. However, he couldn't even think about it because there were 3 spies, and these people couldn't be calculated so easily. But still, the situation seemed rather strange, as it was unlike his spies. Not long after, one of the servants and warriors of the Moyen clan arrived, informing them that there was strict information control throughout the province where the Yen clan was located. Information from the guild is trying to prevent them from contacting our people. But how can this happen? Because it is beyond the power of the Yen clan itself. This can mean only one thing. Someone is helping them, and this someone is a real master in information management. These thoughts confused the girl, who realized that there was only one information control master. Could it be Dick's son, since he was a true expert in this matter? This information and puzzles began to be put together not according to the plan of the Moen clan, which began to annoy his head. He summoned a steady wind of his energy and a pebble hit him in the face. The head smiled, realizing that the situation was getting more and more interesting. Without using his energy that flowed from his body like threads, his power spread throughout the space where he was. The head realized that everything was not going according to his plan, and perhaps countermeasures should be taken. Using his strength, he swung down with a sharp movement, stones falling from the force of his actions. Looking at the horizon, at the heights and the lowlands, he realized that it shouldn't be like that. He guesses that he might have to deal with the Yen clan sooner than he could imagine. He turns to his daughter Manhwa, stressing that action must be taken today. After a few days, our heroes found shelter in the port of Gyeonam province. Kim placed his god of war axe against the wall, and they rested in the facility. His friend devoured the delicacies greedily, stuffing them into his mouth with such speed that even the waiters were amazed at his appetite. He ate everything in the establishment at Heijin's expense, and people even turned to look at such a glutton. But soon everyone turned their attention to the sound of a falling object and looked intently at what it was. The axe that was standing against the wall a second ago fell to the floor with such force that it even split the floor. People realized that it is not desirable to get close to this guy. Heijin pulled out his axe and apologized to everyone for this incident. But people began to discuss why such a handsome young man was walking around with such a terrible weapon, and why there was some tramp next to him. A very strange combination. Heijin sees that people have started looking at his friend's gluttony and asks him to eat quietly. No one is going to take food away from him, but the poor man asks not to annoy him because he has been running from the very center after him for 5 days without a break, and for the first time feels such hunger in his entire nomadic life. Heijin reminds him that he was always hungry, to which the tramp replies, "What the hell did you do riding a horse, and I always ran after you on my 2 legs?" Heijin offered him to ride along, but where did he see a tramp on a horse? Therefore, he will order as much as he wants, and Heijin will treat him. For this, the tramp says thank you. Having eaten well, he began to brush his teeth with a toothpick. The tramp wonders when Heijin will finally say what he is so curious about. The fact is that not far from this port is the Meng clan, and the Moen clan is quite a distance away. Tramp wonders why Heijin came with him because he's just dying of curiosity. Heijin looked into his eyes, and it was clear that he had a rather simple but valid reason, which made it clear that the boy was up to something. The tramp wondered why they were here and what was the point of their being in this place. Heijin said there was one reason, and that intrigued their conversation. We returned to the head of the Moye clan, who was informed of the unwanted news. He was wary, because people who were not supposed to be in his possessions had entered there, and this angered him. The tramp did not understand why they were in such a state, because all the spies were already dead, and they controlled the province. They did not give them time to think, because they acted quickly and decisively. The vagabond understood this, because he almost died himself. The Mon clan informed Hejin that they were worried about this and would want to contact them at any cost. Moving to the office of the head of the Moi clan, he ordered his daughter to meet with those people and find a way to find out the truth because something was bothering him. Since the Meng clan is nearby, do they know that they have merged with the Yen clan? Even if the spies found out, they couldn't tell the whole truth because they weren't told the details. This alarmed the chapter. The tramp told Hejin that they only had to wait for a person from the Mo clan, but Hejin disagreed with him. Hejin understands that the leader of the Mon clan will not do anything rashly because he is such a person. During Lord Murim's time, he was already the same. He never made decisions unless he was at least 70% sure. This made Hejin understand that the clan leader would not make concessions. At this moment, the head gives the order to contact the Meng clan before the young Master Yen did something stupid. Hejin realizes that Clan Chief Moyen will send his men to investigate the situation in detail. 6 days passed, and guests visited our hero. The boy approached him from behind and addressed him, calling him master because he had come to him. He wanted to talk because there were very important issues. Hejin, while enjoying his tea, only asked him who he was. To this, the boy replied that he had come from the Ming clan because someone wanted to meet him and asked if he could make time for this meeting. Our protagonist understands that everything is going according to his plan and, of course, agrees. He will find time, even if it is not there, and will go to meet new adventures. Together with the boy, they went into the middle of the forest. A fire was burning in the distance, and the boy said that the man was sitting by that fire. But before that, he told Hejin to listen to him because the main task was negotiations. He insisted that Hejin put down his weapon and march without any thought of battle. But our hero only smiled, realizing that he did not care about stupid advice. Of course, he didn't listen to him, and the boy started to stop him. But the one sitting by the fire told him not to touch Hejin. Coming closer, Hejin saw that it was a girl. She was interested in his big axe. She had heard a lot that the main weapon of the Yen clan was a sword, so she asked why this guy was using an axe. "Is it difficult to carry such a big axe?" asked the girl who was sitting by the fire. It was the leader of the assassin squad from the Meng clan, Onji. Stepping closer, Hejin threw his sharp axe on the ground, and only the rumble of his serious intentions showed. They exchanged glances, because both were ready for any events. Looking at the girl, Hejin said that carrying such an axe was not particularly difficult. Hearing these words, the girl smiled. She believed that this boy was too self-confident, since he came to her so obediently. But Hejin didn't want to argue with her for a long time and asked her to say what she needed. She asked where her friend Hugi had disappeared to because she could not find him. To this, Hejin replied that he himself did not know, but asked why she did this. The girl asked him to take his time, because the night is long enough, and they will be able to talk calmly. However, Hejin realized that she did not understand anything and decided to explain to her. He said that a spy had been hiding in his clan for 10 years. When the girl asked what he was talking about, Hejin abruptly closed her mouth, because he was not happy while he was dealing with it. He had to beg his father to personally deal with this spy. People say that there are red wolves who conspired with these spies to absorb his clan. The girl smiled and said that she did not understand what he meant by wolf spies. Seeing her expression made Hejin quite amused, because now it is the people of the Moen clan who urgently need to solve this problem. She appeared in his life first, and he had the feeling that she was asked to capture him. Looking straight into the girl's eyes, he could feel the cold running through her body. The boy promised to kill them all and asked her to answer honestly. He asked if they were the red wolves that wanted to take over his clan. After these words, Hejin prepared for the battle, realizing that it was inevitable. The girl was surprised by his frankness. She hadn't expected it, but it was true. Her squad of assassins had been ordered to meet him and find out all his plans. If he refused, they were to use force. Looking at him, she understood that she did not want to act rudely. But if he knew all the plans, there was no point in cheating, and she ordered her ninjas to surround him and capture him. Hejin saw that he was surrounded by ninjas whose chakra only craved blood. Waving her hand, the girl ordered her soldiers and killers to bring him to his knees. The first killer tried to stab our hero in the back, But like lightning, Heijin anticipated his move and dodged the blow by swinging his axe behind him. The unfortunate murderer only saw the axe fly straight into his back. In a second, the killer was already dead. A bloody stain was spreading on the ground. But there were still many scoundrels who wanted to bring him to his knees. The girl began to maneuver her energy to grab him and force him to his knees. She ran up and touched her wounded colleague. Using the blooming pear technique, she bound his body with energy to help him. Carefully lowering him to the ground painlessly, she pulled him away from the battlefield. As soon as she helped and almost saved his life, she noticed that Heijin was no longer there. Soon he began to move from the side and with a powerful blow, delivered a devastating blow to the place where the girl was standing, destroying that place by force. The ninja managed to dodge the blow, but was amazed at the strength this boy possessed. Heijin disappeared without a trace, and everyone began to search for him while the smoke rose in the forest. In the foggy area, the girl stood with her killers and tried to see the scoundrel, but nothing was visible. Suddenly, drops of blood splashed from the bushes and fell on the girl's face. Her energy lit up everything around from that moment on, filling her soul and the souls of all her warriors. They understood that it was not a joke. But where did he go? How could he hide so quickly if they had just surrounded him? Suddenly, dark energy began to strangle her, wrapping around her neck and binding her to Heijin. Sensing her, she ordered her soldiers to run to the north, because this scoundrel was there. The warriors rushed into battle, because until recently they had no equal. They were elite assassins who attacked our hero. As they threw their blows, they didn't understand why they couldn't break through his defenses, as if the magical armor prevented them from doing so. Their daggers and swords broke under the force of his armor, and he did not move a finger. After all the attacks were dealt, Heijin skillfully took down several assassins. The girl saw such power in action for the first time. It was as if a turtle shell protected him, and an unknown aura protected him. Who would have thought that the guy was not just strong, he had the divine energy of an existing ghost. Seeing how the killers did not know what to do, our hero understood that if anyone tried to escape, he would mercilessly chop off their legs. The situation had changed. His energy surrounded them, and the power of his gaze could move mountains. Now he told these scoundrels to kneel before him, for the situation had taken a very different turn for the murderers. The reinforcements that were still in the bushes were on the other side to bypass our hero. Wandering through the forest, these killers were eager to find another scoundrel who was also on their radar. After combing the entire forest, they realized that everything was quiet here, and they needed to go back. But soon someone came out of the bushes so quietly that even the ninjas didn't hear him. At that moment, they did not even understand what was the matter. Their colleagues were defeated and already lying on the ground. One by one, with sticks in their hands, vagrants began to emerge from the bushes. They surrounded those ninja who were still standing on all sides. The main vagabond, seeing these killers, realized that Heijin's whole plan was very perfect. He was amazed that the boy had predicted everything with precision down to the details. The vagabond even doubted him, but this situation put all the dots on the I. At that moment, when they were sitting in the bar, the boy told him that one of the White Islands was engaged in negotiations, trying to unite two clans to destroy the other. Such actions are suitable only for low-grade saucers from the Black Island. The tramp pointed his staff at these unfortunate assassins. One of them recognized him immediately, which meant that they themselves were from the White Islands. The vagabond spat on the ground, his saliva freezing in his mouth. He forbade them to call themselves stronger and better, because they were bastards, and the vagrants in his army could handle them just fine. One of the vagrants raised his staff over the ninjas, making it clear that they were finished. Returning to our hero, he skillfully scattered his enemies. One by one, they flew in different directions, not having any chance to oppose our hero. Although there were many of them, and they surrounded Heijin with all their might, beating him with their swords, he remained invincible. The skill and skills that our hero developed over many years made themselves felt. One by one he scattered the enemies, striking with his axe. The smell of blood reigned on the battlefield, and the heads of the bastards flew in different directions. Soon all the warriors of this princess were destroyed, and only 2 remained. One of the warriors saw that his army was destroyed. He rushed into battle with hatred, wanting to tear Heijin to pieces. If his sister hadn't stopped him, he wouldn't have stopped. But for our hero, someone else's anger was only useful, because it played in his favor. A man steeped in hatred was prone to impulsive strikes, and as soon as the warrior approached Heijin, activating his energy, the boy just swung his axe, knocking the enemy down. After the collision, the warrior was left unconscious, stunned by the blow. Flying at high speed, he hit a tree, leaving a dent on it. His body was cut in half, his legs remained on one side, and his upper body was locked and smashed against a tree. The girl saw how her partner was permanently speechless, and was shocked by this. She was left alone with this demon, who scattered her army like children. Clenching her palm into a fist, she realized that everything was over. Their army lost and suffered merciless punishment. She ordered one of the last warriors to find the 5 scouts and return back to the camp. And she herself as a commander will stay and try to take Heijin away using a secret weapon. Heijin knew that he had smashed their army to pieces, even though the tramp had asked him not to beat them too hard. That scout received an order from his superior and rushed into battle, and the girl decided to run away. Our hero realized that he would have to chase after them. Running away, the girl realized that there was no point in running with a lot of weapons in such a forest. Hearing this, Heijin realized that she was quite clever. Addressing her as the mercenary leader of the Guji Men clan, he acknowledged her intelligence. But that didn't mean she would run away. The warriors ran all night trying to escape from this calamity. Running kilometer after kilometer in the dense forest, Heijin could only hear the grass crunching under his feet. But soon the spy saw a terrible picture that stopped him. He ran to the place where his colleagues were tied to trees and could not even breathe. He could not understand what happened here. He had to find these people safe and sound. Approaching one of them, who was still conscious, he heard him growl something, but did not understand anything. Behind him stood a tramp, holding his staff at the ready, waiting for the spy to return. The tramp delivered a blow that stunned the spy so hard that even the birds flew away. The tramp said to him, "Did you say something about purgatory?" and called him a ninja jerk. He ordered his soldiers to bind the spy as well, and they set to work. His soldiers thought how to tie him up so as not to hurt him, but the tramp knew that these people would not be enough for him. He needed more evidence. The opponent and head of the Meng clan was a very dangerous person. If they make a mistake, the Yen clan could be in big trouble. For starters, when Master Yen captures the others, the tramp wonders what to do next. He soon felt a dark energy envelope his body. A dark and dangerous energy caught his attention. He understood that it could be an enemy, or maybe it's Master Yen. To be safe, he put himself on alert. Having delivered an impulsive blow, the grass flew in different directions. Like a bolt of lightning, he pushed off the ground and flashed like the wind, rising upward using the force of the wind. He got angry because the boy did not obey. He told him to capture them all alive, and he killed them all, leaving no one alive. Meanwhile, our hero was looking for the girl who ran away. He roughly knew where she was, and calmly walked through the forest. The girl was nearby, out of breath, resting behind a tree. She could sense that this guy was nearby, and she was filled with fear. He was ready for battle. His aura protected him from any attack, and suddenly footsteps were heard. In fear, the girl realized that she heard him again. It was hard for her to imagine what kind of power this man possessed. Perhaps he is a monster, because the power of his energy was simply incredible. And maybe this guy is stronger than her entire clan. She can feel him walking behind her through the woods, looking for her. Sensing her scent, Heijin takes his axe and flies rapidly in her direction. He strikes a tree, but the girl manages to dodge a powerful blow that destroys everything in its path. In a second, the tree turns into just a trunk and flies into small pieces. The guy, standing with his foot on the remains of the tree, declares that she should not resist. Soon, an incredibly strong impact fills the space. He miraculously dodged this extremely powerful blow. Fiery energy destroys both space and earth on its way. The boy realizes that he almost lost his hand. The girl reminds him not to smile. She also has secret techniques that can destroy anything in her path. Holding her chakra, she activates a secret technique as if fire fills the cells of her body. Our hero understands that he will have to try. He also activates his technique to confront this rascal. As the sun began to rise over the beautiful landscape of Morim, Heijin started a fight with a girl from the Mon clan. She wasn't going to give up, and she was strong enough to face Heijin with all his strength, pushing away from the tree. She, like a ghost, moved through space, although our hero attacked her with his axe. The girl was still faster than his movements, and this caused him an inexplicable feeling. Unexpectedly, the girl managed to break through Heijin's defense and strike him, hitting him on the legs. She quickly wrapped her energy threads around his arm. This confused Heijin for a reason, as it made it impossible to hold the axe. A blow to the back, a blow to the chest pierced him with pain and suffering. Thousands of blows from this girl pierced his body, evoking ancient feelings that once humiliated his soul. Heijin thought back to the techniques that destroyed his clan and killed his family. The man who destroyed his family put an end to his existence. They were using the same techniques that were destroying his people at that moment. The swords of his clan did not affect the enemy because he was under protection. It was the technique of a great master. The girl used something similar. Her firepower was sufficiently saturated. She hit him in the back, giving a strong blow to the back of our hero. She made him understand that this is a serious battle. Faced with this demon, Haejin fell to his knees, blood pouring from his mouth. The girl filled her hands with ki, energy enveloped her body. She could see that Haejin wasn't that strong, and she liked seeing her opponent in such a state. Haejin thought about the pain his family had gone through, the suffering and loss. His father, his brother John Penn. They all died at the hands of the same scoundrels as this girl. While Haejin was deep in his thoughts, the girl decided to finish him off, promising to break his arms and legs. Seeing the girl rushing towards him, Haejin is filled with ki energy. He dodges her attacks and, holding his axe in his hands, turns away from her manipulations. Then he takes her by the head and slams her to the ground with all his might. As she lays on the ground and covers herself with her energy, Haejin swings his axe at her. He strikes, but her defenses aren't broken, and she's confident, thinking he can't get the better of her. She uses her clan's occult technique and believes that Haejin will not be able to understand it because she thinks he is stupid. After she boasted, Haejin decided not to mess with her and delivered another blow, much stronger than the previous one. When that didn't work with the second strike, he did a third, fourth combo strike that hit her defenses hard, and she began to doubt. Sensing that this was no longer a joke, the girl with all her strength restrained the flurry of these strong blows, which would destroy her in a little while. Haejin swings his axe once more, preparing to deliver the final blow. Lightning Haejin delivers a powerful strike that hits with such force that it can destroy anything. The girl begs him to stop because she can't stand this kind of abuse. She asks him to stop. But Haejin, filled with the pain of his memories, replies with burning eyes that when his men begged him to stop, they didn't. The painful blow of our hero blows like a storm on a clear day. The tramp ran to stop the hostess and asks him not to do stupid things. He tried to stop him, but it seemed useless. After seeing the picture illuminated by the sun, the girl's body lies on the ground, and the axe of our hero sticks out next to it. When the tramp asks if she is alive, the guy answers that, of course, she is alive for her. Everyone understands that if it weren't for the tramp's intervention, this girl would have died right on the battlefield. After examining her body, which was lying on the ground, it becomes obvious that she is breathing hard, and, most likely, our hero broke several of her ribs. The moment the tramp looked at him, he saw that the boy had boundless stubbornness. Until the end, the tramp could not understand him because, although they tried to attack his clan, they did nothing. One of his warriors approached the tramp, asking when they were going to eat, to which he replied that it was better to call the doctor because it was more important. After a few minutes, the tramp was actively beating himself on the arm, repeating the same phrase. They need proof that these enemies have 4 swords. They are, of course, trying to take over the Yen clan. Is it possible that Haejin wants to destroy everyone who knows about it? The tramp didn't know what Haejin was thinking. Haejin apologizes for his stubbornness, and the tramp shows the ninjas he tied to a tree because they caught a whole group of spies. But despite this, these spies were few and far between, and the 4 swords were still not known for sure. Even if they set up an interrogation and the Hmong clan says they don't know anything, that could be the end of it. It takes a while to figure out how far things have gone, and it seems that another group must be hiding in Jiangsu City. But our hero is interested in how long the investigation will last. To this, the tramp replies that 1 month, and even if the old man helps them, it will take about the same amount of time. After thinking about it, the boy realizes that this is taking too long and asks if there isn't a way to act much faster. You are asking about the Gujimen clan and the Mon clan. Will it be difficult to destroy them? Looking at Haejin with a strange look, the vagabond answered, "Why do you ask this?" The vagabond didn't even know what to answer because it's like asking who is harder to fight, a lion or a tiger. And of course, in his opinion, everything is much more difficult with the Moan clan. To the question why, the vagabond only answers, history and the opinion of the people. And you can't disagree with that. The history of the Gujimen clan is about 100 years, and the Moyen clan is not even comparable to them. Due to the peaceful expansion of power, their people do not like them very much. Moreover, Haejin had never met Gujiman before, and he needed to do so in order to fight against the 3 clans. Now it is not profitable for him to go against them. After much thought, Haejin said that since ancient times, it was believed that the best strategy was to act unexpectedly and befriend a lion. To turn into a madman and make friends with a lion, our hero replied with a smile. We returned to the central house of the Moan clan. At that moment, when the head was sitting drinking tea with his daughter, a servant disturbed him. They received a message from Iskaben, and this of course was interesting to the hostess. He urgently took the scroll in his hands, as this information was important to him and his plans. His daughter began to worry. When the head opened the scroll and began to read, he fell silent for a moment, not believing his eyes. Soon the energy began to leave his body and he felt angry. The Kui energy emanated mercilessly from his body, so negative that even the furniture began to deteriorate and rot. His daughter, seeing her father's reaction, was shocked and asked what was written there. The head rolled up the scroll and gave it to his daughter, as In Jong had sent the message to him personally, and it all had to do with the master of the Yin clan. Smiling, the head did not know how to react. He couldn't understand how En Jong had managed it. He had no words to describe the situation. How did he manage to raise not a boy, but such a monster? His daughter, opening the scroll and starting to read, was stunned. It was clearly written in the scroll that they were invited to come to Hanam with the offer to bury the Meng clan together, which seriously worried everyone present. When the master began to read this scroll, he learned that it was a personal message from our hero of the Yen clan. It said that the head of the Moyen clan had sent a personal spy, and he even knew in advance that the main clan would be captured. And recently, he sent a scout to the Meng clan, and thanks to his help, it became easier. The host probably wants to know what the hero is thinking, and takes it upon himself to answer, but only wants to ask one question. Muram's head is exactly where this master is headed, and he is most intent on destroying the Meng clan. It was this letter that enraged the head of the Moen clan, and energy began to pour out of him, destroying everything in its path. Realizing that some scoundrel stood in his way, the basis of his whole life was this task, to become the head of Murim. And this is what a young man who is not even 20 years old is talking about. The scroll said that Heijun considered his aspirations important and was not ironic in any way. He is also used to going straight to his goal. He is going to destroy the Meng clan. Those spies are cute, sure, but someone who actually wields a sword is on a whole other level. Heijun realizes that they have a secret weapon against the Meng clan. Heijun offers to join forces and deal with the clan. He also understands that one letter is not enough to gain trust, so he offers to meet in person. They both do not trust each other, and their personal meeting and joint decisions will help to gain trust. The message emphasized that the more the head thinks, the worse it is for him. Heijun hopes that he himself understands this, and therefore will be happy to wait for him at the indicated place. When the chief's daughter read the message, she was sure it was a trap. But there was no proof, and the chief didn't think so. Heijun's words had a noticeable character. It was emphasized that he was used to achieving what he wanted. The clan head doesn't think that this guy is someone who is used to digging a deep hole. Heijun has an ability that he relies on so much that his decision doesn't really matter to him. The head understands that this boy is unusual. In one letter, he was able to praise and humiliate, and even express respect by criticizing. For a long time, no letter had impressed him as much as this one. Just the thought of the destruction of the Meng clan. What could be better for the future of Murim's head? Looking at his daughter, he asked her opinion, to which she replied that perhaps he had already made up his mind. And was it wrong? He didn't need to do anything else but go. He already had one foot in Hanami. Hearing about this infamous city of Kanam, the chief doubted. He understood that this was a suitable place for a meeting. Passing through the bustling streets with his tramp friend, going to the meeting place, they saw that the place was alive with real life, and merchants were offering their wares, calling their prices cheap. Heijun approached one of the sellers and asked how much he was selling the rice sticks for. The seller replied that for 2 coins. Heijun couldn't resist and bought everything without even taking the change, leaving it to the seller. The seller did not even understand what had happened, because it was the first time he had seen such a buyer, and he was afraid that he would grumble that it was expensive. The vagabond, walking through these streets, began to doubt whether it was possible for them to walk so calmly. But Heijun did not understand his hint, because now is not the time to buy goods in the market. The Meng clan had probably sent even stronger people, not as weak as that squad of assassins, but true warriors capable of fighting. And not only were they the center of attention, but they had another son of the Moen clan involved. If they attack here, they will be in big trouble. The tramp noticed that Heijun was calmly walking through the streets and realized that he was not worried. In fact, Heijun understood that worrying does not solve problems, But how will he cope with all this alone? In Heijin's opinion, it's even better, because his fighting skills are just on the rise. At this point, he is in a transition stage, and it is time for a change. The more chances to test his strength with the masters, the better for the development of his skills. There was no time to delay, it was time to prepare for the next step. For the tramp, these words were quite strange. As usual, he did not understand anything. He looked at this boy and did not understand how he could be so brave alone. Picking up one rice ball, Heijin wondered if he was truly alone. He remembers for whom he does all this. For his brother, who worries about him. For the sake of the clan that he loves so much. In this life, he had relatives, acquaintances, and even his brother. Even his father, who he can always rely on, is in his life. During his time as the Black Emperor, he had companions but no family. He had no place to return to and no mood. And he realizes that he is not alone. He has this beautiful tramp. The tramp did not understand what was wrong with the boy, to which Heijin replied that they had a purely business relationship. But for some reason, this made the tramp emotional. Heijin now retracts his words. Looking into his eyes, the tramp reminds him that as soon as everything is over, he should be treated properly, because last time was not enough. But Heijin tells him to keep an eye on the hit squad better. He notices that the tramp is too relaxed. Soon someone approaches them from behind. Heijin understands the danger and sees that this person is quite suspicious. He waited until the vagabond separated from him and disappeared into the crowd. The frenzied crowd was going about its business, and children were running underfoot, preventing people from passing. As soon as Heijin realized that he was alone, he moved away from the noisy place to a quiet place. Seeing the stone, he approached it, realizing that it was quite calm here. He sat down and calmed down to think about what was happening. Hunger got the better of him, and he decided to snack on a rice ball. Looking at this rice ball, he realized that this was the first meal of the day. And let the whole world wait until he eats everything. Heijin understands that he is being watched. Taking a bamboo stick and charging it with energy, he directs it to the side and throws it at the bamboo, which gets stuck in the tree. Ninjas with shining eyes appear from various bushes. It seems that they have been watching him all this time. These killers begin to surround him, and Heijin is fed up that these scoundrels are not giving him a proper meal. When the warriors completely surrounded him, the boy stood, not realizing that he would not be the first to attack. Their leader emerges from the crowd and asks if he is really Heijin, to which the boy replies that he is the eldest son of the Yan clan. Hearing these words, the leader rejoiced, because, it seems, he found the one he was looking for. Activating his energy, he made it clear that there was going to be a fight. A huge number of opponents surrounded Heijin from all sides, not giving him a chance to escape. They came closer and closer, but Heijin looked at them without fear. Their leader said that it was amazing because he had only wielded a sword all his life. But this was the first time he had seen someone with such energy as this boy. He happily greeted him, introducing himself as a Qingbai warrior. Heijin didn't know who they were or what faction was different from that assassin squad. Qingbai smiled at Heijin's words, saying that this kid had named his group to them. He said that he ruthlessly swung the axe and revealed all the cards. After his words, the soldiers became ready for battle, feeling the danger from the boy. The tension between them grew, but his mouth began to say something. Qingbai apologized to Heijin for sending experienced people and emphasized that things would be different now, especially since he made him fight with his niece. The boy replied that it was an even fight, and for him there was nothing unusual about it. Our hero hoped that this man, hearing his words, would lose his mind and rush at him senselessly. But Qingbai was not a red wolf, but a well-trained pack. Qingbai decided to ask the boy if his niece used a secret weapon, to which Heijin replied that he did, but it was surprising that he still beat her. Heijin added that it was a battle not for life, but for death, and he could see the outcome in front of him. Qingbai did not count on such techniques. He explained that respect for a clan head requires the martial arts of a true warrior, which is not measured by a few techniques. His skills depend on lineage and secret techniques. He raised his hand and lit it like a burning fire, explaining that he had achieved this through daily training and perfecting his art. However, if Heijin saw the secret technique of his bloodline, Qingbai simply cannot leave him alive. Activating his sword, he prepares to kill the boy. But our hero expected this. He did not think about anything else, knowing that he would have to fight. Looking at this man, Heijin understood that he was quite strong, stronger than all those opponents he had to meet. Therefore, the boy asked for his understanding, because he is going to use this fight for his own development. Seeing the determination in Heijin's eyes, Qingbai liked that his opponent was so straightforward. But there was no need to delay. The battle had begun. Coming closer and closer, the warrior approached Heijin, Pushing off the ground, he swung his sword, and at one point they crossed their weapons. Our hero was surprised by such a strong blow. It was an incredibly powerful blow. At that moment, an assassin jumped up with a bow and decided to shoot several arrows at Heijin. Both dodged the arrows well, but that wasn't the end. Deflecting from the arrows, the warrior cut them into pieces. He asked his soldiers not to interfere in their duel in any way. With incredible strength, he began to move towards the boy, swinging his sword like a butcher and raising dust. This man even impressed our hero. In turn, Heijin injured the face of this warrior. Realizing that this is a strong opponent, Heijin came up with a battle strategy. But it was useless to think for a long time, because his opponent was moving quite quickly. Heijin managed to block an incredibly strong blow with his axe. But as soon as the sword stuck, Qingbai took his palm and began to circulate the ki energy. The warrior pressed the sword with his palm, and under this pressure, Heijin's axe began to crack. Soon the boy's defenses were broken, and the blow seriously injured him. After that, Heijin noticed that his shoulder was injured. But it was only a small scratch compared to the incredible damage his opponent could inflict. The enemy continued to strike hard, trying to finish off Heijin. At one point, Heijin's axe made its way closer to the warrior and caught him in the neck. Seizing this moment, Heijin pulled the warrior forward and, keeping his hand at the ready, tried to smudge his face. But instead of his face, he hit this warrior's knee with a strong blow. Thus, he was able to deflect his blow and also counterattack. The kick was blocked by our hero, but the incredible force pushed Heijin aside. Stopping with his own strength, Heijin needed to rest for at least a few seconds as the chaos shards flew straight into his face. As soon as the dust storm subsided, he saw potential in himself. Realizing that fighting such a strong opponent required maximum effort, he jumped into the air and decided to strike hard. But the warrior simply threw a brick at his face. An incredible energy ignited Heijin's eyes, and he accumulated his power. He realized that he could summon a white tiger, which was simply incredible power and could destroy everything in its path. It was a whole new level of martial arts. The warriors, who were part of the assassins, just watched their leader fight with Heijin. Soon the right hand of the commander ordered the soldiers to attack. They looked at him, but an order is an order. Even though leader Chisan told them not to interfere, this man noticed that this guy's QE energy was incredible. He was getting stronger and stronger by the minute. The feeling of a rapid increase in energy was felt even by weak warriors. All this time, Heijin worked on his breathing technique to withstand all the sudden movements. His opponent noticed that he was short of breath and suffocating. Looking into his eyes, he promised to grant him peace and send him to heaven. And from behind him, assassins run out and begin to attack. They shoot with their hands, not letting them even pierce themselves. Our hero is not going to give up so easily. He catches the arrows of enemies, accumulates his breath. He hates those people who deprived him of his dinner, and catching one of the arrows, throws it back at the archer, piercing his head. Another warrior suddenly attacks with his sword, rushing towards Heijin's head. He hopes for a successful hit, believing that he will cause serious damage. But instead of a damaged opponent, he does not see anything because at this moment the boy is already above him. After striking his opponent, Heijin breaks his sword and destroys his existence. A very strong enemy approaches from the other side and breaks the rock in two. But along with his sword and the stone that was under him, Heijin deftly repels him. Heijin lands a light blow, expertly shutting down this warrior's consciousness. It was impossible to delay. Everything happened instantly. A large number of warriors attacked one after another, one of them holding daggers tied to ropes. But Heijin circulates energy in his body. Pushing away from all the ropes, he scatters the swords in different directions, and running forward with his axe not only neutralizes the enemy, but also deprives many of the enemies of arms, heads, and legs, creating a huge pile of bodies. Heijin ran only forward, despite all the obstacles in the form of ninja warriors who had a large scythe. Seeing that his warriors failed to stop Heijin, this was not part of the plans of the head of these warriors. Heijin stood right in front of them with his nephew. They looked at him. The intervention of the nephew cost many victims. "Why did he do that?" asks him. "This is a battle of leaders. Can a descendant even interfere in the affairs of relatives?" At this moment, the boy excuses himself and asks his uncle not to talk about the problems of his relatives at this moment. At this moment, Heijin is released from the dark energy. All this time, he has been accumulating incredible power. He strives to achieve the white tiger skill, which is the transformation of true energy. This happens simultaneously in the whole body. Air enters the lungs, and the whole body begins to function as a whole. Relatives, while the battle was taking place, did not pay attention to our hero and argued among themselves. The teachings of the great warrior emphasized that one cannot rely on only one technique. The leader of the assassins felt that a huge stone was moving towards him from the side. He pushed his nephew aside to protect him. With a skillful movement, he cuts the stone in half. But behind the stone was our hero, who wanted to catch this warrior with his maneuver. He swung his axe to strike. But this man was not simple. Holding a sword with both hands, he had no choice but to activate the power of the magic sword, and it fell on our hero like an arrow. The boy was able to block his blow by holding the sword with his bare hands. The warrior was amazed by such power. In a second, Heijin dropped his axe and grabbed onto his sword, stopping the powerful blow. After exchanging glances, they realized that no one was going to back down. The nephew saw at this moment a strategic point from which it was possible to surround the boy and strike him. He ordered his soldiers to surround Heijin and strike at him. Heijin stood with the enemy's sword on his shoulder, and the leader of the assassins stepped aside, seeing that the warriors were rushing like the wind, doing their work. In a stressful situation, adrenaline took over his soul. His shoulder wound was no stopping him. After inhaling the air, the ki energy began to move to a completely different level. The leader of the group, seeing the terrible energy, ordered his soldiers to move aside and stop the attack. The explosion of tiger energy covered the entire perimeter of the battle. Chaos spread throughout the forest, uprooting bamboo. And this quiet forest exploded with the incredible energy of the white tiger. Even for many, many kilometers, it was heard that something incredible was happening there, as if the roar of a tiger had spread throughout the perimeter. The warriors who were just about to attack Heijin were startled by this roar and trembled in fear. They hit the ground, and their leader saw how scared they were. He himself was amazed by this sight, because he had never seen anything like it. It was a true technique, the feeling of a sudden gust of wind, and Heijin's every cell was filled with this incredible power that destroyed everything in its path. Everyone has long forgotten and did not see that such a thing exists, and that someone can use this technique. The divine guardian of Suncha, the Lord of the Wind, is an incredible force that destroys everything in its path. In legends, he was also called a tiger, and in his actions he had incredible potential. The leader's nephew was trembling with fear. What kind of crazy technique? What kind of magic? But their leader did not stand still and began to attack again. Heijin, seeing that the warrior was rushing towards him, pushed himself off the ground and was already behind him. Although his opponent tried to block the blow, the force with which it was delivered shocked everyone around. Assessing this power, the warrior was shocked by the force of Heijin's strike. Even his sword split. It was an incredible force that fell on everything in its path, like a game. Heijin pushed off the ground with powerful steps that destroyed the soil beneath him. He ran towards the leader of these killers. Hearing this incredible approach technique of the white tiger, the warrior did not know what to do. His sword was destroyed, and he knew that delaying would cost him his life. He saw a sword lying before him. Picking up a random warrior's sword, he activated the hidden Daunton gun technique, which filled his body with chi energy. At this moment, Heijin, filled with the energy of a white tiger, rushes past the perimeter like lightning. The soldiers, seeing that he was running in their direction, tried to stop him. But how could such an incredible force be stopped? In a second, they couldn't do anything as Heijin tore them to pieces, scattering them around. Only victory was on his mind. Only Qui energy gave him such incredible power. Looking at the warrior, who was an obstacle in his way, he understood that he had destroyed his entire army. He activated the power of the Tiger King's 9 thunders. Huge, powerful blows fell on the warrior, and he understood that it would not be easy for him, because the power of these blows was simply incredible. A huge blow from the white tiger flew at the warriors who unsuccessfully attacked Heijin, and although the boy did not have time to warn his uncle about the danger, he knew what to do. He has been living on this earth for many years and decided to confront this force. At the moment when the energy of Chi reached him, the memory of the tiger gave him strength. He took the blow with dignity. Heijin approached his opponent incredibly quickly, holding his sharp weapon. The warrior was filled with the energy of his clan, which permeated every cell of his body. This was not a battle for life, but a battle to the death. And this bounty hunter had to do everything to avoid dishonoring his honor. In a battle dance, they brought their swords down on each other, their eyes glowing with power. Having lost his vigilance, the blow of our hero outstripped the warrior's defense and approached him with his blade. The impact of this blow was incredibly strong, but the warrior managed to parry it. His sword was cut in two and flew to the side. He gritted his teeth, feeling the excitement of this fight. There was nowhere to retreat. Using the contemplation technique, he charged at Heijin like a demon. But whatever was used against our hero, he didn't care. He maneuvered his axe skillfully. As soon as the boy parried a blow, he immediately attacked, and his attacks were incredibly powerful in the style of a white tiger. Using his power, the boy attacks, screaming in tension. His blade comes crashing down on the enemy with incredible force in what appears to be his last second of life, turning him into a pulp. From this impact, even the ground cracked and flew in different directions, filling the pallet. The nephew of this warrior stood, covering himself from the fragments flying in different directions. After the dust settled, he saw a huge pool of blood and the body of his uncle, who had been defeated. Heijin was standing next to him. Heijin at this moment was moving away from using this technique, and steam was leaving his body. Pulling his axe from the hunter's body, the boy shook off the red water. Heijin looked at his opponent and understood that he was strong enough. Looking at his technique, he even remembered his father shaking the blood from the axe. Heijin looked at his descendant with a sharp look. He had no doubts that the man in front of him was not a warrior, but just an inexperienced boy. The descendant of this warrior stood and understood that he was left alone. Looking at Heijin, he had nothing to say, because the axe had already said it all. Having filled the space with the silhouette of the beast, Heijin promises to send this fool to his uncle. A few days after our hero destroyed the entire army that was sent against him, the body of one survivor was found. He was brought to his father, who looked at his son, Kadrim, and did not understand what had happened. The doctor who examined his son said that he would survive, but that he had passed through a severe shock. As soon as he said it would take 3 months to recover, this man grabbed him by his clothes and threw him against the wall. He took out his anger on him and wanted to find the culprit. One of them said it was the handiwork of the same bastard from the Yen clan. He wanted someone to answer how his son with his abilities could lose. The badly damaged body of the boy was barely able to open his mouth and say, "The tiger and the secret of the ancestors." But no one could understand what he was talking about, as his son needed rest to gain strength. Hearing these words, the host understood everything. How dare this kid reach this level? His hand filled with rage. He ordered to summon one of his generals and ask him what he was doing and why he did not spare his son. But when he was told that the general had died, this information stunned the host. All the warriors that were with the general were brutally killed, as was the assassin squad that had arrived earlier. It was hard to imagine the skill of this guy because all this was done by his hands. It was Heijin, and his skill level surpassed even that of Chi-san, a strong warrior. It was just unbelievable. Even among the sideline members, Chi-san was one of the few strong warriors. It made it clear who could do such a thing, and that the rumors of this boy's power were not far-fetched. After thinking, Volodar stunned everyone with his statement. He ordered the release of the Green Wolf. This undermined the stealth of this very wolf, because everyone would see him. But what does he care about this reputation when his son Kadrin is in such a state? And it was not even known whether his missing daughter was still alive. There was no doubt that this force had to be maintained in order to catch the rebellious tiger. The best way to do this was to release the same crazy wolf. There was no doubt about that. Hearing the will of his master, the servant went to perform this task. He approached the building and began to open the locks, which were surrounded by chains on all sides. Upon entering, a terrible energy raged in this dungeon. Thousands of eyes of demonic creatures shone in the darkness. It seemed that they would have to intervene, but the spoils would not be easy, and they had to do it. We returned to our hero, who was meditating near a rock in the forest. All this time, he tried to focus on his inner state, getting rid of bad energy. Because he had used up a lot of white tiger energy, he needed to restore it, because this energy was cruel and rough. If he does not harden his muscles, he will not be able to control the energy. No wonder he trained for so long. It seemed that this energy was finally beginning to match his body. While testing it, he looked down at his hand and saw his energy circulating. But suddenly something disturbed him. Some sound in the bushes, as if someone was following him. To test his strength, he strained his leg, and his boots began to crack the rocky ground beneath him. The swing of his axe was so powerful that it could sweep away anything in its path. He took down trees with just one blow. He cut these trees into thousands of pieces using the tiger wall technique. But all this was still not enough, and someone in the distance tried to escape. In this case, he used his secret technique, filling himself with maximum energy. Like a beast, he bursts into the battlefield, testing the highest level of his strength. He used a mystical technique called the White King Strike, which filled every cell in his body, making it clear that he had reached even the initial level of what he sought. But strength needed to be restored, so it was necessary to rest somewhere. Returning to the tavern at evening sunset, our hero sat at the table to rest and have dinner. After long battles, he could finally relax and drink a strong drink. As soon as he raised his glass, a girl came up to him and clicked with him to drink together. She was a busty girl who wanted him to share her company because she was also single and wouldn't mind joining him. Sitting down next to her, she noticed that he was not local and not from these parts at all. She flirted with him, and she liked strangers. The charming girl enveloped Heijin in her courtships, making his evening much brighter. She offered to show him the sights of this beautiful city of Hanama, and her forms could tempt anyone. In a calm tone, the boy told her to sit down. Instead of sitting next to him, she sat on his lap, not going to refuse. Looking into his eyes, she admitted that she had never seen such handsome men here. Where was he all this time? Lowering his gaze, Heijin told the truth. He had been in the mountains for about 8 days. According to the girl, it was a funny joke. Her name was Nampo, and she was very beautiful. After that, she was interested in his name and asked what his name was. Heijin realized that someone suspicious had come inside. He, of course, told this girl his name and allowed her to call him whatever she wanted. Sitting on his lap, she noticed a large axe standing nearby. She was in awe of Heijin because he looked so thin, and he also manages to swing that axe. She could not hide her admiration and tried to learn more about the boy sitting in front of her. A sly look fell on the girl. Heijin asked her to stop, saying that even the butcher from the slaughterhouse smelled less of blood than she did. But the girl did not understand what he was talking about. The guy was not going to make acquaintances here and asked her not to waste his energy. He could see perfectly well that she was a bastard from the Hmong clan. Realizing that she was bitten, the girl decided to change her plan. Usually, after such words, men give up. But it seemed to her that it was not necessary to say the last phrase. Heijin decided to explain that she was being rather silly when she was playing her charms in front of him. The best option, according to the boy, was to remain silent. Hearing this, the girl thought it was a good idea. Why didn't she think of this earlier? But according to Heijin, he has had enough. She won't have time to use her idea because he will kill them all. However, swinging her charms, she will still see who will defeat whom. She knew people like him, and of course, it was understandable. The girl was not one of the simple ones. Everyone who met on her way is already dead. And perhaps he knows the man called Henschel Swordsman, the last warrior of Henshin. How many of her men does he think were involved while they were catching him? She showed her hand with 5 fingers. Her soldiers were able to destroy this scoundrel in 5. He was called a rare master, but he did not represent anything of himself. This master should have been an elder level, but he was only eliminated by 5 people. It was amazing. After this story, our hero is only interested in how many people came today. The girl replies with a smile that everyone is alive. Their head is very interested in him. And all 70 people from their clan can only look forward to. Even the Yen clan's 30 fists are no match for them. In her opinion, they have no equal in this world. The guy stopped her because she was already going through with this fool. But she continued. 10 immortal emperors and 3 warriors with 13 fists who can destroy all of Murim. And even if there are not 70 of those like him, but 700, they still can't handle them. To her words, the boy reacts only by pouring himself wine, because his father could put them all on his own. To this, the girl replies that in the future, they will behead both of them and put them on display. Sounds good. It's been a long time since I've heard insults directed at me, she said, getting up from the table. She understood that usually such smug puppies would die for their bad tongues. She wants to see what they will do with him soon, and says goodbye, saying that they will see each other tomorrow. Get out of here, you slut, Heijin said. The girl left the tavern, but her rotten energy remained, and the smell was palpable. Our hero was interested, realizing that there will be 70 such bastards. Soon, smelling the energy of Ki, the boy realizes that it is Kiban. He came with his daughter at his invitation. And finally, the Moen clan will be here. A rare master who has reached the pinnacle and is called the Sword God. They were together in a previous life in Cheongju to compete with the sect leader. He was his friend and his enemy. His spy was waiting for him behind the wall, who asked him what to convey to these people. Energy began to surge through his body in a rush of anticipation. He asked the spy to relay the following. At this moment, we moved to the port, where the head of the Moen clan arrived with his daughter. He noticed that this minor boy had sent him a spy. He even decided that they had come to Kanam in vain. But the girl asked him to explain that Chief Hmong wants to deal with the Ye clan and this guy, Heijin, and for this he sent the blue ghosts to this place. His daughter realizes that the blue ghosts are the most terrifying thing that can be. Their reputation is the worst among gangs, and for the sake of their goals, they are ready to poison everything around them. There is no problem for them to burn down an entire village, because they are cruel scumbags. They did such horrible things that I can't even describe them in this manga. But the head makes it clear that this is not a fight, but a mental battle that the young warrior cannot cope with. Soon, a poor man approached the owner and asked him for money. He poured him a few coins, for which the poor man thanked him profusely. But at the moment when this poor man was passing by, he said that the young master asked to meet tomorrow. And he also asked to convey that he was engaged in cleaning. The head, when he heard this phrase, burst out laughing. Cleaning was very funny for him. He wondered, will he clean himself, or will he be cleaned? Looking back, he realizes that this Kanam garden is an interesting place. Spending the night in a hotel in the city of Hanan, the boy could not fall asleep for a long time. He was tormented by thoughts that did not give him peace. He hoped that he would not disappoint his hopes. But soon the door of the window opened, and this made it clear that he had received a letter. The parcel was called Good Morning. The guy decided to check what was there. Opening the package, which was quite large, he saw that his gifts were in perfect condition. They were sharp daggers. The boy took one of them in his hands and felt the energy. He threw it with all his might to test how sharp they were. He liked these gifts. Started testing daggers right in action. They flew into the head, leaving traces. The warrior he struck with his dagger fell to the ground. Ordinary people were shocked by what was happening. They did not understand where this corpse came from. But the boy watched from the window and understood that it was necessary to start. He slowly began to clean, armed with all his tools, daggers and an axe. Since there is often no help, he decided to get down to business. There was a joyful atmosphere in the market, and no one even suspected that something unusual could happen. People traded briskly, selling their goods at low prices. One of them noticed his competitor busily trading over the counter, but if he knew the true price of the goods, he would be amazed. The seller held up a huge carp, the size of a 6-year-old child, and shouted loudly to the entire market that it was for sale. But suddenly his joy was interrupted by a dagger thrown by the young master, which hit directly in an unprotected place. The seller fell to the ground, holding a sword and a carp which he had just tried to sell. But it turned out that these people were not just traders in the market, but insidious warriors hiding under the masks of merchants. The young master jumped from roof to roof, destroying his enemies who tried to escape. Enemies ran to their comrades, not understanding why their plans were falling apart and things were getting out of control. The emperor, moving along the rooftops, analyzed the situation, realizing that there were more enemies than he expected. But his speed was not enough, so he decides to speed up to destroy as many opponents as possible. The young master had spare daggers for each, and he began to scatter them with precision at the target. One by one, the warriors fell to the ground, each dagger hitting without fail. By the time one of the warriors drew his spear in defense, the young master was already standing behind him. He didn't waste time talking. His dagger tore through everything in its path. Every scoundrel who stood in his way received his dagger, and his existence was ended in an instant. The young master rushed forward, not paying attention to anything, but when he stopped, he thought that they were all enemies. However, one place emitted an extremely strong aura, and he turned his attention to it. In the temple ahead, a powerful demonic smell could be felt, saturating the atmosphere with an oppressive energy. Without thinking for a long time, the young master realized that this was his goal, and filling his body with chi energy, he decided to move there. Using the white tiger technique, he blew up everything under his feet as he raced towards his goal. The young master rushed towards new adventures with the speed of lightning, without thinking about what might be waiting for him ahead. His incredible speed was impressive, but even the daggers flying straight into his face did not go unnoticed. As he maneuvered, he knocked out all the daggers with one blow as he continued to run forward. Nothing could stop him. Heijin was aware that the Tiger King was an invincible phenomenon. But the most terrifying thing was the power he had not yet seen. Punching through all the attacks, he still paused a bit, not noticing the demonic dagger breaking through his defenses and coming straight for his face. It seemed that inevitable death was already approaching, but he still managed to react and repel the attack. The dagger fell to the ground, and the mood of the young master fell with it. But the matter had to be brought to an end, realizing that the consequences would be irreversible. The one who threw the dagger suffered a terrible defeat, as his head was shattered by the young master's techniques. He did not stop the battle and continued to move forward, but after jumping to the ground, he still stopped for a moment. The young master was aware that he was being hunted, and at that very moment a shower of swords fell on him. He overcame all obstacles, despite the number of enemies that surrounded him. Breaking through one of the walls, which crumbled to pieces, he ran further forward. Running up to the rocky mountain area, he saw a mountain that needed to be punched. Gathering all his strength, he filled his fist with energy and hit the rocky slope. After that, he looked around and attacked again, unexpectedly catching one of the attacks. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth blows fell on the rocky terrain. Soon, the young master struck the eighth and ninth blows, which already moved the rock, causing it to tremble from the force. He did it for a reason, because behind this rock was hidden what he had been waiting for so long. And after the 10th blow, hitting with such force that the rock almost fell apart, he achieved his goal. Pulling his fist out of the rocky surface, he left a dent in it. The people he had been waiting for so long appeared from the mountain. They quickly left because they were afraid of an earthquake in the rocky area. The boy, looking at them, declared that they were all cowards. All these scoundrels gathered in one place only for one purpose. A girl who was part of this team had recently served him at the hotel, but turned out to be a vile person who wanted him dead. When she was asked who the boy was, she didn't know what to say. He reminded her that he had introduced himself yesterday, but when the girl saw his abilities that exceeded all expectations, her words sounded like nonsense. The young master was not talkative, and he was not interested in negotiations with enemies. He suggested that they attack, adding that the cleaning was best done before sunset. Hearing these words, the girl understood that it was a kind of humorous threat, but it was necessary to act immediately, and she ordered to release the poison in the area where the young master was standing. Surrounded by only one slope in the mountainous area, he noticed a poisonous cloud quickly approaching him. However, these scoundrels had antidote and special masks to breathe without the risk of poisoning. Soon, putting on their masks, they saw a poisonous cloud enveloping the young master. They knew that once the poison entered his lungs, it would be the end of him. Even if he manages to get out of the poisonous cloud, they will quickly destroy him, because his powers will be exhausted. The girl understood that only they, the followers, would survive in this battle, and for her, the hunt was just beginning. But an incredibly powerful blow swirled the air above the slope, as if a storm had passed over the place where the poison was. Her impression knew no bounds. Her pupils dilated, and fear gripped her heart. She realized that the poison was meant for Heijin, but that treacherous enemy directed it directly at her troops. No one was prepared for such an unexpected blow, and they themselves fell into their own trap. Inadequate equipment made the soldiers feel the full impact of the poison. Some fell, some screamed, some cried, but none remained unscathed. The girl hid behind the shoulder of one of her warriors, but she still couldn't understand where this boy got such strength to create wind. Soon the young master showed his true nature. Behind him stood a huge energy tiger, which represented his true nature. The boy didn't like it when his enemies talked too much, and he finally got tired of listening to their empty words. Raising his axe high, he decided to make all these scoundrels disappear like dirty garbage from the road. All of them were completely knocked down and useless after the blows of the young master, who aimed his axe at the rock. As soon as the impact caused vibrations, they spread throughout the place where the enemy's shelters were hidden, and the rock began to collapse. The warriors realized that this was a real threat, and they could not control the situation. The girl saw how the stones began to fall, almost hitting her, and realized that she had to run away immediately. But she could not understand how this boy could cause such a collapse by hitting a rock. Does he have incredible power? She was amazed at his technique, which she had never seen before, where an external blow destroys an internal part. Soon the stones fell on her, and she could not escape. She was covered with her head. One moonlit night it began to rain, and a high-ranking master stood by the window, peering into the darkness. A servant approached him, offering him to rest because it was already late. But the man could not sleep. He was torn by important thoughts. His daughter turned to her father, begging him to stop fighting with himself and finally go to rest. Feeling pain in his chest, he still decided to rest. But he knew that this would not solve his problems. All this time he remained thoughtful, not paying attention to his daughter's words. When the candle in his room went out, strange things began to happen around them. Turning her head, the girl smelled a strong smell of blood, so thick and pungent that she could not understand how much blood was on the man's hands. Her father had smelled this scent from afar and had been waiting for this moment all along. Before them stood Heijin, exhausted from the battle, breathing heavily from the tension. With his axe in hand, Heijin went through incredible trials to get here, No one expected such a turn of events, but the father understood that something had to be done, because this scoundrel did not come here by chance. The head of the clan lit the candle with his energy, ready to talk. He said he didn't think he would ever see Hejin again, believing he would never be able to come back. But what happened happened, and now they have to accept him for who he is. This incredibly strong warrior entered, and all eyes were on him, but no one said a word. The boy was silent for a long time, but eventually lowered his axe, indicating that he was not going to attack. He apologized for being late, and the head realized that a young man from the Yen clan was standing in front of him. The rumors about him were confirmed when the boy introduced himself as Yen Hojin, and the head was glad to meet him. Moylan Moyen was well known in these parts, and the boy already knew this girl with red hair. Soon they found themselves in the same room and sat down at the table to discuss some issues. The head of the Mon clan pointed out that the boy was late, but looking at him, decided that he was doing cleaning, and asked if he had killed all the blue ghosts. The guy answered briefly, "No." Chief Moen thought, as these words sounded unusual. It seemed that the young master was intent on destroying everyone in their clan, but were these just empty words? Despite everything, there are different times, a time to brag and a time to act. But now Haijin has destroyed 16 people single-handedly. Some of his enemies were crushed or killed when the mountain collapsed. The 6 people disappeared from his sight and were torn to pieces. After everything calmed down, the boy stood on the ruins and thought about how to deliver a message to the Hmong clan. He decided to tear off the 2 hands and send them there. The leader, hearing this incredible news, could not believe his ears, because the entire squad was destroyed in half a day. And now this boy is ready to meet the head of the Meng clan. The man sitting across from Hojin is a fairly well-known character, Moen Gun. This is the same old man who destroyed him in the beginning and took his life when he was at the height of his powers. The young master will never forget his treachery. When he saw the eyes of the person who once took his life, a strange and not the most pleasant feeling arose in his soul. But because he died in a previous life, he was able to move into this world and live again. The young master looked at the head of the Moyen clan, and although he does not know him, the young master knows him better than anyone in the world. The chief honestly admitted that the people whom the young master swept off the streets were very strong fighters. But Heijin didn't think so, although the head understood that even the Meng clan didn't want to associate with the Blue Ghosts, and this guy had killed them and sent the evidence. From now on, the Hmong clan will not be able to operate unhindered, and all their plans are now in danger of being disrupted. Whether it will be beneficial for them, no one knows for sure. From the words of the head, Hajin understood that he meant that they were already washing their hands. And although it was quite fun, this is the situation on the battlefield. He will pretend that this meeting did not happen at all, and that you did not come here. The young master, looking at him, noticed that he has not changed. He is still the same, does not want to bear losses, and his talent in eloquence is still invincible. The head of the clan looked out the window and noticed that it was starting to rain. But the young master understood that at this moment, the man was imagining what the expenses would be. However, the young master soon remembered the weakness of the head of the Moyen clan and uttered a phrase that caught the attention of his Lord Murim. He continued that this is his cherished desire, and if he wants to fulfill it, then it is worth trying. Clan Chief Moyen remembered the moment when he received a message from this young man, and then he was very surprised because he felt as if the young man saw right through him. But how could he understand the desire of such an old man at such a young age? Now the head realizes that he did not just understand, he knew very well. How can he be so sure of his words and say it to his face? In order not to attract unnecessary attention, the boy decided to tell everything as it is, considering it a rather easy task. Stronger than anything in the world is what every man desires in Kanfo, and Lord Murima is no exception. Moreover, this is about one of the heads of the 7 strongest clans, and this answer was flawless, as if from a snake's mouth. The chief's daughter had been watching his facial expressions, reactions, and energy all this time, and it seemed to her that the boy was behaving rather strangely. There was either weakness or hidden anger in his eyes. The girl definitely noticed some incomprehensible emotions in him. It felt as if he had already met with the head of the Mon clan. An energy emanated from him that indicated that his old enemy was standing before him. The young master decided to start with the strongest arguments, warning the chapter that if he did not stop his actions, then the chief could not stand such audacity, not understanding what this young man could do to him. But in response to this, the boy calmly said that he would have to act on his own. According to the head, recklessness is always inherent in youth. and it would be incredibly foolish to stand up to Gujuman alone. But Heijin believed that if he struck, the Moen clan would collapse under the pressure of its own actions. Here, the head realized that this guy could even stand against him alone. But when Heijin hinted that he wasn't alone, everyone realized that they had underestimated him. He had a trump card up his sleeve, the Kiban clan. And they will all have to deal with the consequences when the information about the spies that the head of the Moyen clan planted in other clans for surveillance becomes known. The chief tried to absorb the other clans' trade guild to bring about their downfall, but his double game has now been exposed. Heijin decided to risk his life, and the head will have to give up his dream because the Moen clan will be closely monitored. This will be the price for his life, and for the Yen clan, and the Keiban clan. Placing this important burden on the scales, he made it clear to the clan chief that when he accomplished what he intended, his dreams and ambitions would disappear. Even his honor and all that he has will be in the balance, and what will exceed then? Now the only question is whether the head will unite with him or become his enemy. A note of hatred enveloped the heart of the Moen clan head, but he began to laugh. He laughed long and loud, declaring that he had lost after all. The head could not understand where the young man had so much influence and intelligence. He was simply incredible. It was the first time his daughter had seen her father in such a state. He had never laughed so loudly before. The head of the Moyen clan held out a glass to Heijin, declaring that they would now fight together against the Moyen clan. It was perfect for Heijin, and he raised this glass to the good of their union. The halls in which they sat were filled with their laughter, as was the harbor around them. Heijin decided to reveal his plan. He wants to recruit Shaolin monks. It was a good idea, because they are also in Hanam, just like the Meng clan. But before the status of Shaolin, the Meng clan won't even dare to raise their heads. The head added something else to the plan. These were the rights to the general meeting and the creation of the Marima Temporary Alliance. The words sounded quite interesting, and the boy understood what the head meant. The head decided to gather everyone and declare the Meng clan a common enemy, and then destroy it. The plan sounded quite interesting, and it cheered him up. Now he understood the true intentions of this scoundrel. And it was clear that his word was of decisive importance. The head also enjoyed communicating with intelligent people. Heijin was aware that he had sent a spy not only to their clan, but also had a spy in the Meng clan. The head, in turn, did not show that he had only one spy, and maybe the guy knows about it, but only guesses. Judging by this information, the boy took the head on a punt. It was a real strategic blow. After this dialogue, he needed to go. He got up from the table, drank his glass to the end, and the head understood that it was probably not easy to get rid of the blue ghosts. The boy needed to rest after all this, and the head of the Moen clan poured himself another glass of alcohol. Raising his glass, he turned to the young master as he was leaving, and remarked that he must therefore be careful not to perish. After all, if he dies, this meeting will lose any meaning. To these words, the boy only replied that he should not worry. Heijin believed that even if he was tortured with needles, he would still be alive. According to the head, it sounded quite funny, because why exactly of all the instruments of torture did he choose needles? But it was some kind of implication. The guy meant a double meaning in his phrase and didn't answer anything, just left. As he walked away, he understood that no matter how much the head of the Moyen clan laughed, he would be the next one to be tortured with needles. And the young master will arrange this torture for him for the sins he committed in his previous life. The head of the Moyen clan understood that the price of their lives and the dream of becoming the head of the clan depended on this young man. ManHwa had been watching their dialogue all this time and, judging by it, had drawn certain conclusions. Her father wondered what she thought about it. In her opinion, Heijin was too self-confident, although he is not a very strong person. His skills and techniques were extraordinary, because she had seen him in action. One Gujuman would not destroy so simply and easily. The girl believed that he was some kind of adventurer, who was trying with all his might to win the support of her father. According to her father, this was too harsh an assessment, because the person she had just assessed could become her husband, although he himself believed that Heijin did not quite fit the role of a man. But as the future clan head, if he took their surname, Clan Head Moen would make him his heir. Hearing these words, the girl clenched her teeth, because before that, her father planned to make her the heir. However, the head of the Moen clan regretted that he would never agree to these terms, because he was indeed a good warrior. However, the girl understood that sooner or later this man would become part of the Moen clan. She suggested that it might even be better to get rid of him beforehand. and that was something the chapter should have thought about, of course. He tensed, channeled his Qui energy into the glass, and it shattered into pieces. Of course, all this is possible. Maybe he'll be next after the Hmong clan, or maybe he won't, only time will tell. Heijin walked through the forest, the dark moonlight illuminating his path. Soon the young master began to have a severe headache. Putting the axe on the ground and holding his head, the boy realized his mistake. He needed to drink water instead of wine. Not only had he spent a lot of energy in the battle with the blue ghosts, but also the conversation with the Moan clan had taken a lot of energy. His strength was leaving him. He was exhausted and tired from the events of the day, so he decided to rest a little, leaning against a stone. All this time he was running so hard that he was out of breath and tired. Sitting in the lotus position and looking at the moon, he began to accumulate energy. Remembering the battle with that monster, he was able to awaken the Henma. He contemplated the Hmong clan's evil intentions. During the battle with them, he perfectly understood who was who and felt their chi energy, which he was able to grasp and understand. But with the assassin squad and Meng Chi-san, things were completely different. If it wasn't for him, things could have turned out differently. So what exactly was able to give him a new direction and strength to fight? If he hadn't fought then, he wouldn't have been able to awaken the white tiger inside him. And if he didn't win then, he wouldn't have a plan for existence. And there would be no chance of contacting the Moan clan. Even if he was his enemy from his past life, the young master planned to put an end to their evil deeds, but all these battles would require a lot of strength. Soon the tramp disturbed his peace when he rose very high. But why climb like that if he needs help? Dick-san was glad to see the young master and asked if he had missed him all this time. The boy asked if the reason he came was because he had missed the kill squad. The tramp understood that it was only a joke, because he never let his master down and always completed his tasks. It was a Heijin-esque joke, and he asked why the tramp had appeared now. The tramp did not answer his question, drawing attention to the wound of the young master. With a snap of his fingers, warriors began to appear from different directions. The vagabond said that the head ordered him to make a lot of effort, but he understood that it would be difficult to cope on his own. So he asked Channing's squad to accompany Hedges and ensure his safety. The soldiers of the Channing squad came out from different places and greeted the young master. Seeing so much support from his father, the boy was happy to see all of them and could hardly contain his emotions. He turned to Shinmu, who listened to his words with joy. As soon as everyone gathered, the young master already had plans for what to do next. He held back his emotions and reacted coldly, realizing that they had a very difficult road ahead of them. The soldiers had to prepare and no matter what, go forward supporting each other. Let's move on to the legendary Hmong clan, to which the news has reached. News of the chaos unfolding around them. The common group's elite assassin squad has been defeated. Even the blue ghosts were defeated at the hands of one of the enemies. And all of these people possessed incredible strength, but none of them could complete the task and catch that cursed Enho-jong. This thought haunted the head, and the mere mention of it sent him into a frenzy. The head of the Meng clan exploded at this news. In a rage, he broke the dishes that were standing nearby, and literally dismembered several guards. He was approached by his advisor with great news. Shin Myung-woo-san had not yet surrendered. He offered to send the blue ghosts on this task again. The head erupted in a violent reaction. How can he send these fools again if there is nothing left of them? But the counselor meant that their bodies could be used. After all, the corpses of the blue ghosts killed by Chiang were still lying there, and they had been disguised in murderous clothes. If things continue like this, Yeon Heijin will reach Hanam and start killing innocent residents there, which will be a real nightmare. After thinking about the situation, the head of the Hmong clan became curious because the advisor was investigating everything that happened and what happened in his family in Tianhu. There are unsolved crimes among those people, and he has already spread the rumor that it was all the work of Heijin of the Yen clan. Soon, the Shaolin Temple will speak its mind and will not be silent by staying away. The people hearing these rumors will also rebel, and Heijin will become a common enemy to face the White Tiger Marine. The head of the Meng clan drew the attention of his advisor so that he would listen carefully. He took a glass of alcohol and poured himself a full glass. He raised a glass to the advisor's excellent idea, admitting that he had begun to behave like a real leader. Although the counselor wanted to apologize for his point of view, the head handed him the glass, and he ordered to continue what he planned, but this time to send those who can capture Heijin and not die. He decided to send the Meng Chi-san brothers. The advisor understood that these brothers were their clan's treasure. But how could he dare send them to confront the Yen clan? However, isn't Heijin a member of the Yen clan? Hearing the menacing words of his master, the advisor immediately carried out the order. If this time even they will not succeed, then the head of the clan himself understood that these people perfectly mastered the techniques of their ancestors, and the option of their defeat was simply impossible. The investigation on the streets of the city required immediate action, as the situation went beyond all limits, and the corpse of a murdered merchant was lying next to his goods. The investigator counted how many people remained, and the counselor reported that there were only 11. Realizing that this was the handiwork of just one person, the eldest son of the Yen clan, everyone was stunned. The people looked around and noticed that Cholgan, one of the famous Shaolin masters who heads the Golden River clan, had arrived. Why he interfered in this matter was unknown to anyone, but it meant that Shaolin would no longer be silently watching what was happening. 5 years ago, the fire in Huaisen. 3 years ago, the murder of courtesans. 2 years ago, the suicide of the entire Hemini family. All these crimes were attributed to the name of Hejin. It was very strange how such a young person could commit all these crimes, and yet something was wrong, especially since these crimes remained unsolved. Soon someone noticed from afar that these people were not apothecaries at all. Approaching one of the bald Shaolin brothers, the boy who decided to give them information introduced himself as a market trader who had been trading for 20 years and described one of the suspects perfectly. Since he has been trading in the market for a very long time, he approached the corpse of one of the fishmongers and saw that it was not Boy Chong. All the other merchants who were there before have disappeared somewhere. It turns out that these people changed into someone else's clothes and pretended to be merchants. It looked very suspicious, and this is not the first villager to talk about it. Soon, his advisor ran up to the Shaolin master to deliver important news. The problem that arose in the place where he was difficult to describe in words, and he had better come and see it in person. When they arrived at the mountainous area, they noticed that the temple and the mountains had been destroyed by an incredible force. Behind the stones lay mountains of bodies strewn with debris. A large number of warriors were defeated. Their bodies were crushed by boulders. The Shaolin officials realized that all these dead must be exhumed before nightfall, because no matter how terrible the smell was in this place, it would only get worse. There were several dozen bodies in this place, cut or crushed by heavy metal. Judging by the available weapons, these were not ordinary residents. They were warriors. Unbelievably, it seemed that only the power of one young master, Heijin, was behind it. Something was not right, but the most important question was, how was this guy able to handle such strong warriors by himself? What level of fighting skill must he have to create such brutal chaos? The Shaolin representative received news from his advisor again. It turned out that Yen Hojin was spotted again on the road to Hochang. Without wasting time, he begins to accumulate energy in his body. Everything around him begins to burn with his incredible energy. He uses the floating golden river method technique to quickly move between places and see everything with his own eyes. It was very important for him, as a scout, to understand who this person really was, Yen Hojin. Walking through the city, the banner of the Yen clan flew over one of the prominent units. The young master walked forward, despite everything, dressed in clean clothes. With each step he took, chi energy spread throughout the entire perimeter where they stepped. It was a strong squad, under the leadership of a young master who kept everything under his control. People on the road could not understand how this guy could hold his head so high, because they considered him a dirty bastard and called him a murderer of civilians. But the boy did not react to their words at all. They looked at Yen Hojin, but he didn't look like a thief at all. There was nothing villainous about his gait and energy. Only pride, self-confidence, and purpose. He walked, holding his weapon no matter what. For a long time his squad marched steadily, but in the end they were stopped by a man with a spear. He turned to the eldest son of the Yen clan, suspecting him of crimes in Jiangsu. If he doesn't lay down his weapon and surrender until the investigation is complete, he's going to be in trouble. This was not a mere mortal, but the leader of the Guju Meng clan's Blue Squad, and he promised to arrest him as a criminal. But the boy did not listen. He reacted incredibly quickly. Raising his sharp axe filled with the energy of a tiger, he did not let the warrior finish a single word. With his lightning strike, he didn't answer the man's question, but he overheated the air that enveloped them. The warriors took cover from the incredible force of energy that shook their leader and prevented him from finishing his speech. Even the swordsmen who were on the side of the young master were amazed by his cruelty and cold-bloodedness. He simply obliterated the leader standing in his way, turning him into a charred shadow from the force of his blow. The soldiers had no choice but to stand and watch. All they could say about Heijin was that he was a monster. Soon, the young master quickly ran his axe over the bodies of these guards. He destroyed them by flooding and painting the earth red. No matter how hard they tried, their comrades fell to the ground one by one, and it was clear that there was no point in resisting. The young master turned to his swordsmen, ordering them to stand up for their leader and destroy the enemies that stood in their way. The warriors rushed into battle and attacked the scoundrels who hindered our hero. Weapons quickly spoke on the battlefield, and they swirled in the vortex of this duel. The bodies of the opponents fell under the blows of sharp swords and sabers. Despite all their efforts to resist and stand in the way of the young master, one by one, his enemies were defeated, staining the sand a bloody color. The young master walked forward, holding his formidable weapon, which did not know defeat. His flag was raised aloft on a spear and was also colored red. After clearing the territory, the warriors hid their swords in their scabbards. They continued their journey, destroying all the enemies that stood in their way, leaving people with only gossip and rumors about this young man. After all, Yin Hojin, who was considered a criminal, was exactly the kind of person about whom there were incredible legends. His clothes were bloodied, and the remains of his enemies lay around him. His soldiers were cold-blooded and believed in their commander. This is how his incredible story began. Soon the wanted portrait of Heijin spread to all Murim newcomers. The tramp, taking this sheet, began to read the accusations against Heijin. He was accused of raping a courtesan, setting fire to and killing her entire family. It was obvious that all these slanders were spreading throughout Hanam. Heijin, in turn, goes on the attack no matter what. He finds it funny that he is accused and slandered. All this time, the enemies are inventing excuses and openly want to send the army, making him a common enemy and a criminal. So they will be able to avoid the attention of the White Tiger Murim, and at the same time press where needed. After these thoughts, the young master turned to the head of Shinmo and gave him the task of choosing a dozen strong boys. Others will be prepared for the performance in 2 days. This order sounded like thunder in the clear sky, and it was immediately carried out. The tramp was still worried about his master, because he didn't understand what he was going to do. But when it came down to it, he was going to meet the head of the Hmong clan in person, and that seemed like a crazy idea to the vagabond. After all, it was a real trap. If a guy is going to fight an entire army, it seems like real madness. But the young master reacted calmly to the vagabond's words and decided to better deal with the investigation of the secret bribes that the head of the Men clan sent to the army of the Moan clan. And although the tramp tried to stop him and asked him to at least wait for the meeting to open, he could not be stopped. The tramp was angry that this boy could lose everything he had worked so hard for. His disobedience seemed to the vagabond to be an extreme display of stupidity, but he did not admit it. Although he said that he would go to the end, doubts still tormented his soul. It seemed to him that he was in a hurry to attack the Hmong clan. His true azure silk technique advanced 2 levels, and he finally reached the 8th star. The black turtle island came out, and now the white tiger filled his body with natural energy. Because of this, his true azure silk technique had become as powerful as a river, and now his power was at its peak. Self-confidence is good, of course. But if there are many warriors stronger than Ye Chi-san in that place, so will the young master be able to resist them and their power? Soon, fighters from the Men clan appeared in front of him. They were too big and strong. They were big brothers. He felt their energy and understood that the battle would not be easy. It was the red bird and the blue dragon. If he manages to wake up even one of them, this will open up incredible opportunities, thanks to which he will even be able to move mountains. We move to the location of the Guju Hmong clan. A man walks along the corridor. It was the head. The chief manager asked him why the door was ajar. He had to open them, and when he did, he felt an incredible energy. The moment his advisor opened the door, he saw a glowing energy of fire. The fire covered everything around. Everything that could burn was burning. An incredible force engulfed this room, and in the middle of the room stood their master. The only question left was how the head of the Hmong clan had reached such a level in such a short time. It was one of the ancestral techniques, a divine phoenix technique that burned everything in its path and was reborn from the ashes. The head of the Hmong clan turned to the manager, asking what impression his technique had made on him. Feeling the power in his hands, the leader believed that now the whole of Sichuan would bow to him. The manager wanted to say something, but the head, spreading his hands, showed his true power and everything was engulfed in flames. The moment a burst of fire spread throughout the room. The veins on the chest of the head began to pulsate with such speed and force that it seemed that they were about to explode. But in a second he cooled down and his technique faded, straining his veins to the limit, but still draining his power. The first task for the head of the Hmong clan was to destroy the Yen clan. He began to dress and fill his body with rest to restore his strength. He asked why the chief steward had come to him. The warden brought a scroll that said the Moyen clan had been granted the right to assemble, and the Murem General Assembly would soon take place. The head of the Meng clan began to laugh heartily, realizing that everything was finally coming together as it should. He declared Yen Hojin a common enemy, and now it appears that he will deal with the Yen clan himself at the meeting. Apparently, this is indeed the case. This meeting will be in his hands, but what is happening with Hajin now? As he had planned, the head manager confronted him with a squad of blue ghosts. And now that the first act of their play is over, the second plan begins. A huge army is moving towards Heijin. The three brothers, Hak, Hui, and Hong, along with the White Tiger Army, prepare to arrest Heijin. These were incredibly strong people, an incredibly strong army. The head of their army was a big man named Huk. He was flanked by his right and left wings, Menhong and Meng Hui, stern men who possessed incredible strength. When Heijin saw who was heading towards them, he turned to Shinmo's head. Chief Shinmo realized that these warriors were extremely strong, and what's more, there were 3 of them. They could really be stronger than the young master. However, after stopping, Heijin remembered that this feeling was very familiar to him. Remembering his past life, he encountered these people and their aura, but when he was able to meet them, the déjà vu he was so afraid of flashed before his eyes. That big guy was on the battlefield and burned his clan, killing his father. The second scoundrel killed his brother, taking his life. At that moment, his life was saved by one of the scoundrels who were destroying their clans. All these persons were well known to the young owner. An incredible hatred gripped his heart, filling his body with incredible strength. The explosion of tiger energy covered everything around. The boy's aura was so strong that a dent in the ground was formed under him. The guards did not even understand what had happened and how it was even possible. But the young master was not going to retreat, holding his axe tightly. He did not see the end and the edge of this moment when he would finally forget, the day when he met the murderers of his relatives who destroyed his existence. This incredible fear that he felt then and the thirst for revenge made him stronger. An incredible force engulfed his body, knocking him out of his tracks and out of control of his own body. Did he feel joy at the sight of these scoundrels? He could not answer this question. He could only show who is who and prove himself right on the battlefield. Unfolding his hand, he rushes forward. Despite everything, he seeks revenge for what he experienced, and for what he fights for. If he didn't stop this wantonness now, the consequences would be huge, and he felt it was his duty to do so by pushing himself off the ground. He rushes straight towards a huge army, and even the giants are surprised by his determination. Swinging his huge axe, the boy released an incredible energy that destroyed everything in its path. The young master's sharp axe could be seen in the dust that had cleared. All this time, Heijin missed these thieves who ruined his life. Now he considered it his duty to deal with them in this battle and take revenge for everything. We return to the Yen clan, whose head found out that the Moen clan had received the right to hold a meeting. This was incredible news. However, now they also have such a right, and they can use it. The envoy was interested in whether the head was going to participate in this event. He categorically replied that he was not going to attend this meeting. After all, for him there are more important matters that need to be solved. Or rather, problems. He wrote a letter to Lan Men and asked this messenger to deliver it personally to the chief as soon as possible. The letter accused them of creating a secret organization involved in a plot to absorb their clan, and claimed that they were trying to frame one of their own people as a criminal. It was one of the warnings of the consequences they would face if they tried to harm his son. Hearing this information, the advisor was shocked, because such actions could cause serious consequences, to the point that swords would be turned against them. But it was for this reason that the head decided to send the letter now, despite the advisor's recommendation to wait for the meeting organized by the Moen clan. However, the head insisted on immediate action because his son continues to fight alone against the Hmong clan and is now surrounded by a highly organized army of warriors. The fact is that someone who is unable to protect his son cannot be called a leader. He gives orders to send this message as soon as possible. In his thoughts, he asks his son not to give up and to endure a little longer. We return to the battlefield where the young master dealt a blow with his axe to a large man from the Moen clan. Although the boy's blow was as strong as possible, there was not even a trace left on the big man. His aura protected him from the powerful blow of the axe, and if you look at him, not even the dust flew off his body. In response, the big man laughed at the boy and asked his brothers to laugh at him too. They had never seen such a technique, but it did not harm them. The brothers discussed among themselves and advised each other not to miss such blows, because although this technique did not affect their older brother, it could be dangerous for them. Just as the big guy got distracted and told his brothers that he needed to train more, Heijin decided to attack again and flew into his back. This blow was much more powerful, and he drove his sharp axe right into the back of the big man's head, dealing a serious blow. After that, Heijin filled his hand with incredible power. Despite the desire to deliver a lightning strike, the big man dodges, realizing that this is no longer a joke. The guy is trying to deal a maximum blow to the main enemy because in their gang he is a great danger. Using the beast slaughter axe technique, he unleashes a powerful blow on the big man, hoping to crush him. The technique took a toll on the big man, and even he felt the strain as the blow landed on him. At this moment, when the young master was fighting, his warriors rushed to help. The main thing was to protect him from uninvited attacks in the back. The boy continued to attack the big man all this time. The incredible force of their blows knocked back everything in their path, even other warriors, and shattered the ground, preventing them from getting close. The leader of the swordsman squad was amazed at the power of the blows that this young man delivered. Even the big man didn't know what to do, because he faced an incredible force. From the outside, it looked like a very strange battle. The boy relentlessly delivered blows, one after another, beating this scoundrel with his axe. But here, Heijin's advantage ended. The big man caught the sharp blade of his axe with his palm and not only stopped it, he even decided to talk about life when he looked into the boy's eyes. After that, he kicked Heijin's torso, who didn't expect a powerful rock-like leg to come crashing down on him. This blow threw him a considerable distance and was felt on his body. Zdrovan recognized that, judging by the warm greeting, this boy was the one they were looking for. They began to play their game, and an incredible power began to fill the big man. He radiated fiery energy that he wanted to rain down on Heijin and asked him to surrender voluntarily. Fear filled Heijin's body as he felt this energy. He remembered that this person was exactly the same, and it even became difficult to breathe because the aura was so unpleasant and familiar. Hatred engulfed him and filled the axe with an incredible power of revenge. Zdrovan sensed that Heijin suddenly began to emit poisonous energy, and judging by this, he might be used to instilling fear in people, judging by his aura. If you call yourself a real White Island man, then at least stick to that image, because under the mask of a White Island man, you invaded someone else's territory and killed everyone one after another indiscriminately, said the big man. You smell like a faction of the Black Islands. There was a hidden meaning in these words. Standing in front of this bastard, Heijin began to release poisonous energy. The big man's words about what disgusted him and his talk about righteousness were offensive to Heijin. After all, he will never forget the abuse of his family, which these scoundrels did, jumping on them by surprise. Hatred filled the boy with energy. A blinding aura burst from his eyes like a deadly ray, and he, like a beast of prey, was preparing to rush into battle. Who has the right to talk about it anyway? On the battlefield, no talk matters to this young man. Here, you should act, not listen. At the moment when the young master threw his blow, the big man reacted to him and parried the attack with his fist, causing the ground to tremble. Looking at Heijin, the big man admitted that he was a really heartless man who didn't even give time to mourn his relatives. He appealed to his army to stop the noise. The boy, despite all the injuries and the ominous silence before the storm, could not restrain himself. He couldn't take it anymore and was going to chop off the big man's head and send it back to his clan. We returned to the location where the Shaolin group is investigating who killed these people. They determined that the bodies lying on the ground belonged to the blue squad of the Guju Mung clan. They are intrigued by the question, did the young master Heijin go straight to the lair of this unworthy clan on his own? At this moment, the master moved very quickly to see the legendary Heijin with his own eyes. Thoughts did not leave his head. How in the world is the young man going to go to war against this clan? And why so unexpectedly? All this time, the vagabond pursued the monk and moved towards him. Suddenly, he ran out from around the corner and greeted the representative of the investigation team. He decided to run ahead, stopping him, and started a conversation to stop him from moving on. Is this monk from Shaolin? Looking at the vagrant, the Shaolin representative did not understand how he had caught up with him so quickly. They decided to go to the best tavern where the Shaolin investigator offered to have a drink with him. when asked by the tramp why he suspected that this man was a follower of Master Yen and why he needed to go there. The investigator explained that he had to do this and arrest Heijin because he was the cause of the bloody riots in Hanam province. Looking at this, the Shaolin representative could no longer stay aloof. It was, of course, right of him, and the tramp encouraged him. But of course, he didn't know that everything that was happening in Hanami was unfolding right in front of his nose in the Shaolin temple. And the moment Master Yen came to Hanam, and why he was behaving like a wild lion, something happened that he knew for sure. The reasons for it were known to him. Pouring another glass of alcohol, the question was raised. Why are they not even aware of what is happening on their side? The vagabond, for his part, began to bring the Shaolin inspector up to speed, because he knows everything about the Mad Lion. The incredible battle was gaining new momentum, and coming face to face with the behemoth, it became a battle not for life, but for death. Zdrovan raised his huge hands, concentrating all his energy in one point. His hands fell to the ground, and the fiery energy, like a beam, cut through everything that fell under his strike, like a sharp knife. At that moment, Heijin lost his footing and could no longer push off the ground, but the giant continued his attacks, and when his fist flew straight into the young master's face, in order not to fall into the abyss, Heijin caught the hand of this warrior with his axe and pushed away from her. He climbed onto his chest and swung his killing weapon. After that, he mercilessly slammed his punch into his body and crushed him with his foot. At the moment when the big man tried to strike back, his fist flew in the direction of the young master. Heijin instantly dodged this attack and retreated to a safe distance. The main task of the young master is not to fall under the strong blow of this big man, because each of his blows can be the last. But the attacks cannot be stopped, for it is a battle to the death, and in the heat of battle, energy flares around their confrontation. The guy was already exhaling, but there were no signs of fatigue on the big man. After another collision, Heijin retreated to a safe distance, feeling his body crumble under the impact of the massive blows penetrating his weapon. The big man's fist was covered with an invisible spiritual power that the young master had not seen for a long time. As Heijin went down, the scoundrel ran up to him to erase all his doubts, but the young master decided to take a risk by activating the White Tiger Forest technique. He swung over the scoundrel's head, and when the blow fell on him, he tried to defend himself, realizing that things were not going according to plan. The turtle's shell on the axe flared up and delivered many slashing blows, as if a wall of tiger had enveloped his body. The young master's warriors hid from the huge burst of energy that emanated from the battlefield. It was like two incredible forces clashing, and it was unclear which one had the upper hand. The problem is that the enemy was not alone. The big brothers stood aside. If they suddenly join forces, there is an 8 out of 10 chance that the young master will lose. To protect Heijin from such a harsh danger, the master takes a risky step. He removes the seal using a technique given to him by the clan head, determined to take at least one enemy with him. The warriors from the Meng clan had not expected such resistance from Heijin at all, and the scale of this battle stunned them. What seemed insignificant before has now acquired completely new dimensions and seriousness. As they watched the battle that unfolded, they recognized Heijin's martial art. But in what sense it seemed familiar, the brothers couldn't explain. To one of them, his movements seemed to resemble the technique of a commander they had never mastered. That was Commander Meng Wusan. The new scale of the battle took a completely different turn, and one of the warriors received an extremely strong blow to the face. Information was beaten out of him, forcing him to repeat it over and over again. He exhaled angrily as he focused, but could feel his nerves starting to give. The enemy seemed to have decided that the Qilin technique was not as powerful as the Phoenix technique. Incredible claws were visible on this man's hands, and it was clear that he could tear anyone apart. The boy was standing in front of them, and even though he was hit very hard in the face, he wasn't going to give up. He just directed his fiery fighting style at them. He couldn't even imagine that this enemy would move so fast to teleport right behind him and use a brutal technique. It was a Qilin blood technique, and if it wasn't for the Meng clan chief who saved his warrior, death would have fallen upon the young man. The warriors looked into each other's eyes, feeling which one of them was in charge. Some of them stood aside, discussing that Commander Sileon possesses the Qilin technique, even though the Phoenix technique that the head possesses is the #1 weapon. However, the dragon technique was not to be underestimated as it is the most powerful ghost technique. Still, the head decided to make a speech, noting that the 54 swords should understand that such a technique should be used in battle with the Yen clan, not among themselves, as they could easily kill each other. The boy who had just been saved by the commander was very grateful to him. It could be seen on his body that the Phoenix technique, similar to that of the Meng clan head, created huge veins on the person's chest. One of the warriors of the Meng clan turned to his brother, noting that they had been in battle for a long time now, and dawn would soon come. After sunset, it would be the young master's turn, and this fact frightened the big man. Zdrovan stood in front of our hero and addressed him with the words that he, like a puppy, should understand that it is time to finish. Heijin understood that his techniques were draining his inner energy, and he only had 1/3 of his strength left. He is not going to back down so easily, and will soon start his next strike. He addressed the big man, noting that everything he had done up until now was a waste of time as he had failed to finish the battle. At this moment, the big man's body exploded with incredible energy. A burst of fiery power erupted from him, and it seemed that if he struck, everything would be destroyed. These were no longer rumors. The big man decided to show the young man the real ghost technique. When the boy landed on the ground, he felt as if he was standing on water, as the big man used the floating foot technique. But for the young master, it was not something incredible. He skillfully parried this technique, directing it against his opponent. The two warriors exchanged glances, amazed at how events were unfolding. They seemed to have approached each other with the help of a wave or a water surface. And when they got closer to each other than they thought, the big man decided to use the ghost technique. But at this moment, the young master directed his fist at him, which is called the triple wall. Their fists collided, and as a result of this blow, an incredible explosion occurred. The blast destroyed everything in its path, uprooting trees and shattering the earth that cracked beneath them. The young master realized that something was wrong here. The fact is that the enemy's methods and techniques were very similar to his own. The man standing before him was no ordinary warrior, and Heijin decided to use his trump card technique. He was interested in only one thing: how the big man mastered this incredible power. An energy turtle appeared around the young master along with a snake that embraced him. But in front of him stood a huge man who was also surrounded by a fiery turtle, a symbol of his power. It was a fake Hengmengong technique. When you think of Mengong Chi, you might think that their techniques are very similar. This technique is also called the ghost technique, and why didn't the young master guess it right away? Only the color differs, but in their structure they are identical, and in order to understand this, I had to think for a long time. At the meeting, En mentioned this when she talked about the invincible warrior. She spoke of people who possessed 4 combat techniques, including evasions and attacks. 300 years ago, he suppressed the rebellion of the Blood Order, and her father had told her about it. The Guju Hmong clan was founded after this rebellion, and it was known that the clan helped the invincible warrior drive away the Blood Order. It seemed like a joke at the time, and he didn't pay much attention to it, but it was quite possible that the invincible warrior was the descendant of an immortal warrior. It turns out that he managed to pass on military equipment to the ancestors of the clan. Or maybe the Hmong clan kidnapped her to make it more believable, and now everything fell into place and coincided in the head of the young owner. It became clear where this warrior with equipment came from. It was interesting to understand all this and watch the events. The young master said that the Hengmugon technique was fake, which the big man took note of, but that only made him angrier. He directed his powerful fist towards the boy, because he had just defiled his ancestors, and he would definitely apologize when Heijin went to the other world after his blow. He believed that Heijin had confused superficial knowledge with real technique, which was deeply rooted in his heritage. Like one floating on water, the big man approached Heijin. His fist was burning with incredible fiery power, and his movements were extremely fast. But Heijin, knowing how this technique works and what to do with it, decided to gain the necessary advantage. He slammed his axe into the ground where the watery, thick covering was. After all, in this technique, the steps should not be hasty. On the contrary, they should be filled with new strength. It seemed that the big man's death blow was flying straight to Heijin's face. But he was up to something incredible. The moment the big man's fist hit the boy, and it seemed that his defenses were beginning to crumble, it was clear that his incredible strength had been defeated. He retreated, leaving the shattered fragments of his arm behind. The guy began to radiate a completely different energy. It was clear that he was charged with a new technique. He used the technique Emperor Zhenyu's Wall, which came out like thunder in the clear sky, and protected him. Zdrovan looked as if he had lost all of his abilities, but he was amazed at the boy's strength. Heijin began to mock him, pointing out that this was all their ancestors were capable of. And if that's really the case, then they'd better stay in their graves if that's all they could give. The rage filled the crowd with new energy and an ominous aura. He could no longer tolerate this insolent young man and went to the limits of his capabilities. His brothers, seeing how their brother was angry and began to act with incredible force, asked not to kill Heijin, but simply to take him with them, because they still have to report him. But the big man didn't care. His fury knew no bounds, and the 2 turtles and 18 lotus petals technique added incredible power to his fury. However, there was a difficult guy against him. Heijin, using the Henmu technique, was protected by this turtle, which strengthened him energetically. With lightning speed, the bulk cut through space, destroying everything in its path. Despite the powerful blows that fell on the young master, his technique protected him, because Henmu symbolizes the north. Azimum is a water deity, filling and controlling the 2 elements, and from the beginning, all streams flow into the main channel. This is the true law of water. As their powers clashed, it seemed as if the barrier that protected Heijin was about to crumble before the big man's fists. But all side streams always returned to the main channel. As Heijin's technique weakened and his defenses dissipated, the big man realized he could destroy him. He shouted that Heijin would pay with his life and struck him incredibly hard with his huge hand. Heijin decided to play by his rules and pull out his trump card. With a wave of his hand, he seemed to retreat towards the big man's fist. In an incredible way, he stopped the blow with his small hand and directed his fist in the direction of the big man. Zdrovan did not understand how his strength could weaken so much in the face of this young man. Heijin grabbed his head and pressed down with all his might, mocking him. Zdrovan falls to his knees in front of Heijin and he yells that this is all he can do. If he is so strong, then let him show something else. But if that's his limit, Heijin will take everything he has like a true owner. Take his tech back. The young man began to drain all the energy of the giant, turning its fiery power into his own, appropriating it. Heijin, like a sponge, absorbed all the strength of this scoundrel, not letting go of his hand from his healthy body. No matter how hard he tried to break free, he couldn't. After a few minutes, the giant's body turned into a thin, lifeless creature, similar to a skeleton, deprived of its strength. Unbelievably, the battle turned out to be a defeat for him, and his brothers, who were watching from the sidelines, could not believe it. Just when they thought their big brother was going to kill Heijin, he lost control of the battle. Falling to his knees, the big man scared his brothers to death, and they screamed his name as they watched their brother lose his physical form right before their eyes. His body became shriveled, and he fell to the ground as if lifeless. Heijin completely absorbed his power and performed an incredible magic trick that left people's souls cold with fear. Holding his axe, he looked at those still alive. He did this and sent only one of them to the next world, but there were still several obstacles in his way. When the brothers saw what had happened to their giant, an incredibly strong warrior, they burned with fiery rage and decided to destroy Heijin without any games. They surrounded the young master and directed their techniques against him, but he stood still, doing nothing. He wanted those he hated so much in his past life to die at his hands, and for him to finally have peace and the scoundrels to get what they deserved. In the panic-stricken streets, the sound of a gallop is heard as the mares rush forward like the wind, bearing the burden of future events. A carriage arrives at the city with the head of the Meng clan surrounded by his loyal army, who protect him from all sides. To the chapter's question whether everything is ready, the answer was short and confident. Yes, everything is ready. 80 horsemen, 80 swordsmen, and 300 red dragon warriors in full combat readiness, ready to attack. However, one nuance is soon reported to him by his advisor, who leaves no room for doubt. They learned that the head of the Mon clan would soon begin a meeting, and if they waited a little, the situation would become clearer. The clan chief turns to his advisor, Meng Wu-san. Did you read the scroll that came from the cursed clan chief Yen today? Soon the Yen clan will become a common enemy in Marima, and they will be punished for it. In this case, the head of the Meng clan will personally deal with them without leaving any trace of doubt. The gates open tonight. For today the blood of the Yen clan will be spilled. The strongest of all the chapters in Murima, Myung Cheon, sets out in his carriage with an army to give a decisive battle. The battle continued, and the confrontation only intensified. Heijin jumped from one opponent to another, not giving them a chance to rest. Since there were 2 of them, and he needed training and support, he asked the Guardian to activate his powers. He knew that he would have to withstand a powerful fire strike directed in his direction. Suddenly, another sword falls on him from the sky, this time from a representative of the Meng clan. However, using his powers, Heijin easily deflected these blows. He controlled every perimeter of this fight and had no intention of dying. Even as the Phoenix Fire waterfall technique crashed down on him, he was swinging his axe like crazy. He activated the countermeasures of the 12 northern walls to save his life and the lives of his warriors from this destructive technique. The fire on the hand of one of the Hmong brothers went out, and he had never seen anything like it before. It meant only one thing: death. After activating the Tiger King's wall, Haijin appeared before the enemies, as if he were the emperor of this battle. Another brother was defeated as Haijin ruthlessly destroyed them. However, one of them managed to save the other from inevitable death. When his brother asked Han if he was okay, Han only asked to look ahead. In front of them lay their brother Manhwa, from whom all the energy had been drained, and who had left this world forever. Haijin saw that the enemy was using some kind of magical technique that destroyed everything in its path. They did not know what to do, because his power instilled fear in them. Haijin only smiled after hearing this magic technique theory. He stated that this technique did not belong to their clan, and they were using it without fully understanding it. This big guy started using the technique without understanding its principles, and now lies in ruins. Nothing left of him. Brother Han was angry at the young master's words, but it was clear that Haijin knew more than he was letting on. Haijin pointed to the veins on their chests and declared that this was the price of having the life path of both. Either way, Haijin knew they would die a slow death. He called them warriors with lice and decided to destroy them. However, as he swept past them like the wind, they only drew their swords, not even noticing his presence. At that moment, water seems to appear under them. They feel their feet getting wet, and the young man passes by without letting them even realize what happened. And when time seemed to stop and then start again, Haijin accomplished what few could have believed. He defeated the 3 strongest warriors of the Meng clan, ending their existence forever. After their leaders have been destroyed, he drives his axe into the ground in front of the remaining warriors. He is not going to waste his hands on their blood, but only asks to summon the head of the Meng clan. The next day, the sun rose with a completely different glow, and its rays were much warmer. The apple that had been knocked down by the flag of their huge clan finally fell into the young man's hand. He waited for the day he would call the gathering day, and this moment became decisive for him. Looking at the huge army ready for battle, he knew that they would not be able to do anything. After all, the soldiers were frightened by the strength and power of the young master, and they had no chance even to survive. Murim's attention is now on them. And if they start a battle, it won't be just a fight, but a real war. If he doesn't want it, then the soldiers' job is to protect Haijin, and they must fulfill their duties. If they watch their words and behavior, everything can turn out for the best. But how can you protect such a strong person? The head of the squad ponders. The young master is not just strong, but incredibly powerful. He is able to hold 300 people with just one stroke. Moreover, he was aware of his opponent's weaknesses, was able to read his strategy, techniques, and maneuvers. The head of the detachment does not understand how this is even possible. He soon turns his head and hears a voice in the distance, but he's not sure what it is, as a strange-looking vagrant rushes towards them. Why is he not allowed to the head of the squad? He doesn't know that. Although it looks somewhat neglected today, it was Dick's son who came to the young master because of the troubles that had happened. The young man interrupts him, asking if he looked around and why he didn't go to the meeting. But in the vagabond's opinion, this is not the main thing now. What could be more important? He believes that this is not the time for meetings. The tramp only says that the head of the Yen clan, and at that his sentence is cut off because the cavalry bursts into their territory, and the warriors begin to flee the battlefield. The young man turns around, not understanding why these warriors suddenly decided to run away. But the vagabond only adds that the head released the bomb. A chill of fear envelops the young master. He understands that this is very dangerous. But what does it all mean? The tramp continues that the head of the Yen clan sent a threatening letter to the head of the Hmong clan. But why and why was it done? To the young master's question, the tramp replied that he was trying to protect Haijin, but the situation was becoming more and more difficult. Haijin does not understand what is happening, because his father's declaration of war and the unexpected retreat of the White Dragon warriors disturb his mind. Now that there is no longer any need to stay here, they are all going to one important task: to personally deal with the Yen clan. The father decided to take an incredibly dangerous step, because the enemy's forces are much greater than his own. Without waiting for Haijin to solve this problem, he could destroy his Hmong clan forever with his reckless act. The young man quickly jumps on his horse, determined that he will not allow this war to cause such heavy casualties. Now it's his turn to protect his father, and he won't let anyone hurt him. He is no longer what he used to be. And despite all the obstacles, he rushes forward, ready to fight to the last breath. Soon, the Moen clan held a meeting to discuss a very important event. Despite the fact that the meeting was organized unexpectedly, the heads of the clans were able to arrive. The head of the war clan thanked everyone for the visit and decided to start immediately. They gathered for a reason, because the matter was extremely urgent. Therefore, they immediately went to the main one, because everyone present here was too busy to come without an urgent reason. Today, for the sake of Murim's future, they proposed to discuss a common enemy that unexpectedly appeared on their path. However, no one fully understood who it was about, unless it could be assumed that it could be the Gojimen clan, or most likely it was the Yen clan. Looking at my gun, the clan heads only tried to imagine what the truth was, and why they had gathered. Who is Murim's common enemy? There was a very famous Shaolin ambassador at the meeting who decided to speak his mind. He turned to the head of the Moyen clan, because his proposal was extremely serious, and it was necessary to proceed very carefully. If he decided to find a common enemy in Murima, then he understands what it means and what is behind these words. Murim's common enemy must be exclusive, and completely removed from their territories. It was an order that was tantamount to the destruction of an entire clan, and Chief Moyen understood it well. This order would be tantamount to a death sentence for the entire clan, and Chief Moyen was aware of the seriousness of this decision. However, curiosity knew no bounds. Which clan committed such a serious criminal confrontation that deserves such a sentence? So asked the scholar's son Henshin. Kanam has been very noisy lately, and there are several reasons behind this. The head of the Namgun clan expressed this. For example, the head of the Habuk Peng clan does not understand what they are talking about, and maybe they are talking about the same Shaolin-dominated clan, or it is the Meng clan. It seemed that the head of the Peng clan was completely unaware of what was going on. Therefore, Namgong informed everyone that the son of the head of the Yen clan had caused an incredible disturbance in Hanam, and his actions are not limited to this. Rumors spread that he is suspected of many crimes that occurred on their lands. This could mean that the young Yen is a real threat to Murim, but the information was vague, and the chapters only speculated. Namgong saw young Yen as an enemy because he had caused them a lot of trouble. As they say, there is no smoke without fire. They understood that the son of the righteous sword could do such a thing, but it was very rare and illogical. However, one can never fully understand what is happening in the human soul and what it is capable of. However, all their assumptions turned out to be wrong, because everything they had heard up to this point was a lie. The other chapters decided to find out why one of the attendees thought so. It was a representative of the Chagall clan, Moonho, who stated that all these rumors were just fabrications and he had his reasons. The crimes attributed to the son of the head of the Yen clan remain unsolved cases, and the two perpetrators of these crimes have not been found for several years. Rumor has it that all these cases point to only one suspect, the son of the Yen clan, and that doesn't seem surprising. However, the son of the head of the Yen clan recently saved his daughter from bandits. If he was a ruthless criminal, he wouldn't even think of saving her. All that is being said about the Yen clan boy is just gossip that discredits his reputation. But unfortunately, this is only a guess, and they cannot prove whether it is true or false. Namgung emphasized that Chegel needs to be careful with his daughter, because if rumors spread about her relationship with a person suspected of crimes, trouble may arise. However, the girl's father understood that she was good at people, and although this man continued to express his doubts, a clear answer to the question was never received. The intrigue persisted, and they remained silent for a long time, not revealing each other's true intentions, and not letting the truth be understood. And then the head of the Moen clan spoke, revealing who he proposed as Murim's common enemy. The culprit did not commit just one criminal act. It was a whole group that got into the roots of their souls and began to destroy them from within. The heads did not understand what was being said. If it's a group, it's safe to assume that it's a few dozen people. Perhaps ordinary residents from the streets below, or maybe a secret squad that controls the blue ghosts. But the problem was that the circumstances were serious. About 800 workers disappeared without a trace, and this unworthy clan brought down its sword on all Murim, igniting the flames of war. It was a clan whose flag bears the name, and whose territory is called Gujumen. Their warriors carried destruction and pain, torches in hand, ready to attack. The cavalry of the head of the Meng clan rushed at an incredible speed. They planned to strike while the clan leader sat in his carriage, concentrating his energy to light everything around him on fire. They trained their swordsmen in 4 great techniques of incredible power. The first technique was the ghost technique, and the second was the target technique. The next technique was the Shingon, and the Phoenix technique became legendary among all warriors. However, the most important fact affecting the entire period of the battle was that the head of the Hmong clan was stronger than all the swordsmen in the world, even those under his command. Furthermore, he had reached a new level of skill, and his Phoenix technique continued to improve. He planned to first defeat the Yen clan, then destroy the Chagall clan, and soon attack Ping. All 6 great clans will be reduced to dust and burned. Together with his warriors, he sought to create a new destiny and a new world in Murima. The young master, holding his weapon, rushed towards the Yen clan on his horse with incredible speed. He understood the consequences this could have on his clan, as the Ming clan head's army was already approaching. Next to him was a tramp who became a huge support for the young master. On the way, he reported that the head of the Hmong clan had gone to the southern lands yesterday, and the vagrants had seen him galloping along with his warriors. It was clear that he wanted to silence the head of the Hmong clan, so he headed straight for his father. He wants to get rid of him first, before anyone in Murima's alliance finds out about his disgrace, and this plan seems rather foolish. He is no doubt eager to use Sashinmu's lying technique, and now it is clear what exactly is on his mind. However, there was one problem: time. The young master did not know if they would be able to catch up with him in time. Soon the young owner shouts at the tramp to concentrate. He urges him to join the squad and ride along, while he himself plans to go ahead and try to apprehend the head of the Hmong clan. The tramp understands that this is incredible stupidity, because doing it alone is pure madness. Despite the fact that the tramp tried to stop the young master, he did not listen and confidently moved forward. Heijin was convinced of his actions. He understood that he had to hurry, no matter what the cost, because the integrity of his clan, his family, and his honor were at stake. Even if he is riding a horse, it may not be enough to catch up. He decides to speed up. He jumps off his horse and pushes off the ground with an incredibly strong kick, charging forward at a speed beyond the capabilities of a normal human. Activating the technique of quick steps, he rushes with incredible speed already on his feet. He understands how dangerous the head of the Meng clan can be, and what trump cards he has up his sleeve to conquer all of Murim. But it won't change anything, because Meng Cheong is defeated in this life, and the young master is ready to fix it. The earth shook from the roar of the great horde that was going to attack. Scouts who checked the road themselves were the first to go. Then a large cavalry of the head came with him in a carriage. Soon the commander noticed the problem facing them. He stopped his warriors to find out what was blocking their way. Some incredible object was flying from afar, and they could not fully understand what exactly was approaching them. But it was an axe that whirled like a hurricane towards the soldiers. Only one of them managed to notice how the axe began to cut them, destroying everything in its path. The young master stood far away and watched, realizing that it was a wild boar. The words that he could overcome all obstacles were not true, but the young master could intervene in time. Coming face to face with the Mang clan head's right-hand man, Heijin asked where Cheon was, to which he received a rude answer that he knows how to call the strongest warrior in the world by name, and who is he to behave like that? But for a moment, the advisor to the head of the Mang clan realized that in front of him was a guy with a big axe and white clothes. But there was no time to think, as Heijin quickly began to attack them. The advisor, sitting on his horse, could not understand how the 3 brothers could not overcome this scoundrel. It was beyond reality. But the boy did not let them even think, quickly destroying everything in his path. His energy was so powerful that everything around fell into chaos and ruin. Heijin quickly walked over to his axe and picked it up. He mocked the advisor for daring to infiltrate their clan. Since Heijin was in their way, no member of the Meng clan would be able to step into the Yen clan's territory. The sacred land of his clan will destroy anyone who breaks this law. It can be seen that Heijin is filled with incredible power, but where does this guy have so much energy and power, divine and indescribable? The warriors of the Meng clan, preparing for the attack, took a fighting position. One of the soldiers appealed to the commander Meng Chong Rian with a request to give him the opportunity to take the rascal's head off his shoulders and signal the start of hostilities. The commander, of course, allowed him to do this since the danger was enormous. The warrior, as if mad, put his claws on the ground and prepared to attack, staring intently at his prey. Pushing off with his legs and strong claws on his iron hands, he rushed towards his enemy with lightning speed and activated the Qilin technique. Heijin didn't have much time to react, but when he noticed the divine technique, he was shocked by what was happening. The blood technique that the Meng clan warrior had activated was extremely dangerous, as it rushed towards him like a raging hurricane. Just one swing of his axe could put an end to this arbitrariness. The boy swung his axe and attacked his enemy with an incredible advantage. Having correctly analyzed the tactics, the boy made an incredible blow. The enemy did not even have time to understand how it was destroyed. Its parts were lying on the ground. Heijin, standing over the fallen warrior, turned to the Meng clan advisor, asking if they had mastered the new technique, or at least applied the necessary force. All this was more reminiscent of a fight with a sick giraffe. The commander, seeing how his warrior was dismembered with a sharp axe, felt horrified and confused. He couldn't understand how such a technique could stand up to their power. His Ball army had to show a new technique. The people behind the commander received the order and, using their explosive power, began to prepare to fight Heijin. Heijin was not afraid of anything at all. Looking at all these techniques, he understood only one thing. The Meng clan had stolen all the forbidden techniques and appropriated them for themselves, and the young master only called these people smelly fakes. The commander shouted to his soldiers to tear to pieces this bastard who stood in their way. The boy had to think quickly because the battle was gaining incredible momentum. He looked down at his body and felt a vibration in his legs. Maybe he was moving too fast. In that case, he should effectively deal a crushing blow to these bastards. No matter how strong the head of the Meng clan is, all these warriors are just training before the start of a new battle, pushing off the ground and focusing his strength on one goal. The young master flew above all the warriors and suddenly found himself above them. They didn't even have time to blink when a powerful lightning strike tore through their bodies and destroyed them, taking away their existence. The boy raced at incredible speed, trying to move even faster. We returned to the location of the head of the Meng clan. His carriage floated in a blaze of energy. An incredible battle was taking place in the middle of the battle, and the boy faced an entire army with no regard for anything. Rage filled the head of the Meng clan, and he was simply meditating as he fueled his carriage. Incredible power began to erupt from the center of his chest. Even the vibration from the accumulation of his technique and energy made him tense up. But no matter what, Heijin skillfully cut down his enemies, sparing neither horses nor men, and pieces of the bastards flew in the air. The warriors could not keep up with the boy's maneuvers. He moved like a storm, taking the lives of his enemies. One by one, the soldiers fell on the battlefield. With each movement, Heijin became stronger and more agile. Power and fury merged in an instant as his axe pierced through an incredibly strong army. The commander, ashamed, watched as his soldiers lay down on the battlefield, and shouted at them with rage, asking what they were doing and why they were not using any of the techniques. There was no question of teamwork. The soldiers were simply afraid of this man who did unknown things on the battlefield. One of the fighters grabbed his friend by the shoulder and threw it towards Heijin, causing him to activate the ghost technique. But the technique did not give a special result, as the boy continued to destroy all obstacles in his way. He threw his enemy a long distance, destroying him. Looking at this circus, the commander did not understand what had happened and what their weakness was. The commander even began to doubt the power of the new equipment, whether it had become weaker. The boy, knowing all the basics of this technique and understanding its origin, absorbed the energy of the warriors into himself. He turned the equipment they stole and didn't understand into his energy supply. But when he was distracted a little, he realized that the strength of these warriors was gradually weakening, and one of them attacked from the side. The fact is that these warriors absorbed the energy of the fake equipment, and because of this, they did not give in and did not tire. The commander watched from afar as his soldiers retreated more and more while Heijin quickly destroyed them. The commander pulls out his incredibly strong sword from his scabbard and, using the dragon sword technique, imbues it with the hidden energy of the Meng clan. While flogging all these warriors, Heijin still felt this power that was much more interesting than anything he had seen before. The commander decided to attack personally because their mission was at stake. At that moment, it seemed that the commander had an advantage over the young warrior. But the boy skillfully dodged the sudden blow, causing the ground to tremble. He was only moving in one direction, forward to the carriage of the head of the Meng clan. The boy decided to eliminate the root of all problems, Meng Qiong, and the incredible power sent into his weapon flew towards the carriage. But Heijin was unable to strike first as the carriage exploded with fiery energy, and the force spread like thunder, shattering the rocks. As if in a frenzy, Heijin flew over the carriage of the head of the Meng clan. As he drew near to strike at this place, he was blinded by an incredible lightning flash that exceeded all his expectations. An incredible vortex of fiery energy rose up and filled everything around. Like a storm or a hurricane, this technique resembled a fiery tornado. People began to cover their faces as the fire scorched everything in its path. heating the air even for the warriors of the Meng clan. The fire engulfed everything around and spilled over into the forest. But what was it? Heijin stepped aside and saw in front of him a huge cloud of smoke and fire that melted even metal. From this fire emerged some kind of monster that did not resemble a man, because no living creature could withstand such fire. It was the head of the Meng clan who had previously called himself the strongest man in the world, and now he exploded with his energy to prove it. He came out of the fire as if nothing had happened, and the fire did not burn him. As soon as he got close to his opponent, he exploded once more with a fiery beam. The boy looked at his opponent, realizing that it would be very difficult for him. Before him stood the same Zhong, and the energy of the Red Falcon was bursting and spreading around. Heijin immediately realized that Zhong had mastered the false falcon technique. It wasn't just a technique. His eyes filled with pulsing ki energy. His body was no longer under control. The Red Falcon completely possessed him, and the inner energy overflowed him, heating the entire space. Meng Chong has now become the chosen of the Force and the fallen god of fire. Now he is not only the head of the Meng clan, but the god of thunder and a fiery sword. He came out of the fire and declared that he could no longer bear the sight. Without any explanation, he picked up his fire sword that filled with fire chakra and prepared to strike at his opponent. At the moment when a powerful beam of fiery energy was directed at the young master, it even cut through his warriors. The warriors of the Meng clan did not understand why their lord would resort to such irreparable actions. Perhaps even the commander felt fear. The lord shouted that he was stupid to associate with such weaklings, and were they really afraid of some teenager? He began to chastise his army for their weakness, as Zhong could easily deal with this teenager alone. Heijin in turn supported this conversation. It was funny to him because Zhong and those hiding behind their men looked pathetic. Heijin was waiting for the true root of evil. If this is the real head of the Meng clan, then that would be just wonderful. Heijin's words were shocking to the chapter, as this teenager had completely lost his fear, or perhaps his mind, from being able to survive. Taking his axe, slung it over his left shoulder. The young master did not want to drag out the battle, and wanted to resolve the matter quickly. He promised a very insulting phrase to the head of the Meng clan. That would break his skull. Rudeness towards the strongest man in the world knew no bounds to his fury. The head of the Meng clan watched what his opponent would say when he burned him to the ground. It was not just a battle, but a confrontation that became the meaning of life for Heijin, to fight the #1 enemy. And finally it happened. Before the battle, when everyone was ready, there was incredible silence. Heijin replayed the moment in his mind when he saw his father on his knees with a bunch of swords in his body. He once promised that he would deal with an old enemy. He didn't know how important it was then, but now everyone will find out. The guy will certainly take revenge. In his thoughts, he pays tribute to his father, as if questioning this energy of revenge. He sees in this battle the meaning of his life, the meaning of his existence. This is not just an enemy. This is Break, who took his family and made him suffer for the rest of his days. He took his brother away, and now the young master has a chance to change everything, because in a previous life he left the battlefield and did not warn them. He will drink all the tears that were shed on that bloody day, and fill a new cup with victory, which will be a new starting point for his family. He will drink the cup of tears that have been shed for his father, brother, and the whole family, and direct all his hatred and strength, regardless of the consequences, against his enemy, to prove to himself and to everyone that he has value. Holding a hated axe, he will change his destiny, rewrite the script, and make life the way he wants it to be. He was ready for it. Looking into the eyes of their opponent, incredible energy began to explode around them. The entire space was filled with the blue force of explosive chi energy. The head of the Meng clan, observing the situation, could not believe his eyes. This guy exceeded all his expectations. The head of the clan felt not only rage, but also fear, because this milksucker possessed incredible power. There was tension in the air. The lightning movement of the strongest people in the world heated the atmosphere. Like a beast of prey, the Heijin accumulated his power, controlling every movement. With a roar that broke the silence, he prepared to rush forward, but he was waiting for his opponent to see what he was capable of. And then when a drop of water, or rather sweat, fell from his face to the ground, an ominous silence developed between the two opponents, and the warriors rushed towards each other like lightning. It was as if a blinding energy burst out of the eyes, which turned into a deadly ray that cut through the sky. The fiery power of the head of the Meng clan rushed toward the young master in a shockwave, and the ground shook under his steps. They approached each other, and when the sword of the head of the Meng clan and the axe of the Heijin collided, Energy surged around the battlefield, the ground shuddering as the explosive force had a devastating effect. But the incredible power of the head of the Meng clan swept past the Heijin, nearly killing him. Sensing his superiority, the head of the Meng clan was hatefully happy about it. Heijin, maneuvering in the air, attacked again and again. He wasn't going to rest. He attacked immediately after the confrontation. And then, when his axe swept past the head of the Meng clan, he was even afraid of it. The young master flew past him like lightning, and he realized that the enemy had accelerated. It was no longer the speed of an ordinary warrior. It was the speed of the strongest man in the world. With fear in his eyes, the head of the Men clan began to parry the blows along with the deflected axe strike. A blow from the fist of the warrior emperor flew in the direction of this scoundrel. Although he tried to parry the blow, it still dealt him a lot of damage. Feeling the pain of the blow that knocked back the strongest man in the world, he backed away. Uncertainty appeared in his eyes, because the blow was unpleasant and heavy. The whole fight looked like a joke on the part of the hedger, but the boy only asked that his opponent fight properly. Having discovered new possibilities of his power, the boy felt how the energy of the biotinger filled him. The white tiger was behind him, and he wanted to fight. The boy embodied this energy, and if his opponent retreated or fell, he would tear him apart. Thanks for reading to the end. There will be more to come, so subscribe so you don't miss out. A legendary fighting technique. It was thanks to it that the Guhu Meng clan rose to the peak of power and glory. Their warriors were invincible, like a storm. However, this technique had its cruel price. She dealt a devastating blow to the most valuable thing: life. The life expectancy of a warrior who owned it did not exceed 50 years. All the heads of the clan, having mastered this technique, died early. Meng Chonu has already crossed this fatal line. Every minute he expected that death might seize him in its cold claws. But he decided to do what no one before him dared to do. In the deep tunnels under the piles of stones, he found forgotten military equipment left by the ancestors of the Meng clan. The Phoenix technique is the embodiment of pure yang energy. Joy and strength blossomed in his heart, and finally there was hope to get rid of the curse that weighed on his clan. However, his equipment crashed into the ground like a blow from heaven, destroying the city. Only the remnants of Menrenumwagon's energy still rippled through his body. They were stuck in the 8 meridians like red-hot needles. That energy gradually evaporated, like smoke from an extinguished fire. Meng Chonu attacks the opponent with a flurry of blows, giving no chance to retreat. And here is the result of the battle. His opponent is exhausted and forced to lower his sword. Finally, this scum stuck his weapon into the ground, admitting defeat. In his eyes is the hope that death will take him quickly and painlessly. The young master observed an incredible picture. The fake warrior tried to penetrate his mind like a poisonous mist. Now he needs to achieve a balance of energies to rise to the level of greatness. But if he does it, death will overtake him instantly. This battle has become a game of survival where the stakes have risen to the sky. The confrontation was heating up. It was a battle where no one could afford to kill our hero. There was a deadly tension in the air. Meng Chonu, the head of the clan, writhed under the barrage of blows that our hero hurled at him. The young master's axe flew straight into the opponent's head, cutting the air with a hiss. At this moment, Meng Chan's heart seemed to stop for a moment before breaking into a wild rhythm. A scorching, fiery chasm suddenly opened up, engulfing everything around in flames. Everyone who was in the radius of action suffered terrible burns and injuries. The young master barely managed to activate the shield, barely holding back the infernal flurry. The energy emanating from Meng Chong was colossal, like a volcanic eruption. In the center of this chaos, the young master saw an incredible force raging around him. The surface of the 12th northern heaven was boiling and crackling like red-hot metal. And now he appeared on the horizon, the one whom everyone was afraid of. This dangerous type has turned into a real threat, deadly and unpredictable. He laughed in our hero's face, as if enjoying his despair. How wrong he was, thinking that he could defeat such a powerful warrior. Now Meng Chonu has transformed into a real head of the strongest clan. Hokjong was silent, speaking only words of thanks to this scoundrel. The hero also thanked him. He couldn't die until he struck the final blow himself. "Don't waste time!" Before the boy could say a word, Guju Meng was already nearby. His sword of fire flashed, almost cutting off our hero's hand. The blow was lightning fast and merciless. The hero tried to dodge by activating the tiger wall, but to no avail. Gugu Meng was too fast. Phoenix's salt water poured into his back, and the pain nearly killed the boy. He was trembling, but stood on his feet, not allowing himself to fall. The protective energy of Qi awakened in him, stopping the enemy's attack at the last moment. With a fierce cry, he swung his huge axe, seeking to take the wretch's head off. The blade cut through the air like a thunderbolt, rushing towards its target to end the battle. But when the axe came down with a thud, the enemy had already disappeared. He evaporated like a ghost. There was silence around. There was not a sound, not a trace, neither left nor right. Guju Mung appeared from above, summoning Phoenix Rain. The flames fell down. The fire engulfed the hero. He coughed, burning inside, but desperately tried to dodge. With each step, the pain increased, but it did not stop. His eyes burned with hatred. Blood flowed from the mouth. The battle was more difficult than he imagined. Guju Mung looked at this Mung clan puppy with contempt and cold fury. Fear and desperation reflected in his eyes as he faced the strongest warrior in the world. The shield cracked and crumbled. The young master could feel the stress tearing him apart from the inside. A sword of fire whizzed past his body, nearly slicing it in half. It seemed that the next blow would be the last. The end was inevitable. He fell to his knees, covered in blood, his strength leaving him like water through his fingers. Hojong looked at his own wounds, not believing that his opponent had dealt him a fatal blow. Raising his head to the sky, he realized that defeat would mean death not only for him, but also for his entire clan. The leader of the Boar clan is watching the battle from the side. His gaze is focused but unsettling. They do not fully understand what is happening to Haijin, but they feel anxious. Message: the Golden Gate is ready. They are ready to burst into battle and destroy everyone. The tension is rising, but the leader of the Boar clan orders, "Wait." His face is serious. He has doubts. He is sure. It is impossible to interfere now. Returning to the Shimnu chapter, he explains, the time to attack has not yet come. If they break in now, they will violate the young master's order. Hold on! He asked them to withstand the tension and be ready. But the fear is growing. What if Yenu's master finds himself in mortal danger? The Boar leader repeats, he said he could win. However, his words could not come true. Before him stands the cruel head of the Mung clan. The leader of Boar believes in the boy. He believes that he will pull through, even if Mung Chunu is not a simple enemy. When asked why he thinks so, the boy simply answers, "I believe in him." Now they just have to believe. But the fear does not go away. If Guju Mung attacks at full strength, there is almost no chance of victory. The leader of the clan does not understand. Yeonshun only has one life. He doubts, but in his heart he feels the boy will be able to win. Haijin lies on the cold ground after a brutal blow. His hands are shaking from the stress and pain. The bleeding stops, and he rises, gathering the remnants of his strength for the final battle. Haijin stands up, and his gaze sinks into the eyes of his bitter enemy. The enemy stands like the shadow of death. He realizes that the flames stopped the bleeding. There is at least a tiny bit of benefit in this horror. Avoids the furious blow of the enemy, which rushes at him like lightning. The head of the Mung clan looks at this disgusting guy with surprise. He is too tenacious, but the young master is still holding on and will soon strike a decisive blow. The protective dome absorbs the impact, but the tension tears the body apart from the inside. Haijin hardly understands how he is still standing. He only manages to dodge, but the attacks are getting faster and harder. The blows acquire unprecedented skill. Each of them brings death. An idea flashes in my mind. Martial arts should be felt with the whole body. Only then will there be a way to victory. Like his father's technique, which encompassed an entire sphere, all the objects around it. That was its essence. In this case, the Black Emperor is a reflection of this technique. He hears the voice of his mind. What is the point of your technique? The true technique of a warrior cannot be measured by just a few techniques. Meng Chi San said, technique does not depend on blood or knowledge. Only training and skill are important. Is his technique just a set of techniques? He grits his teeth, not understanding exactly what the master meant. But he knows one thing. Victory is possible. There is no time to think. What the master wanted to say is not important now. Only the battle matters. And suddenly, as if from the depths of his consciousness, the voice of his father sounds. Take your time. His technique is a flurry of attacks. But chaos can be tamed only with patience and a clear mind. His father's words sounded like thunder, stopping the chaotic flow of attacks. It was not a way of survival. It was a way of victory. He remembers everything he learned during these years of training and in his past life. Understands. You need to attack without hesitation to win this fight. Gathering all his strength, he delivers a blow of dragon power. The water technique envelops him, making him invulnerable. His fist flies at his opponent, accurate and relentless. A technique that he once used against another scoundrel comes to mind. A pure wave of power penetrated the Hmong clan head's body like lightning. The explosive force sends the opponent flying to the side like torn paper. There is fear and incomprehension in his eyes. How did this boy survive after all this? The head of the Hmong clan looks with disdain. Where does he get this primitive attack from? Why would he trade his technique for something so simple? The young master realizes a flurry of attacks is the essence of martial arts. The enemy moves away from the ground, preparing a fatal blow. He rushes forward with a fiery blade, using Flying Phoenix Crossblade. Heijin sees this is a technique designed to restore the criminal's energy, but he doubts. Will she be able to withstand his counterattack? And then a spark flashes in his eyes. He understands. This technique is necessary for the complete destruction of the enemy. The head of the Hmong clan rushes at him, shouting, "Die!" And suddenly the world is pierced by a blinding beam of light that crashes into the place where our hero was standing. The explosion caused incredible chaos, causing the earth to tremble. Even those who were several kilometers away felt its destructive power. Fear permeated their souls, making them tremble before an unknown, terrifying force. The earth split, and red-hot lava burst out of the cracks, flooding everything around. The head of the Hmong clan stood over the huge funnel, laughing with pleasure. Not a trace of the enemy remained. He even felt sorry for him. He wanted to enjoy how this bastard Heijin would burn in the phoenix fire. But then he heard a voice coming from the void. "My technique is a flurry of attacking strikes. This technique is for killing. It ends everything with a deadly wave of total destruction." Heijin was reincarnated. Before him stood the Black Emperor, the embodiment of power and fury, and at the center of this energy pulsed the soul of the eldest son of the Yen clan. His power reached a new level. Now the Phoenix technique became his true weapon, his truth. He announces the name of the technique and, full of new strength, resolutely enters this incredibly difficult battle.